Folly as It Flies, hit it by Fanny Fern. New York Gee. Carlton Co. Publishers. London's. Low. Sunco. Metzers Coxby. By Fanny Yaz, it's Fanny Fern, and I got the tea. I'm low-key producing this fire book, Folly as It Flies, with my squad Spinewand, John Greenwood, and the Internet Archive is hella generous about letting us use their pics. So here's the Dietzneik. Carlton Co. Publishers London's. Low, Sonco. Metzix Vida, that's 1868 for you old folks. We got a special request from Lovejoy, Sunco, to make this book all official and whatnot. Fam, I'm addressing my boy Robert Bonner, editor of the New York Ledger, for like 14 years, and my team Bonner and me have been killing the game with 2-3-40 pace. No drama, no stress. It's all about the oats and the reens you feel. Preface yours, truly Fanny Fern contents. A discourse upon husbands, 33. Grandmothers chat about children, 50. Women and their discontents, 68. Notes upon preachers and preaching, 103. Bridget as she was, HR 198, chop out 127, Vix, a chance 32, the get into the glimpses of Camp Live Camp, written history, 5th of my other spice, the war seat, 163, my summers in New England, 82, Boston, things in New York, 2 girls of New York, 30, Washington, 2, babe, there writes 240, Kellen, have learning, 2044, so live young girls till I 53, now, people 70, see about our chum variety days and time, our children that have the sex 69, we would read the typist text 39, so Abbey 69, the hours, 79, Ashing, Woodard, Walktown, 238, some things at Birkenwell for the 830 and Somerset, Tobacco 1 to Washington 72. I'm low, key wishing all my husbands would add this to their memo book. A woman must be constituted very differently from men. A word said, a line written, and we are happy omitted. Our hearts ache like it's the end of the world. Men can't feel it, or even try, you know. If they did, they'd be hella slow to hurt us that bad. Many men come into this life thinking they're all about themselves, and then they get married and suddenly gotta consider someone else's feelings too. It's like, hello, marriage is not just about you, it's about the fam. Anyway, I got a lot of tea to spill, so stay tuned. Yes, Fanny used to vibe freely, or at most twirl a cane. Then they're like, done, if they give her food and clothes and don't say nothing harsh. But is that even real? Listen to that sigh as you close the door, boo. Watch Fanny's face get all pale and tired, not from age, but 'cause she key dying inside from knowing your vibe ain't got her back. God help wives like her, keep them from trying to quench their souls at poisoned wells. Think about it. Gee, how little a kind word or a smile would mean to Fanny compared to what she gives you. If you're all like childish and beneath your notice, then maybe you shouldn't have gotten married. There's men who should stay single forever. You're one of them. Bro. You got no right to be all extra on a woman, expecting her to be healthy, strong, and dedicated to you when the return ain't even real. A new outfit, a fancy watch. But what Fanny really wants is some love and respect. If she's rich in every other way, but poor in the feels, then maybe it's time for her to roll out. There's women who don't need no love or can't give it, but we ain't talking about those ones. The good ones are the ones with big hearts and will keep your feelings real. Even if you're stuck with a hater, at least you got some freedom from that drama while she's stuck in the house. Do you ask me, are there happy wives? For real? Yeah, and there's men who know how to treat em right too. Almost every wife would be good and happy if they just had a love that was true. So husbands, take heed. Yo, I'm a clerk making $800, but my wife wants me to drop it on first-class style for her. What do you think I should do? Leave her. These are the words I stumbled upon in a public ride. I went home and was like, leave her? Were you just a hater yourself trying to fit your own expectations on your wife and starving out her desires? Don't forget you got expenses too, bro rides, drinks, cigars. Maybe consider that while talking about cutting back. Can a real woman appreciate and vibe with a kind of low-key loving statement from Fanny in her parental and marital relations? Like, did it ever hit you that you need nothing more from Fanny than who raw willing to take on herself? Maybe it brings some real love and support into the mix and be a whole mood for future toil. And shouldn't be so lit right now if you encounter tears and frowns. Wouldn't you to remember all them wives of thirsty husbands who are high like don't wanna leave, but are really just trying to survive day by day, making their husbands' flaws with their own two hands, and trying not to ask for help from anyone else. And to all the young dudes out there, whether you're a clerk or something, if you marry someone who's low-key extra, don't expect them to just become a whole new person overnight. And if you catch them and keep them in without thinking about the consequences, don't be a coward and leave em high and dry. The other day I was reading in a paper, wanted partner for a young couple. What a shame that they gotta start life in such an unnatural and fake way. It's like, what if they just consecrated their life together, hand in hand, for all the good times and bad? What if they could just prioritize their home life over some stiff etiquette at a public table or something? What if the husband had a real home to come back to after a long day instead of just a room like he did when he was single? Ooh, you little savage, they said the young dad to his first baby as they were kicking around on the bed. Ooh, you little savage, I've been neglecting my mom since you got here. Now, this is something that's been on my mind a lot, and I wish I had some real wisdom to share. It's all about finding that balance between the helpless little baby and the young husband who used to be the only one getting all the love. The cry of that little baby is painful. Man, they got this whole world outside their crib, but all they can see is their mom and dad fighting. Fanny ain't fully adjusted to being a dad yet, you feel. It's low-key cute, though, but why can't she just chill with him in the nursery and leave all the adulting to a nanny? Wouldn't that be hella easier on her and make them both happy? She's super stressed out, 'cause he don't want to do any of the baby duties himself. So now they're stuck together waiting for the whole shebang to go down. It's what to just sit there, doing nothing, while all these things are happening. And like when he does finally try, her energy is hella drained, so she can't even entertain him right now. If she tries to go out, she'll be all anxious about that new baby and mess it up, making his vibes suffer too. Anyway, let's get real for a second. It takes 2 years for newlyweds to figure things out. Mom didn't freak about doing it her way, so is trying to say he's all cool with neglect. Meanwhile, Mom was all like, no, do it my way. You're being hella heartless. Stop talking about your moms and their parenting styles, Kay? If you want to settle anything, just chill on bringing that up. It's true hubby's fam is always right, even when they're doing things wrong in their own fams. Now, you and John, if he's actually John, lol, just keep it moving. Paddle your own canoe or whatever. It's yours to run. Don't let outside noise bring you down. That's like 23 of the problems newlywids face. Just pull together, do your thing, and maybe things will start looking up eventually. When a new preacher comes to town or a teacher starts at a new school, nobody expects everything to be lit all the time. Stuff takes time to adjust. But when you're newly married or got converted, people are all like, ooh, let's see if you can be all saintly and fit for heaven right now. Later, take some time to figure things out. Fanny or y'all think it's a total fail just because this process ain't popping on day one and there's some hiccups. Same thing with them other cases I'm talking about. We've been keeping that first little experimental baby on the bed for too long. It's time we get back to him. Gee now, I'm low-key mad at John for what he said to that young mom. Even if it was just a joke, bruh. She knew he meant it, though. She ain't strong yet. That baby's only 3 months old, and it cries all the time. She don't mind it, though, but John does. And she can't leave it with a nurse, 'cause it's so lit right now. And for real, John's sitting alone in the parlor while she soothes him is whack. What's good? She's getting all nervous and stuff when it's time for baby to come home, 'cause she's hyped but also low-key scared it'll be a hot mess. She ain't sorry she had that baby, though, fam. You can't make her say that, not even if you try. Now, John, if your little wife loves the baby like that, is it proof you chose a good partner? You got to face the petty struggles of raising that lil dude. Gee, you're not going to be a softy about it, right? When you married, you didn't expect to live single life, so what's up with that? If you did, I got nothing. But if you're a real one, then you should be patient and supportive when your wife is trying her best to raise the first baby. She's low-key struggling, but she's doing it with integrity. You feel? When the next baby comes, she won't be that extra. But for now, just chill with your wife and help her out. Soothe her when she's stressed. Love on that lil baby, even if it ain't smiling at you yet. If you can't love it, make believe, till Loki, Fanny knows enough to know you. Do it for her sake, who got your back as the mom of your little one. Start right, okay? Know that love and duty are like everything in life. Out of these two comes all the good vibes and happiness mortals can get this side of the grave. So, John, don't be a hater and keep searching elsewhere, 'cause it's going to be a total bust. I'm low-key surprised every woman gets this, but guys can be hella messy in your room in like 5 minutes. Your other organization in life, no cap. The house is straight fire, and you can't even begin to do work without it. Not a single speck of dust anywhere. Ain't nobody got time for that. Your little fave things are in their right spot. Pictures on the wall, workbox and inkstand, all tucked away. Mr. Smith comes in, and he's like, just give me a bit of string. Mr. Smith is always asking for that string, bruh. He says it with a smile. Don't get up, I got this. That's what you're scared of, but don't even think about saying nothing. So you just sit there, sweating, while he searches for the string. First, he opens the wrong closet and knocks over your whole wardrobe, like all your dresses go flying everywhere, and he grabs M with reckless abandon and hangs M up in a big old mess on the first peg. Then he's all innocent, like, cool, yeah, I meant to do that. He goes to the right closet, finds the string, but then he catches it on a file, and it goes smash all over the floor. Mr. Smith is like, damnation, and you're dead with him. Then he wants scissors to cut his string, so he heads to your workbox. He knocks it over, scattering needles everywhere. It's like a 6 and 7 kind of situation, bro, mixed with bodkin spools, tape, and more mess than you can handle. He gathers it all up in one swoop and puts it back in the box, doing it in that masculine way he does, and asks if the lid was broken or if broke it. Like he knows better. but you play along saying the lid's been loose for a hot second and it's no biggie. All the while you're hopping that this might be the last time it happens. Not even close. He takes a swig of brandy from the bottle on your clean toilet cover, spills it everywhere, powders sugar all over some nice book covers, and lays down a sticky spoon on a fancy lace collar. Fanny's low-key done with the aesthetic, bruh. Then he's over here playing with your drip, uncorking that cologne bottle to get him looking fire, and just leaving the cork out, you feel. Next thing you know, he's rocking your gold chain, trying it on his wrist like, let's see if this fit. I mean, come on, Fanny, we all know that chain ain't supposed to be on a dude. He throws up the window, tries to get a vibe from outside, and just boom. Vase of flowers goes flying. You put that in all your hard work, trying to make it look fire. He's like, man, this vase is whack, gotta cop a new one. You'll low-key livid, but like Fanny's always doing his own thing. He goes to the mirror. He tries to get a serious gaze, but man, have you ever seen a dude check himself out? It's so extra. They just want to see if they look good or not while they're trying to play it cool. Fanny's all about that beard life, though. Thinks he needs a clip job, grabs your Sharpies. He starts snipping, trying to get that perfect shape. But meanwhile, the stray hairs are just chilling, doing their own thing. Fanny's all like, this is so peaceful, but really, it's just business. Like, we got to clean up this room, and pronto. What's wild is old mams talking about matrimony. They're always trying to give marriage advice from a place of not being married. Know what I'm saying? It's like they don't know the tea. If you ask me, I'd rather just write about how great it'd be to have a man who holds your hand than get all up in someone else's business. So Fanny's low-key chillin' on the parlor floor if he feels like getting it in. And bruh, had Jones got a different ride. What a vibe. She was totes hyped to be all up in his business. Know what I'm saying? She'd hit him with his boots in the morning, cook him them tenderloin beefsteaks at 2 a.m., and wait on the doorstep for him to come home, even in that cold northeaster. She was all about putting it on a plate, so to speak, hanging up his hat, staking away his cane, serving him tea like it was nobody's business. And then she'd hit him with the sugar tongues, get him comfy on the sofa till it was tea time. She'd feed him like a birdie, bless his shirt buttons, and don't even get her started on them toe fleeces, always hot, never cold, and them cups of coffee and tea. Fire, no cap. She knew his potatoes were all about that mealy life. But her clean shirts, always straight fire. She'd put away his accessories like a boss, cigar case in his pocket, handkerchief all colonged up, and she was low-key knowing when he needed a hanky, too. I'ma tell you what I wish those old maids who are all salty about married women's lives. If they just had one neck and some extra skin, maybe the world would be a little more chill. You feel? And then there was this dude I saw trying to pick out lace collars like a total noob. He'd be all stiff, like his head was askew, trying to figure it out, but when I came over and gave him the lowdown on lace collars, he was like, thank God, I got a woman's perspective now. And then he sat down, looking all high and mighty, while she was over there picking collars like nobody's business. She had him right where she wanted him, all anxious and stuff. And bruh, the way that dude fidgeted. He was low-key trying to escape or something. But then I got all science Y on him, talking about shapes and textures and patterns. And before he knew it, we were vibbing like 2 peas in a pod. She picked her collars out. and then he matched his own, like they were twinsies or something. Loki, Fanny was totes grateful and refused to pay till the shopman gave her change. We were on the same page, 'cause sometimes words ain't needed, you feel. No doubt his wife thought he was Loki extra for rockin' those collars. Men are literally one good thing. How turned is their honesty towards each other, for real. They're free to do whatever they want. No cap. They can take a nap or grab a book, and their host is just as turnt when he's done, 'cause he can ghost them whenever. It's all good, fam. Now, if a woman tries to get out a convo with her friend, she's actually trying harder to keep it going, you know. She'll be all like, "Hey girl, why did you not invite me over?" when really she just wants the tea. But for real. And let's be real, when they're talking about their hubby in private, we ain't got nothing to do with it. When two dudes meet after a minute, it's all good vibes. They'll hit you up and say, "What's good, old boy?" But with the ladies, it's like, "Girl, you look so fire." What a lie. When two men pass by each other on the street, they're low-key talking trash without even knowing about it. But with women, it's all smiles and waves. See them sipping tea in the streets, exchanging side eye for whatever, pretending to be interested in whatever's popping, when really they're just trying to get the tea. The other day, a dude in an omnibus nudged another dude to hand up his fare because he was trying to be polite. But fam, that dude was hella extra and didn't want to do it. He just sat there, all stiff and stuff, without responding, 'cause dinner was on his mind or something. Fanny's girl, though, Key handed her a colour, but she didn't go all extra with her neighbour, bout some people being super rude or whatever. She was just like, "Peace out," and kept it moving, looking all good while doing it too. So when your girl goes to visit another's crib and they're getting all up the stairs, she's right there following like a little homey dog. If they need to go to the closet to get their gaiters on, the shadow's always present, making sure it gets laced up right and discussing the tea on rights and lefts and hosiery too. When the hostess is getting ready at the glass, the shadow's there too, leaving both arms on the toilet table like they're part of the squad. If women ain't got that confidence in their friendship, then it can't be all lovey-dovey vibes. Your friend would totes lose it and ask you what happened, fam. I'm low-key thinking Lady Mary Wortley Montagu was right when she said something about not getting married to a woman, though. The moral is that women need to step up their game in how they interact with each other. Less kissing, more sincerity, less talking out of your butt, and more keeping it real. But if I'm going to tell him in person, nah, fam, I got to play it safe first. Maybe write a book or something. Anyway, when men get sick, they can be pretty extra, you feel, watching them get all impatient and trying to control everything. But really, they just need to chill. Their wives and moms are always the ones who keep it real while they're laid up, though. It's a lesson we still got to learn, how to be patient when you're not feeling your best. Fanny's got her priorities straight. Know what I'm saying? She's chilling on the pillow with her newborn, but she ain't let pain and weakness get in the way of keeping it 100 for her fam. Husbands can be hella extra when they think they're just doing their thing, but we got to call them out sometimes. Yeah, feel like, what's up with them taking a break from work and being all cranky about gruel and closed blinds? Fanny's edumacation is over when she gets married, but let's be real, she's still just learning ABCs. If her hubby took half the time to think about what's going on in her mind, she'd be way more lit. Instead, he just sits there with his friends, talking about stuff she ain't got a clue about, and she's just sitting there twiddling her thumbs, trying to not look like a total simp. The intelligent hubby who's all comfy with keeping it basic because he don't want to rock the boat. That's low, key shady. He's neglecting his wife who's doing all the real work while he's out here getting his coffee on and not even thinking about what she's thinking. True first, Fanny's youth and beauty did keep her looking good for a minute, but now it's time to step up and be an actual partner. She's been doing all the heavy lifting with the kids, making sure they're fed and clothed, and you know what? That ain't easy. If he can read books and think critically, why can't he take a sec to talk to her about it? It's straight up whack that he's got his own little world going on, but she's just sitting there feeling like she don't matter. He needs to step up his game and show her some love, 'cause she's the real MVP when it comes to raising those kids. I'm low key salty about all this mental equality talk, fam. It's time for a change. So like when women's asking for justice, guys always trying to dodge the convo, right? They might be equal or whatever. But that's not what I'm talking about. There are these dudes like Napoleon III who give their peeps parties and stuff if they just chill and let them handle the politics. But our own domestic Napoleons, aka men, they're all about flattering women, giving them gifts and whatnot. But where's the justice? That's on them to figure out. Like, there's this one guy who says he loves his wife, but there's a part of him that's just not vibing with her, you feel. Has trying to say she's good, but has got some major issues. If he shows her he cares and stuff, she might actually make it happen. But when he's all up in his own head, thinking about himself, that's when the real problems start. I know there's these dudes who are made by the tailor and women's who are like manufactured by the dress maker, and they often marry each other, lol. But let them live their best lives, fam. I got friends who are way smarter than their spouses, so they're all like, oh, I don't want to show how smart I am, but trust me, it makes a diff when you actually care. So there's these women's out there doing the work, taking care of their fams, but it's not always easy, you feel. They got to keep it moving, even when their husbands are all like, ick, what's for dinner? And that's when Uno has not paying attention, has just chilling with his own thoughts, but she's out here grinding. Anyways, my granddoma once told me this story about this camel, and I was low-key fascinated, too tabby. She said it was like poetry, and I was like, yeah, that's deaf what I see. Loki, how fast that preacher went on about them heathens, what they were coming for, I was hella confused. Like, did they really think they were gonna bring in the non-believers or something? And don't even get me started on all those weird words like justification and sanctification. It was totes lost on me. But I knew what was good. Fam, the walls of that fire room where my family would vibe out during prayer time had some major scripture vibes going on. There were these fire palm trees, low-key iconic, and these female serfs carrying pitchers on their heads, looking all elegant and stuff. And there was Isaac and Rebecca chilling at the well, and camels just resting under them fancy trees with turban attendants, you feel. I got it, no cap. But for real, the colours were popping, fam, blue on their noses, green in their hair, all that good stuff. And when was dropped, I'd be low-key staring at them camels like they was my favourite thing ever, oblivious to the fact we had no food coming. because our prayers were on an empty stomach. Now I'm hearing that soft rustle of my mama's dress as she got up from prayer time, and I see my baby bro's mug. He looked so fly in his coffin, lol. And then there were the serves disappearing down to the kitchen where they'd be making all that fire coffee. I'm also vibbing with them flowers in the window, shinning like their mama's good vibes and all that jazz. Black curly heads and flaxen heads everywhere were talking all curls. Fam gathered round the breakfast table looking hella cute. Now, you know why I was staring at them camels like they was my buff and thinking about how fast time went by? It's lit that after all these years, family morning prayer time still comes through with such vividness. Just 'cause of one camel, it's like the universe threw a major key in my direction. I'm not sorry for getting schooled on those Jews when I got older. They never did me no harm, fam. And I've been sending up prayers since then, but not always on bended knees, which was just a vibe back then. As for that whole solemn awe, I'm still hella confused. It's like my feels ain't changed one bit. Yes, Fanny, you're a low-key legend now that your grandbabies are around. And fam, the holidays are back, and those toy shops are straight fire. It's lit thinking about how lucky we are to have kids keeping it real and being born like clockwork. We got uncles, aunts, cousins, dads, and moms, but a grandmama is where it's at during the holidays. You know what? Grandmas used to be all about giving their own kiddos old towels and crooked-necked squashes as dolls. But now, we got to step up our game for the grandbabies. What if they smash that China tea set or break the wax doll? What if they get savage with the animals in Noah's Ark? It's like, what even is good enough for them? The thing is, though, Grandma Fanny knows a secret. 5 minutes of real happiness is everything. And we're not just talking about any old happy time. We're talking about that special sauce when life gets real and the vibes are right. It's like those little humans have got this whole world to navigate, and Grandma Fanny is all about protecting her investment. She's trying to shield them from the thorns and pebbles of life. But we all know it ain't that easy. We're talking about growing up, heartbreaks, and all that jazz. But Grandma Fanny knows a thing or two about keeping it real even when she's forgetting, like, oh wait, the crown comes after the cross. Broken toys, am I right? I wish some philosopher would tell me when a kid's naughtiness really starts, 'cause I'm over here getting roasted by these haters who say I should practice what I preach. Like fam, nobody's ever done that, especially not from Adam to now. Loki, Fanny's all about punishing kids for being extra. She's like, I gotta make sure they ain't got a stomach ache or nothing before she doles out some discipline. And then she's all, if you're going to yell at me and be impatient, I should be too. But honestly, Fanny's not perfect neither. So yesterday she was like, maybe I'm a little extra strict. Maybe it's time for her to chill. So she tried again. She told Titikins, Cherub, to pick up his hat and bring it back. Titikins was all, I ain't doing it, and then just kept on smelling like Fanny was just playing a game with her. Fanny's all, is this really worth going off on the little one? 'Cause if she does, she'll just end up looking extra salty. So instead she decided to focus on the first lie Titikins told her. Like, if it wasn't super clear that she was lying, Fanny didn't want to bother dealing with it. This method's getting some shade from other adults. But for real, there's one thing that always gets in the way. Fanny remembers this one time where she was all emo and cried over a coffin. So when she said Titikins had to put her hands away, little Titikins just kept on talking, like, no, you won't. The next time Fanny got mad at Titikins, she really did go off. She even spanked the kid's hand, but what was weird was when Titikins just kept on chilling and told Fanny, I'm brave, I don't mind it. Fanny didn't know how to react, 'cause that's not exactly how you're supposed to do discipline. Fanny's pen and ink, which I low-key declined giving her. She's all good, though, and she kept on vibbin' to her own play. Like, shortly after, I said, Titikins, bring me that newspaper, bruh. A no cap, she replied with some tea. If you can't get it together, I'ma have to keep it 100. The other day she was making a loud ruckus with them brass buttons in a tin box, and I said, can't you play with something else for a sec? 'Cause she's all like, but this is my fave. And I was like, that makes your head hurt, though. Titikins gave her some side eye, and she threw that toy away and rushed over to give me a hug. You're so extra. She said with a grin, I gotta admit, Fanny's got me dead to death. I know she's good on the inside. There's nothing bad in that child's heart. She'd die for her fam if she didn't have those little flaws to keep her alive. In short, she's my mini me. Is that enough? But I'm still going to give it up for other folks. Now, I know every kid's got to go through a phase where they're all like, I'm a rebel against the rules and show you who's boss. You can try to ignore it or pretend it ain't happening. But trust me, it'll come back to haunt you. You can just hug your feelings and say, what does it matter? But you can't avoid it forever. And when that day comes, you'll be all like, why did my parents let me do this and that? Loki, you got to put Fanny down at night and let someone chill with her. But, like, you got to be all. We're trying to teach this child some discipline, bruh. So, like, it's always been used this way, right? But, TB, I might have to hear Fanny cry for a whole week before I can even start teaching her that crying ain't gonna get her what she wants. Why not, though? The point is, kids gotta learn some boundaries or they'll be all over the place. So, like, you gotta make sure they're tired and not freaking out, okay? If they do cry, let them cry for a hot sec. 'Cause it's just gonna be a struggle for, like, 2 or 3 nights, max. And honestly, once that moral lesson is learned, obedience comes easy peasy. It's also extra when parents are trying to get all the love and attention from their kids, but they're really just enabling them to be total brats. Like, Fanny might seem all cute and cuddly now, but trust, she'll be a hot mess in the future if you don't teach her some discipline. I had a convo with this dude who was super into spoiling his kid rotten, and it's like he was like literally raised by his mom to never say no, so he doesn't even know how to set boundaries himself. It's hella wild that parents are trying to be all loved up in the future, but they're not thinking about the long-term effects of their actions. Like, Fanny might grow up and hate her mom for being too soft on her, or she might just get revenge by being super dramatic herself. And it's even more wild that when parents do end up failing as parents, they close their hearts and homes instead of trying to make amends. But, like, for real though, the first morning wake up of a little kid is literally the most beautiful thing ever. The way they squeal with delight, the bright eyes, the rose-tinted cheeks, it's all just so perfect. We've been through some tough times ourselves, but at least we have each other to get through it with. Yes, we're low-key relieved that Fanny finally got some shut-eye, and our dead fams are back with us. Bring in that love and smiles. We who woke up this morning feeling hella shook by the harsh reality, trying to catch our breath again before we dive into another day. We're just going through the motions, like our hearts are heavy, but we got to pretend like everything's good. Meanwhile, that little one is out here living their best life, and it's hella hard not to get emotional when they come at us with that cute face and the morning hugs. We're trying to hold back the tears, because sometimes that child's innocence is just too much for our grown-up selves. They got this wisdom going on, but we can't even, because it's like they're saying, hey, I don't know what you're thinking. Let me show you how it's done. And then we're over here playing along, building block houses and making a mess. When then that little one laughs, it's like our heart just melts, even though we're trying to put on this tough face. It's wild, cause they're so deep for their age, but also super extra in a weird way. Like they'll be all, hey, build houses, and then watching M fall over, it's like, what's good? And then we set up the whole dollhouse vibe with the cradles and beds and parlors and playing doctor and nurse. It's just so much. And even though we're trying to be all serious about it, we can't help but laugh at how extra they are. But for real, there are people out here who don't see the child as a human being, just something to dress up or feed or keep away. It's wild, cause when no one else is around, that child is like our own personal savior, whispering us peace and telling us to chill. Loki, have you ever seen life play out like that, where one person is vibbing all comfy and safe, but another's struggling to get by? Fanny was low, key shook, when she saw this little sis of hers all bundled up in the snow, with her fam waiting to take her on her first sleigh ride. She was looking all happy and extra, like the ultimate holiday season goals. But then there's this other chick, just 3 years old, who looks like she's been through some real struggles. Her face is all pinched up, and she's rocking a ragged handkerchief like she just rolled out of bed. Her dress is all worn out, and her hands clutching that beggar's basket like it's the only thing keeping her alive. It's hella sad, though. You see this little girl standing there looking at her happy sis, and you just want to reach out and give them both a big old hug. What did she do to deserve this, fam? Why is she stuck on the streets when her sister gets to ride around in style? It's like, what's the tea? Right? So the sleigh ride goes off, and Fanny's little sis just stands there, looking all confused and scared. She don't get it, bro. She's still trying to figure out why life is so harsh for some people, but not for others. It's like, what even is that? You'd think the system would be more fair, but nah, it's hella pitiful, though. Like, there are hundreds of these little girls just like Fanny's sis out there in New York, struggling to get by. And it's not just them, fam, it's their families too. The men might not bother you unless they're crippled, but the women. But them, they gotta fight harder to make ends meet. It's like, where's the love, though? Fanny Loki needs to eat or die. But these babies is hella bad, though, and the more extra you're giving them pity, the harder their life gets, since the more substantial sympathy they get, the more cash they make for the basic people who live off of it. And honestly, Fanny might just flip places with that little 3-year-old. I don't know, though. Sometimes I see a lady all dressed up, sometimes in her own whip, sometimes walking around. She was literally freezing at some area door like that little dude with the beggar's basket now. She's got a lit life as a wife and mom. They don't all go down without a fight. Time is just grinding on. But those exceptions are super rare unless they get taken by death, or love before they get too messed up, you feel. Back comes the sleigh, and that rosy 3-year-old, now she's getting Loki spoiled in the house with warm milk and cozy slippers, and everyone's vibing to her energy. It's like she's spreading sunshine. And then there's this little girl who got taken out by a streetcar at 3 years old while trying to cross the street. Better that, though, 1 second of pain, and it's all over. Walking behind her dad and his little homie, I swear, Fanny is so extra, I heard some real tea from them. I'm having a tea party, this little thing was saying. A tea party, Papa. You wanna, said the dad. Well, who's going to get invited? Ain't invite nobody who don't got tea at their crib, replied that tiny queen. That's real tea, thought we, who knew being young and calculated could be so fire. We was Loki dead who wouldn't be, but also kind of sad. We wanted to hear her say, I'm inviting everybody who don't have tea at their houses, not just as a joke, but because she genuinely meant it. That kid is just mimicking what she learned from her mama, you know. The little one playing with that doll ain't ways ignoring the world. They might be soaking it all up. The seed you drop carelessly might take root and ruin everything for your future self. That's some real tea, moms. Sometimes I'm like, what a shame kids ever grow up. The other day I saw 2 little boys, 6 and 8, chillin' in one of our public buildings. They were Loki-wise beyond their years. Fanny was low, key vibing with her fam, exchanging kiss after the kiss, no cap. It was hella cute in that chaotic office setting, and one could just take a sec to appreciate it. The youngest one caught wind of this and looked up all starry-eyed, explaining, "Where's my homie?" Sis, we're so over them growing up as we passed by. We feelin' sorry for the world, cause of its beefy interests in business, love, and politics. Sorry they got to exchange basic finger touches or even glance at each other, no shade. Sorry one person's low-key sufferin' while the other is just sleepin', eatin', and livin' their best life. Sorry when someone's got meek hands passin' away and no one's throwin' any feels for M. Those vibes have been there before. That's why we're all like, sorry they gotta grow up. Jai. Heathens like, right in front of us when we're babies. Women and their discontents. Some dude asked me the other day, why are women so salty about their lives? I'm dead. You can see it everywhere in books, in conversations, even with a side eye from them jokes they make. Women ain't just complaining about nothing you feel. They're straight up telling men to step up their game. Now, some dude was all woman should be able to do their wife and mom duties without all the drama. I was like, hold up, fam. Do you know what's really getting women riled up? It's when they're compared to some fossilized version of perfection, some relative who's good just 'cause she's frozen in time. Not 'cause she's actually doing the work, though. And can you imagine if men had to deal with that all the time? How would they even respond? Fanny, bruh. So like, when you were about to say something, but I interrupted you, I gotcha. This is what's been bugging me. That women can't even handle the adulting responsibilities of married life, fam. And then there's the whole male energy thing where they're all like meh when their wife is struggling instead of being all supportive and stuff. If a dude was buying a horse, he'd be all about getting the right one for the job, not just some fancy, smency animal that's going to break his back, right? He'd pick a reliable ride, make sure it's fed and rested, and wouldn't push it too hard. So is Fanny less important than his horse? Does he really need to think about why he wants her before committing? and then figure out how he's going to make it work. Back in the day, dudes only married for practical stuff like butter, churning and cheese, making, and they'd be all, well, she's just a shell of herself by 30. Nowadays, it's more about finding someone who's cute and doesn't require too much effort. They don't care if Fanny is healthy or has good sense. They just want someone who's low maintenance. When they realize they've messed up, they're all like, oh, well, I guess I should love her more now. Nope, not even close. The more they screw up, the more they blame Fanny and act all innocent. They tell her to be patient like Job did, but if anyone needs a redo of that proverb, it's the patience of Job. Dude wasn't patient at all. Yes, Fanny's sex was straight up savage for like, what? A hot second. He started off, but then he just lost it. Know what I'm saying? Like Job or something, right? But for real, would Job try to eat some fish with a baby in his lap while he's hangry? Did he even try to make coffee for like 6 people after getting done nurse that Lil won all night? Nah, Fanny's got no patience for Job's patience, 'cause it's just not real, you feel. I mean, have you ever seen a farmer's wife? They're straight up doing more than most T-Pel think they can handle. Raising kids, chickens, 247, making all that bread and butter and pie. And don't even get me started on the laundry and the pig, farm, and the veggie garden. It's like they're doing it all, no cap. And then you got your farmer just chilling, taking naps under a tree when he can. He comes home from work looking all hungry and stuff, eating his supper like a beast, and then going back out to the hayfield, 'cause that's what farmers do. But his wife, she's over here running around like a boss, helping everyone who needs it, and then getting up at night to check on the babies or whatever. It's all about getting that dough. And these farmers are trying to make it happen. Yo, farmers are straight up neglecting their wives, though, they treat their cows way better than they do their partners. If a farmer's about to get a new cow for colt, they make sure their mama cow is good to go, you feel. They don't overwork underfeed, or abuse in no way. Now, ain't a farmer's wife just as valuable as a cow or a horse, practical side and all? Shouldn't we be trying to keep our moms sound and healthy too, like we would with our horses? You can say no one should marry a farmer who don't expect to put in some real work. But I'm like, girl was never meant to do the split, carry wood or tote heavy stuff. And yet how many farmers are all like, where's my wife going to get that wood? Meanwhile, they got these labor-saving tools everywhere, just chilling. No, it's low-key shameful when they make their hard-working wives sit in rags while the fam is growing. It's even worse when they force them to beg for scraps like nobody's business. Look at all these farmers' wives out there, and you'll see they're just tired, stressed, and worn down, fam. Every mom deserves some me time to talk to her kids, get to know their souls, you feel. But how are these busy moms supposed to find that when they're stuck in the kitchen all day? It's like, what's the point of adding more land or a new barn if your mama's ghost is still out there and you can't even remember her as a cool mom who was low-key the real MVP? Sunday, Akka, the day of rest, is literally the most grindin' day of the week for moms. Kids gotta stay home, domestics need their freedom, and fam dads think it's hard to just chill without the fam. Meanwhile, mamas are just trying to catch a breath. To himself, instead of shouldering on that day a double burden, Fanny was low, key, exhausted from family drama. She's been listening to this one clergyman who was low, key not book smart, but had some fire words of encouragement that got her through another week. The good vibes he shared with her. That's what women need, like when they're tired and just want to snuggle up with their mom. But it's hard for moms to just chill out and let someone else handle things, because they got to keep it 100 about doing everything right. I'm not even going to lie. Fanny would be hella disappointed if she didn't get that spiritual help from church. To her, going to church ain't no trend. It's like a real deal thing she needs. You might not feel the same way about what the pastor is saying, but trust, some psalms are straight fire, while others are me. Prayer. That's like talking to your boo who gets you, you know. So next time you're all salty about church, just remember Fanny's got a whole lot going on than just her mental health. Like, have you seen the lines for women's mental health services? It's wild. Anyway, ladies, we need to take it easy sometimes. I'm low-key convinced that sometimes life is just too much, and the only way to do what needs doing is to just sit tight and not move. Fanny, bruh, people gotta step in for other peeps. If Fanny's nervous system is hella stressed, every move feel like a chore, and new stuff poppin' up all the time got her shook, ain't no point thinking about why she can't work right. The more she can't do it, the more she'll try till she just can't, even you feel. Unless maybe she's looking at that grave like, I'm good, and stops. For real though, self-sacrificing moms need someone to tell them, hey Fanny, you gotta choose between death and life right now. You're running on empty, fam, so don't stress about the kitchen or the cook sleeping in the sink. Just lay low. Get in bed, relax like a dude would if he's feeling half as whack, and ring every bell in the house every 5 minutes for whatever Fanny wants. Trust me, life will keep going, even if you're just spinning your wheels, okay? Just chill till you get some rest, and where they pick up the slack, they'll know how much weight Fanny's been carrying without saying nothing. Chill in bed, get some grub, and don't even think about asking what dinner is coming, fam. Let them figure it out. They can just eat whatever they want. And here's the tea. If you're dying, your life away trying to do God's service or something, that's a sin. Bruh. I ain't worried about them dirty socks or undone pinafores, though you only got one life, and when it's over, nobody can bring it back. So don't be dead, Fanny. Go out every day, rain or shine, get some fresh air, and stop whining about it. And be too dressed like a savage, just put on something clean and you're good to go, fam. Yes, Fanny, if you got to roll with your squad but can't get out during the day, hit up the evening vibes instead. Right? 15 mins is better than nothing, you feel. If your hubby's all like, no way, maybe he'll come around after you've already slayed the game. Loki, that's life. If nobody else got your back, you got to take care of yourself, no cap. And TB, them kids are born with their own struggles, bless them, but they get slapped just for existing, and it's a whole mood. It's kind of lit. If you had 3 instead of 6, though, fam, caring for them wouldn't be so extra. But that's not my tea, is what people say when they're too salty. Still, I'm dead serious, Fanny. 3 kids would be a total game changer. Go ahead and spill the tea to John if you wanna. Women got more freedom now than ever, sis. We can write our own truth. Back in the day, women who wrote were like the ultimate outcasts. But now it's like, how do I even? Most women are low-key writing their own manifestos or something. The game is different, and women need a platform to express themselves. You're asking if you should encourage more women writers. Nah, just let them write, Fanny. If it makes their life less boring or more lit, then yay. It's like writing is the ultimate safe space for thoughts and feelings that nobody else knows about. I've seen the letters. Talk to the women. Trust me, you should be spilling your own tea. Not just listening. Age, education, social status, none of it matters. Women in 1868 need to write more than ever because life is wild and crazy. So let them write. Fanny will totes be low, key surprised when that diary is found, like when her hubby or dad's all dust and stuff. They'll be all, I never knew my wife child till this moment. And it's wild because she's been sitting by the fire and snoozing next to them for all these years, but they didn't even know what was going on in that head of hers. And you're just sitting there reading her diary and thinking, oh man, I had no idea she was so extra. You got to recall when she'd be chilling at home, seeming all happy and stuff, but really she's just dying inside. That one little kind word from you or a gentle touch on her head would have lifted her mood so much. But when did you actually sit down with her after the workday to talk about something other than grocery prices and Tommy's kicks? You've got to recognize that she's got feelings too, not just your own. If you'd taken the time, you could have brought some sunshine into her life. But I'm just trying to help my wife stay in the mental region. Yeah, feel. How do you know what's best for her, Fan? Shouldn't you be lifting her up instead of leaving her behind? You should totes extend yourself and offer some real support. The girl who first caught your eye might have faded a little, but she was still serving you hard when it came to being all emotional and stuff. It's super whack that couples are just drifting apart because of lack of consideration and respect. You don't see how hurt her feelings would be when you turn the convo to some other woman in front of her. She'll be like, girl, I'm low-key dying, but you're over here thinking she's all bitter and stuff, when she's just trying to chat about something, even if it's boring like butter prices. You got to give it up for her and show some real love. Low-key feeling shouldn't be for the world's eyes unless you're into it. Fam, it's all about elevating yourselves outer that basic life, keeping it moving, and lessening the number of ladies getting locked up in them asylums because they ain't getting the love they deserve from society. Fight this, boo. Do what's best for you and your mini-me's. Don't let nothing mentally drain you, okay? It's cool to be all like a woman's sphere is home and all that jazz, but if you're only talking about it 'cause you're a dude who's stuck in a cube all day, then bruh, that don't fly. How many dudes would actually want to stay in the shop all day just chilling, never want to step out or have no conversations? They'd be like, peace out on their own lives, fam. Women are all about living life to the fullest and getting those opportunities. You feel me? Anyway, I'm always getting asked if I think women should vote, and I am hella for it. Gee, I got love for all the women speakers, lecturers, and workers who are trying to make this happen. I've seen all the pros and cons on this topic, and honestly, every argument against it is whack. You got to have a starting point, and no good thing have started without some haters. You know, these female pioneers got this, though. It ain't cute when dudes in their audiences are all like, lol, what's the haps, or thank God my wife and daughter aren't involved. Meanwhile, they might be getting into more drama with their own lives. When I see a woman just kind of rolling her eyes at this whole thing, like, nah, I ain't got time for that, it makes me want to cry, fam. It's 1869 and we're still stuck in the dark ages. Girl, you should be all about that change, not just about looking cute with your ribbons and dresses. Think about them other women who might be low-key lifted out of the hella struggles with low pay and nothing, right? Like, even if they're rocking some major power moves. I'm trying to say that a woman can still be all about the elegance, intelligence, and respect you feel. They can hit up the ballot box without getting it twisted, just like they can walk down the street and not get ghosted by all the sketchy characters both ways. And honestly, I think Fanny is going to help bring some major change to the ballot box. Know what I'm saying? No one's going to make her feel bad about voting, even if her hubby's hella drunk on election day. Maybe we should just close down them liquor shops till it's over, you feel. And let's be real, wives wouldn't vote for their husbands to hold office if they were straight up trash. So why would they vote against a woman doing the same thing? But it feels like the whole soil on women's purity thing is just some extra shade thrown at us. I mean, let's look at all the homes in Nye where the wives are dealing with straight up brutality, and it's still not getting the same attention as what we're facing. So yeah, none of these reasons are going to stop women from getting that franchise. It's just a matter of time, But let's be real, it's not all men's fault that women have it rough in this world. If I had a son, my main goal would be to teach him to respect his sisters, because they're always been told to prioritize their husbands and fit into some ideal, you feel. I'm low-key salty about the fact that parents are always asking me to set up my future wife, right? The idea is kind of wild too, but I'm trying to figure out why it's not a bigger deal for girls than it is for guys. Like, how can you expect girls to be on time for meals and stuff, but boys get a free pass? That's messed up, fam. And don't even get me started on the whole breakfast situation. You're expecting me to show up late, and then I gotta have a warm breakfast while my sisters are getting cold plates. That's just extra, bruh. And what about when I'm out having fun with my squad? Shouldn't they be chilling too? This is where it gets real, though. If you start teaching boys to be selfish and unbothered, they're going to marry some unlucky dude who does the same thing. And then your circle of friends will be all like, "Girl, what did I tell you about your husband being so extra?" Your sisters will be dying over how much of a mess he is. And don't even get me started on the extended fam. Aunts, uncles, cousins. They'll all be coming for that dude. They'll make him feel like the real life martyr boy or something. This whole thing starts with home education. Though girls got to do all the laundry and stuff for their brothers, but boys can just chill without doing anything for anyone else. That's not cool, fam. Boys need to learn some basic empathy and respect for their sisters' feelings. Now imagine that selfishness just gets worse when they're in their 30s or something. You'll get a dude who thinks the happy family is just a myth, and he'll be all like, "I'm good, I don't need anyone else." And let's be real, some dudes are way more selfish than the ladies. I'm not even going to count him out. But if we could just teach boys some basic self-awareness and respect for their partners, that'd be a win-win. There's one class of women who, in my opinion, need to get cancelled ASAP. But that's a whole nother convo. Yeah, so like there's these women, Fanny, who are super extra about talking about pins and stuff, and they're always trying to sound hella smart, but like nobody can even understand what they're saying. You feel. It's like every time they open their mouth, it's all I'm so highbrow, but really they ain't doing nothing but being basic. And don't even get me started on how they got some kind of ski status just cause they're in the kitchen or something. Like, who cares if Fanny's got a whole lot of Benjamins? She's still got to do her part. But at Eck, I'm all about keeping it real and saying that ain't nobody too good for doing some of this basic stuff, you know? There are totes women out here who are like total intellectuals, and they're not afraid to get their hands dirty or something, and they're actually pretty darn good at it. Like, I can count on one hand, literally, the number of women in literature who are all about that intellectual life, but also don't be basic and take care of their fam. I mean, what's the tea? Is it really too much to expect a woman to do some chores around the house without getting all salty about it? Like, you can love reading a good book or written your own thoughts, but that don't mean you got to be basic and not take care of your kids. I'm all about those women who are like, efficiency is key, but also will whip up some sick embroidery on their kids' clothes or something, because when it comes down to it, they got time for whatever they want to do. Heads are low-key raking it in. Mark you, those women who ain't worried about nothing at home will be out here grinding to get that new style or them rare colours on a ribbon. That isn't low-key disrespect. That isn't extra. That isn't not their thing. It's hella funny how these women think they're ballin' by dissing other people like this, when they're really just trying to get some validation from the right peeps. If only they knew what a real person is thinking about while they're chilling, listening to all that tea-pitties where it's at. Not admiration, fam. How I wish these women would pay attention to how we really live our lives. Like, I've been doing the laundry, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of my whole crew since day one. No cap. And you know what? I'm still standing, even they might not give me the recognition I deserve. There's something special about putting in the real work with your own two hands. Ain't nothing like it. Bells are cool when you're feeling under the weather. But let's be real. Nobody's got time for that when they can just use their feet. Right. And if you pay people enough, they'll still move slower than me, 'cause I'm a comet. I don't need no help. When I'm on a roll, ain't nothing gonna stop me, not even my own self-worth. So when it comes to doing the real things in life, like putting food on the table and raising them kids, I ain't worried about what nobody else thinks. And then there's this other thing that's got me feeling some type. It's about how we used to have real hospitality. But now it's all just a bunch of fancy, schmancy stuff. We should be talking about the importance of taking care of each other, not just when you're feeling fancy. Dinner parties are where it's at nowadays, with all them courses and drinks. But let's not forget, hospitality is about the little things, like cooking, cleaning, and showing love to your fam. It's time for us to get back to basics, 'cause when we're putting others first, that's when the real magic happens. Yes, low-key, it's hella extra when it comes to those fancy dinner parties and stuff. Who's going to be the squad goal lady who tries to change this vibe? For sure, ladies have a major stake in ditching this whole thing, 'cause men are always getting all the invites, leaving ladies out except for the hostess, which is just whack. Can't you just keep it simple, sis? Make your dinner plans chill, and don't feel like you need to dress up your outfit too. That way, you can actually invite your friends more often and not have to worry about guys showing up without their wives. If they're even remotely sane, they won't get any dumber from being left out of the convo. And if they do have a life, which I'm pretty sure most dudes do, it's hella unfair that they can't just leave work early so they can come over and vibe with you. Plus, like, research shows that eating dinner at midday is actually super healthy, but nobody wants to hear that cause fashion would totally roast them for suggesting it. And don't even get me started on how dudes always have time for whatever they want to do, just chill fam. Anyway, I'm low-key salty about how people are too busy trying to impress each other instead of actually having fun. Like, who needs a fancy dinner party when you can just come over and hang out whenever? It's also extra enforced, and it's killing social life and the happiness of actual families. In my opinion, ladies got to take charge and make some changes. Can we just simplify our lives and not worry about what everyone else thinks? Some of us are on board with this idea, but I'm wondering how many of you have the guts to actually follow through. Life is way better than now. Like, back then husbands, wives, and kids didn't have their own squad, and they were all low, key trying to avoid each other, feel? That was a major dead in for the whole home vibe fam. Then you'd hit up tea at night, though. I'm talking about them old school New England parties where you'd bring your husband, your oldest Lil, and everyone else who was important. The kid would be all about not sneaking onto the cake or being extra. For real, there were the church bigwigs and their spouses, plus deacons too. The ladies looked fire in their best caps and collars and those old school black dresses that still hold up today. The young girls rocked bright colors with lace details or white cambric dresses if it was, like, not even winter yet. The dudes were all about that black life with flesh-colored gloves that were straight fire. All assembled the tea party, literally. Some random servant would come in with a tray of cups and saucers filled with all that good stuff, and the host would be all, "Rave, can you bless this tea?" He'd do it, and everyone's eyes would be on the cake low, key wishing it wasn't so big. The girl who brought the snacks was like blessing, too. So they did the thing, and then the tea and coffee were out. The moms would be all about protecting those little ones from spilling a drop. The dudes would get all cozy, put their red handkerchiefs on their knees, and then carefully place that hot cup of tea on their laps, like it was a delicate surgery or something. They were low, key freaking out. Fam. Then came the bread and butter tray, followed by some rich cake and sandwiches. It was like they were in heaven. As everyone ate and laughed together, their elders seemed all, we got this. And nobody would have thought they could actually raise those little ones to navigate the world without, like, being totally messed up. But as the night went on, things started getting turnt. The kids were having a blast, pushing each other around and waiting for that next tray of goodies. Fanny, it was straight fire for their peepers and taste buds. They had the biggest oranges and apples, freshest cluster, raisins, almonds, hickory nuts, 3-cornered nuts, filberts, and grapes on the tray. Next up was a tray of preserved quinces, plums, or peaches with pitchers of real cream. Then, to get this party started, little glasses filled with lemonade made from actual lemons were served. Now, the youngins were low, key busy, so they could finally relax. They were too hype, cracking nuts and jokes that when the minister said, "Let's pray," it was hella hard to cut off a laugh in the middle and clean up their plates. When the minister came to say amen to their prayers, it got pretty chaotic. So they had to do some serious shaking and shimmying to get things back on track. After that, it was time for speedy cloaking shawlings, and all the love vibes visitors were giving each other hugs and kisses before saying bye for now. By 10, or shortly after, they were all tucked in between the sheets, ready for a chill night's sleep. Loki, though, throwing a modern party, that's a whole nother story. You got to break out the big bucks, hundreds of dollars, fam, and it's literally dinner or evening party. Who cares? The hostess is stressing about devilled foal, frozen puddings, and all that fancy schmancy mirroring stuff. She must have had dozens of hired chairs, waiters, and mantua makers going wild for them dress trimmings. It's like the whole house got to be off limits for days before and after. And don't even get me started on the host. He needs to have all kinds of wines and cigars on deck. You're talking more courses than you can count, fam, and it's like sit back and enjoy the ride while these skilled servers trot them out. But over fucking eaten. That's just basic math, bro. One might as well leave their brain at home when they're trying to fit in with modern society. And don't even get me started on the host and hostess trying to adult but really messing it up. Their convo is all stilted, 'cause they got to keep it chill, but honestly, can we just let them have one conversation without any major fox pass? And mistakes happen like locating a dish east instead of west, or the putting the wrong wine with the right dish. That's enough to make you want to pull your hair out. I'm low-key hella done with society for being so extra at this price. Like my OGs had it way better, weak lemonade and strong prayers all day, you feel. Then, Fanny, let's talk about women's fashion. There's one phrase that gets used way too much, but not in a good way. It's like, well dressed or whatever. First off, you got to consider fitness levels. Like wearing a super expensive silk dress on public transportation is just going to make you look wuck to me. And don't even get me started on gloves that they are so tight that are suffocating your fingers on a frosty day. High heels with icy pavement. That's just asking for a major lull. And bow after bow of ribbons and jewelry. Nah, not my vibe. A good dress is all about harmony, you know, but there are women out there who are hella clueless when it comes to fashion. They're like, I'll just wear whatever I want, regardless of the season or where I'm going. No, that's not how it works. And then there are these other women who can actually put together a solid outfit, but then they mess it up with some random flailing accessory. It's like, girl, you got this, but then you overcompensate and ruin the whole look. I mean, what's the point of even talking about this? Doesn't matter what anyone wears, right? But honestly, I'm glad we live in a country where people can express themselves freely. So, yeah, let's just enjoy the green trees and grass and not worry about what others are wearing. Yeah, as Loki, the sky ain't even green no more, right? Girls, by nature, all about looking fly and feeling good, whether it's lit or not. Everything that helps her vibe is on point, fam. It's hella extra how much moral drama and loss of self-respect is causing by women in the projects just 'cause they can't rock nothing but the messy, ragged outfits. If a woman got a hubby who's all about keeping it real or not, still let her slay for the kids' sake, you feel. My mama ain't as pretty as yours, said one me to another. The little homies had caught on to the rumpled hair, the wrinkled wrap, and them sloppy kicks that were good enough for nap time unless it was a party. Sickness aside, this is straight up wrong. Gee, nothing That makes home pop ain't nobody's business, especially when it comes to looking cute. How many young moms sittin' in their nursery vibbin' with the pic of their mom from way back? The neat dress, the fly hair, the happy face. So let your little ones remember you, boo. Don't be all pretty and tidy only when people are looking. Okay, that's just extra. And then there's the school situation, which is always on my mind. Papers everywhere with all these best schools. Ads like, which one should I send my mini to? And parents are over here stressed out, looking their little ones and being all, it's time for her to learn something. And that's true, but they ain't thinking about the fact that it's not time for her to learn everything just yet. She'll probably mess up before it even gets started. They don't consider that teaching and at school speed is straight up torture, and that adding more lessons outside of school, that's just cruelty. Gee. And the city authorities are all about humane ways to kill calves and sheep, but they're sleeping on the slow murder we're coming for as kids in New York fam. It's like everybody does it, or, oh well, schools do it. Ain't nobody got time for that, boo. When I see them little ones at 3 p.m. with their bent shoulders and pale faces, looking like they just went through a war, that's straight up wrong, Jay. And adding to that all the books they gotta carry around, it's like they're trying to prevent any relief from this whole situation. Yikes, I'm hella salty about our school system, fam. It's all on parents, not teachers, to get it right. Teachers are just echoing what they want, okay? If parents think P is whack, why should teachers care more than they do? If parents are low-key obsessed with cramming, filling the churchyards with kids running around like zombies, why should teachers even try? Sometimes you'll find a teacher who's all about keeping it real and not self-serving, but when the parent is all, it don't matter, 'cause another branch won't make a difference. What's good for the teacher to even bother? I was talking to my aunt once, and she was hella proud of her little girl who was literally glued to school from 9 to 3 every day doing her work. Whole bedtime. This little sis is only 7, but she's already a total bookworm. It's wild. I ain't even gonna comment on that extra. I'm just throwing out some vibes, hoping one mom will pause and think about what's good for her child's physical health. Maybe she should check out the schoolroom where they spend so much time and see if it's straight up torture or not. Like, her hubby is probably way more invested in his horse than he is in making sure his kid is healthy. What right does she even have to bring kids into this world if she ain't gonna take care of Rem? I got another thing to say about women. I hope one day they'll see getting sick as a total shame, not something to be ashamed of. Women and men with flat chests and stooping shoulders should get my props, though if you're born with an unhealthy constitution, that's on you. All I'm asking is for women to stop perpetuating their own sickness till they're healthy first. There's this one woman who's always tight, laced, barely breathing. Then she's off to the confectioner's shop or dentist's office. It's just a whole vibe. Low-key, Fanny's got the whole ball of life, but like who's all good with the essentials. Who's just chilling in bed till noon, never getting up for a sweat sesh, and whining about having no appetite but for pastry and pickles. Bruh, they're straight trash. Sentiment is cool and all, but if I were a dude, I'd keep it real with a woman who's always talking about how she can't eat. What's good, fam? Why don't she just grab a sick breakfast sandwich and go for a walk instead of redding around in a car? Why is she always munching on sweets between meals? Why doesn't she get some decent sleep and live a healthy lifestyle? The docks and confectioners have been getting all the love. Let the butchers and shoemakers take their turn, you feel. Someone who can't eat is always going to be hella wrong about anything. It's like waste breath trying to converse with them. They're just going to get all worked up when you call them out on their dyspepsia. But I'ma keep it real and not let their messed up insides mess with my brain. Let them go get some help and figure out how to put themselves together. Okay? How I rejoice when I meet someone who's actually got a chest, can look the sun in the eye and walk like they're still human. It's not a sight you see every day. If a woman got to run errands around the block, she needs a car, fam. But the men, they're more dead than alive, just sitting around smoking all day, too afraid to get off their couch and do some actual work. The more tired they are, the more they'll smoke like it's going out of style. Keep them up, lol. I'm 55 and I still feel like I'm brand new. To be real, I was born in Maine, but I don't eat all that extra pastry and candy crap. I walk instead of ride, got my own boots and a waterproof cloak and nobody's shin. My light. I eat good food, drink beer, and if you're feeling me, you can eat pap too. I get to bed at 10 and wake up at 6, rain or shine. I'm out the door dashing. Don't care about my clothes, but I'll die trying to stay healthy, even after I'm 6 feet under. Notes on preachers and preaching. Can you imagine how dishatanen it'd be for a preacher? Yes, Fanny's got some tea to spill, so I'm at church, right? And this dude's got a fire sermon in his pocket, no cap. We're talking 25 people in the room, but he's preaching like there's 2,500. You feel? Why not? If he believes one soul is more lit than all the world, why shouldn't he? It's because humans got a lot of the same vibes, no matter who you are. He's affected by the same stuff as everyone else, and if there's a row of empty seats, they've got to take a toll on him, too. I don't want to sit through some boring speech with no relevance to my life. You feel me? I need something for today, not some old school sermon about dead legends from the Bible. I'm over here living my best life, trying to keep it real. And I need a minister who's got my back, not one who's stuck in their library serving up outdated vibes. One day I heard someone say, what does all that have to do with me? And, same. What has the sermon got to do with you personally? Are you struggling? Too. I think it's because they get so caught up in their books, they forget about the human aspect. They need to get out there and vibe check with their parishioners, figure out what's going on in our lives and bring some relief. We're living on this earth for a hot second before we get to heaven. So let's make sure we're doing it right here, too. Don't be all about the afterlife, be about the life. And if that means putting down your tool and out helping out a little girl with her bundle, then yeah, that's the kind of Christianity I'm talking about. Yes, Fanny's vibe is low-key giving this preachy dude some real talk. Hey, there now, my gee. Went smooth, talking on his way. If preachers would study people more instead of trying to untangle them, complicated theological thoughts, that wouldn't even make a difference in someone's life, you feel. If they just preach to the person's heart instead of getting all caught up in the drama, Sundays wouldn't be so like a whack for women who are low-key, struggling with their own stuff. Heavy laden is a real phrase. Fam, let preachers remember that when they're trying to break it down in text and context, it's like someone might be waiting for some hope and encouragement. But if the preacher is too busy being extra, nobody gets anything. I'm just wondering, Fanny, would I be able to preach like that to a crowd of people who are all about that life? Would my soul not get all frozen up in there? And honestly, it's tripping how churches have these velvet cushioned pews and doors that only open a certain people. It's like, shouldn't everyone have access, no matter what they're rocking on a given day? You say there are places for people who need help, but it's all about the separation and exclusion, which is just not my vibe. I've seen people showing up at church just listening to the music and wanting to come in, but the social divide is too much, you feel? If that preacher was speaking from his heart like he was on earth, there'd be preaching empty pews. People want substance, but they're willing to settle for watered down stuff because it's what's available. I'm low-key salty about it. Our Catholic friends are doing better. Their creed is all about unity and everyone being equal, which is more my speed. Fanny's just chillin' behind her fam. You feel? She's low-key hyped that the mom of a bunch of little kids can come through for a sec before the altar to vibe with her spiritual side, and then she's out of there, 'cause life's got too many stresses. I ain't got their beliefs, but it's hella great that one dude is just as cool as his neighbor, no cap in front of God. You feel? It makes me breathe a little easier. No. I can sit and watch them come and go and be like, why is every single person, regardless of how extra they are, feels like they're part of that church, just as much as the rich dude from the old world who might be sitting next to him. This one low-key savage told me, I don't care what happens to me or how hard I grind during the week if I can cop a spot at my Sunday Mass. She's got that realness. Women all the way up and down the spectrum have more spiritual life than men, no joke. They're always feeling that church vibe sometimes, even when they ain't got it. For real, some dude told me, even then, that the devil can still throw him off. I'm not about that fancy, smency church life, 'cause memories of old school country Sundays make my heart skip a beat. Man, those shady sweet briar roads full of perfume and song and dew lead in to the village church. It's like a whole mood. The big all windows are always guiltless, no painted saints or cherubs in sight, just the breeze playing through with the scent of clover and honeysuckle and new. Moan, hey, that's when you know the vibes are right. Then there's those old snow-haired patriarchs rocking their sticks and chillin' with the fam, the little grandkids with cheeks as red as apples, and the farmers' wives all looking sharp in their Sunday best. It's a whole church thing. And that good old-fashioned singing. Nobody found fault with it, even the dude who was too hyped to keep quiet about Jordan. Then there's the handshakes and good vibes after service, and the little meetups by the grove for snacks and chillin'. The light filtering through the branches looking all cute on the country girls, and then it's time for some donuts and cheese and apple pie. Everyone just vibbin', talking about wildflowers and that. You, Fanny, was low-key sipping tea at this hella old church, vibbin' to the prettiest oak leaves being used for wreaths, and the rustic boys gettin' all star-struck, right? Then there's this little squad under the trees, beltin' Alpsong tunes like they're trying to win a Grammy. Meanwhile, the hella old ladies are over at the graveyard, skipping grass and clover, and snatching a few leaves for their mama bags, real tea anyway. I was sitting in this hot, extra church, listening to the pastor drone on about the Hittites like they're trying to put me to sleep. I'm low-key salty, fam, 'cause I wish I could be a schoolgirl again, back in that fire village in New Hampshire where Sundays weren't all about getting dressed up for the gram. People used to go to church 'cause they actually felt it in their hearts, not just 'cause it's respectable or whatever. And can we talk about how heaven shines bright in this world? I'm hella grateful for those country Sundays, though it kind of ruins my city Sunday vibes now. Every summer, when I hit up the countryside, I'm all about finding some old church like this one. But, bruh, it's getting harder and harder 'cause of these fancy pants city folk who come in with their own drama. Perfume and point lace, just trying to disrupt my peace, you feel. Can we please just keep it simple? So I went to a random church not too long ago, picked my seat, and sat down. The sexton was all polite and whatnot, but they had this one move where they march you up to the pulpit like you're in some kind of cult. Not my vibe, fam. This church was low-key fire, though it was plain. Neat and hella pretty with its holly stars and green pillars. The temperature was right, and the lights were so bright it felt like a Sunday fun day. Everyone showed up, from families to workers on their weekdays, looking all cute in their Sunday best. It was real tea. I'm so glad they had a church that didn't care about who was fashionable or not, just straight up worshiping, no cap. By and by, Fanny's minister came through. Now, Loki thought, God grant his sermon be fire too, 'cause these people are hella stressed all week and need a mood boost on Sundays. The burden, the first hymn he chose, was Death's Cold Arms, read in a tone that's straight up extra low. A wail from the organ preceded the singing, which gave me major feels like I just got tossed into a snowbank. Then the minister rose. His first salutation was, "My dying friends." Then he proceeded to spill the tea and tell them the old year was Loki dead. That's where it lay, with its hands crossed over its heart, and the afterlife waiting for its last beat. Then he reminded them that many of those present would be in a similar situation before the new year even starts. Then he told the youngbloods a wild story about some dude who died, and his friends sent him a message, the speaker. A dude who hadn't even joined the church. When he got there, he was like, "Creasin' is hella lost its mind," which basically meant the dude was extra crazy, and the pastor was trying to say it was a judgment for not joining the church. And then he said that though they waited and waited for reason to come back, his soul just ghosted without, and the inference was that it went to hell. Fam. He didn't recognize any charitable possibility that maybe his soul had a connection with the afterlife, but kept it on the low for friends and the pastor, which might have been some good vibes instead of bad. And though he hadn't joined the church, there was a low hope for his friends who were present that his soul wasn't eternally done with it. What right did the Almighty have to know more about one of its congregation than even the person himself? What right did he have to pardon a fleeting soul just cause they didn't go to the pastor's church? I'm not trying to be hella extra, but why do clergymen keep scaring people into heaven all the time? Why darken lives that are already hella hard with toil and stress Sundays? Can't come unto me, ye heavy laden, just chill in their Bible for once. Is God is love, even in there anymore? Is the human heart, especially the youthful one, touchable by anything other than fear? Would those young people keep looking at life through the same spiritual lens when they're done with leading strings? Would there be some major rebound from this perpetual gloom? These were questions I was asking myself, wisely or not. Like a father pitieth his children, I was low-key murmuring to myself as I left the church, with the last dolorous hymn still ringing in my ear. One called in Loki Death I Lie. How lit the change in the timeline of Fanny, the minister of old and modern times. The half-spoiled, underpaid, barely dressed, overworked, low-key, discouraged minister from back in the day is where's he at. The minister, before whose pen and caper came the worried faces of wife and kids, who was super nervous about a parishioner showing up, 'cause it might cut into their salary, which is straight trash. The minister whose body was like one with his soul, so his heavenly manna would cover all their bases. The minister who had to grow their own potatoes, but always rocked a black coat and white neckcloth. The minister whose kids were expected to be mini saints, while Fanny's free time was spent driving around the parishioners' kids. The minister who got disabled for more service and was just left out in the cold, browsing for thistles by the road. That minister is TB. A thing of the past. Instead, nobody bats an eye at articles announcing Fanny Rufus Rusk got presented with a fire autograph album from his friends. It's got $10 bills all over the pages, totaling dollars and K. And he was invited to a fancy collation. Or that Fanny Silas Sands got securities worth $10K as a thank you for his services. Or Fanny Henry Cook got a sick new house from his church. Or Fanny went on a Europe trip because his health needed it, and the community threw in the funds like it was no big deal. They're all good with that, bruh. They've figured out that ministers are just like people too, and they deserve respect. One, I wish this knowledge came sooner. I remember back in my day there were these good men who died without anyone even acknowledging their work, let alone showing them some love. And when they passed, it was always about the kids being left with nothing but charity, which is hella unfair. Now, clergy are just part of the vibe. Little kids don't freak out when they see them. Fanny's actually pretty chill himself. The more Christianity he has, the happier he is, and that's Loki expected. He talks about other stuff than the 10 Commandments. He plays games with his squad. If he's got an opinion, he doesn't care who knows it. I'm low-key glad that Fanny's no longer hella bound by traditional dude norms, you feel. He can chill with his squad, catch fish, shoot hoops, drive a whip, and row a boat without messing up his cleric vibes or getting anyone's spirits crushed. He can cop sick decor for his crib without being accused of being too extra. He can rock a fresh fit coat, boots, or hat without putting anyone's spiritual being at risk. He can cook up some fire grub or hit the circus. He can attend the opera and even get behind the reins on a fast horse. As a result, his stomach isn't all about that misery life. He ain't got no cavities, and his cheeks are popping. Again, every day I'm grateful that Fanny's clergy crew is trying to change the game. His wife looks hella better now, not like some worn-out old rag, and his kids are straight fire too. The congregation is low-key proud to have him on their team, but when they're being real, they know to step up and show some love when he's really struggling. They ain't going to bring Fanny down with that giving stuff just because he earned it. Now he can just live his best life. Fanny's no longer a cringy dude who's just trying to survive without getting offended by existing, but a whole human being with swag and substance. We're talking broad shoulders, a solid chest, and a personality that's straight fire. His wife, She used to be like the ultimate side chick, always grinding, making, baking, brewing, and taking care of kids, attending all these events with a smile plastered on her face, even when nobody really asked for it. But now, she's looking hella fresh, doing her own thing, and sipping that tea like nobody's business. The fact that Fanny's clergy wife used to be so drained is wild, all those tasks and responsibilities. Always on call, never getting a break. But low key, I'm here for the realness. I love seeing her rocking that fresh bonnet, seeing her kids living their best lives, playing piano, kicking it with their own crew, and just being themselves. And ain't nobody gonna bring them down. Fanny's got his own thing going on, and I'm hella here for it. Low-key, Fanny's table is straight fire with picks and all that jazz. She's low-key obsessed with her cups and saucers being fire, and the tablecloth and napkins are hella pretty too. I'm hella glad the minister's wife can just stay home whenever she feels like it. Okay. Not having to get dragged out on a wet day to see if Squire Smith's baby is gonna sneeze from all that wind, or risk getting in trouble with her hubby for not being able to keep up. It's lit to see modern ministers, spouses own their thing and hold their heads high like everyone else's wives do, instead of just trying to blend into the background and get some shade from people who are like totally missing out on souls or whatever. Bridget as she was and Bridget as she is. A solid, no-fuss babe with a thick stuff. Dress that hits above her ankles, she's rocking them leather shoes and gloved hands for days, but her face is still straight fire. She's got these hella honest eyes that are always downcast when people who think they're superior talk to her. So Bridget comes off the boat at Castle Garden, looking like a total boss in her Maria grade outfit. Bridget heads to this place, and the housemaid is low-key salty when she shows up. The word greenhorn is dropped, and it's like Bridget might as well be 60 or something. Bridget looks at the chambermaid's cheap dress, and then at her own, which is literally just a Sunday go-to-meeting outfit. She sees the housemaid's flimsy ruffle-skirt tinsel buttons and gets a little salty for real. Then she looks at herself and realizes why people are hella extra. When they talk about her hair, it's just not that fancy. But the housemaid's is on another level. But then Bridget sees the lady of the house in full swing. And it's like Bridget's world has been turned upside down. She's all like, did anyone else ever do this? Did anyone ever reach this level of perfection? And honestly, she's hella confused that she was just over here thinking about milking cows from her childhood. How extra! Fanny's whole life has been Loki just getting played by cows. Right? Anyway, can we talk about that curly-headed grocer boy talking all up in the housemaid's grill when he brings stuff, but never to Fanny herself? Loki, it hits her like a ton of bricks. She's gonna fix her hair and get some sass on for the guys. Too, she'll cop some ruffled skirts, boots, and rings, and her first paycheck is all hers. And that bonnet. It's going to be a $14 special or something, regardless of whether she can rock a pair of India rubbers or not. Like, hello, this ain't no free country. Fanny won't stand for it. Her peepers are pretty blue, and her hair is straight fire, don't herb out the rats in it. Okay. And those high-heeled gaiters. Yeah. She's got M coming for 2 months straight. When it comes to her soups, America ain't no Ireland or England, boo. Stealing is a whole thing, and domestics like to think everything that hits the floor is their own, but Fanny's all like, nah, the laws of gravity, though, they're more like laws of them just taking it whenever. Your no, what you got to do is switch mine to something less turn up. Like Bridget's code says, don't be all extra about using or thread needles stuff for the making or mending her own clothes. Isn't it just saving money from her pocket instead of buying a new dress or something? Mm-hmm. And India and rubbers are like useful articles. So don't expect her to provide them for herself. You feel. Who gotta send her gloves back to her 'cause they get all soiled for her. Colin Perfumer like gone in a sec, fam. Where do all the pins go is no longer a mystery, Tavia. Real ladies don't even notice it, but we low-key appreciate when she leaves us alone or a hairbrush, toothbrush. I guess there are those two ways to deal with servants. Now either you be deaf, dumb, blind to all the extra stuff, or you just keep getting into fights with them about their shortcomings. If a man is trying to leave his wife for a new one, he got to step into an intelligence office, find another one. Like, what does that even mean? Only the mistress knows. TB. And on. When you try to regulate the household work, they are always like, did it diff for Mrs. Smith? And are all like, girl, that's not relatable. Can't they just understand that we don't care about their ways of doing things? Any mistress who's ever been low-key living on grapes and no serves like Eve you feel. And can any phrenologist figure out if a kitchen bump is real, where you got to mess around for months to see if Mrs. Smith likes roast beef more than rare beef too? Also, if some adult wants to teach Sally or Bridget that meals don't have to be super strict all the time, and it's okay to chill with different schedules and stuff. We're hella curious about what Mr. Jones or Miss Smith would think if their clerk started spilling all the tea on how Jenkins Co. does its thing and they're just trying to get work done. And what if those petty annoyances that make them go wild start feeling a little stale? Shouldn't Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Smith have some other way out than just being cute in the Woman's Guidebook? The other day I saw this ad. A girl with good vibes wants a chambermaid gig. Now I gotta say, I hate the word genteel more than anything else. It's like a magic spell that makes everyone think they're better than they actually are. From those sketchy boarding houses to some random street selling super posh goods. It's all just a bunch of fake stuff. Even genteel schoolgirls who wear one fancy dress and think they're a geography genius, or the shop girls with their extra outfits but no comfy undies. It's all just a facade. Genteel Fanny is low-key crushing it as a chambermaid. Like, why would some rich girl want to do that? She's got to sweep floors, dust like crazy, scrub with harsh chemicals, handle hot coals, shovel ash, tongs and ashes, all while being seen by the neighbors doing laundry in her PJs. She might even get asked to answer the door, be all fancy schmancy, and take a baby out for air, only for people to trash her online. How can some fancy pants lady even consider hiring someone like Fanny? Would she know that if Fanny didn't answer the bell right away, it's 'cause she's low-key busy getting ready? And when Fanny tiddies up her room, would she be all about trying on a new hat or taking forever to do her hair? Girl, bye. Fanny'd probably take the scenic route just to avoid looking basic. It's literally so refreshing to see people rocking their honest jobs without trying to fake it. Like, there are still people out here who ain't afraid to get real with their work. And let's be real, first rate is a whole mood after reading that. At the end of the day, I'm more with the servants than their bosses, 'cause they can just up and leave whenever they want. But sometimes they're stuck in a hard spot. Wages ain't great, but human love and sympathy are what they really need. They might be neglecting the fact servs do have feelings too. you know? It's like their emotions get locked away like a secret burden. And when they don't get no love or support from their employers, it can fester into some real drama. So yeah, I got Fanny's back all day, every day. I low-key obsessed with how hard Fanny works every day. Bruh. She's got to put in all that energy without anyone giving her a pat on the back or nothing, okay? I wish more of these mistress types would step the game up and actually care about what's going down in the kitchen, you feel? Like more often than not, they chill in the parlor, getting all fancy while Fanny's over here grinding away. I know some mistresses can be hella toxic too, like treating their servants bad and making them do all the work. And let's be real, there are some people who are just hella wasteful and ungrateful, but that's not most of them. Fam, I think most good mistresses take care of their servers in a way that's actually respectful, you know. They're all about them dollars and cents, but sometimes they forget about the human aspect. Like, have you seen those flimsy dresses some of these girls wear? Meanwhile, their boss is rocking a sick outfit from designer land. It's wild how we can be so extra with ourselves while serving up low-key shade to our servers. Our moms and grandmoms were all about that helping hands life, fam. They didn't discriminate between who needed it most, whether it was their server or themselves. If they got a headache in the kitchen, it was just as real as one in the parlor, you know. And when it came to church, they weren't worried about some fancy dinner getting in the way. If we want to see good service, we got to put our money where our mouth is. Gee. We got to respect their feelings and treat them like human beings, not just a means to an end. I'm trying my best to be more considerate, but it's hard when everyone's so caught up in themselves. We need to reevaluate what we're putting on the table, both literally and figuratively. It's time for some real talk about love the neighbor as they self. Until then, let's keep it 100 and give our servers the respect they deserve. Yes, Fanny, good servants. Though your prob's gonna agree that mistresses ain't perfect, right? They got their own issues, fam. They might get hella annoyed about other stuff outside the kitchen, but they won't be all chill about any extra drama that comes with it. The head moment with Betty or Bridget is low-key the last straw you feel. But for real, people can't just assume they're always good to go, like they ain't got no feelings or emotions outside of work. Bridget's probably got her own life, her own vibes that got nothing to do with your daily grind. She's still human, Fanny, and she's got needs too. And honestly, you don't even try to check in on them. You just keep it moving, showing up for work without a care. But what if she did need help? What if she came to you with her drama? Would you be all supportive, or would you be hella dismissive? And then there's that one time when Bridget's feeling hella under the weather and got to grind out some heavy labor, but she's just chilling, ain't even trying to make it through the day. And you're all like, hurry up, girl, without even asking if she's good, you know. You wouldn't do that to your Beth, would you? I'm low-key salty that mistresses don't take care of their girls more often. It's like servitude is a real thing, and people need some love too. Low-key, they can't even offer us decent labor. I'm feeling like doing well is all good, but nobody's giving any props. And if you're struggling, there's no excuse, just anxiety about finding a new one. Again, like these mistresses are hella extra about their view not being in the kitchen. What's wilder than that? Though we get it, late hours need boundaries. But marriage is like the ultimate goal for most of them. Even if they're still grinding hard, they want to have a little love to make it all worth it. And honestly, why should we shut our hearts to that? As for Fanny's bettering herself, let her take the risks. Maybe some lady out there is like, all this talk about servants is so extra. But TB, being kind and humanly treating them isn't a waste of time. It's literally a thing. Treating them with kindness, not just because we're women, but because we want to be treated that way too. It's a good vibe to spread some sunshine in those kitchen spaces, even if it's just a little recognition or something. When they're feeling down, it's time to turn to M, not away from M. You can do that and not spoil them. It's all about showing love and good, well, instead of just serving up some eye service. So when a lady asked a servant for references, the real tea was when the servant replied with, "And where are yours, ma'am?" Loki more justice than you think. Now, let's move on to tobacco. I'm hella done with it. I don't hate its fans, though there are good dudes out there who die for their country, but still hold on to some toxic habits. Those patriots are just trapped as the slaves they claim to want to free. So what's the tea? Honestly, we women can't stand the habit. Now, grab a seat next to me and let's get into it. First off, I need you to chill with my ego for a sec. I'm not 6 feet tall. I don't attend women's rights conventions, which are like a thing. And I'm just a fun woman who loves more than hates. Fanny, bruh, I'm trying to live my best life, no drama or stress if I can. Whoever had a squad over friends and fam, that's what I want to be all about. No judgment on my thoughts or pen, you feel? If not, I'm low-key done with my umbrella and letting the tea spill. I hate tobacco. TBR, I'm a clean girl, and it reeks. Smells are wild, but I won't hold back. I ain't got time for that in my presence or our squads. You come for me, Fanny, with your smelly breath or toxic vibes, even if you're my hubby, don't me. I'm glad we ain't Mrs. and Mr. Fam. So am I. Imagine you set up your crib with aesthetic vibes, flowers, candles, the whole nine, but then some dude comes in with that nasty bar room stench and ruins it. No thanks. Or worse, lighting up a cigar while I'm vibing in my chair. Nah, not on my watch. You should know that women are individuals too, just like men. We got our own opinions, tastes, and smells likes. Women shouldn't be expected to suffer for the sake of their hubby's habits. Drinking ain't better than smoking, boo. It can ruin a person's life just as much. Men might think they're on top of their game, but trust Fanny, that don't mean they're not messed up inside. They got their own stuff going on, like empty chairs and dead graves to answer for. And when they come at us with sharp tongues and indifference, that's just a sign of selfishness. When I say tobacco ruins people, I know what I'm talking about. Like when some dude brings his pipe into the crib of a sick kid, that's just straight up savage. Or when he smokes in front of his wife, knowing she needs pure air, that's where it ends. Yo, fam, if a smoker always chooses the best spot or window, though, it's low-key rude to make everyone else breathe in that toxic smoke. Like, why do they always get to enjoy the good vibes while we're stuck with the stinky odor? I'm trying to buy a mag at a newsstand, but there's this dude smoking a cigar right next to me, just chilling. If I try to dip out of there, I find another dude doing the same thing. And even when I'm on the bus, it's like 5-10 dudes got cigars in their mouth, reeking up the whole car. At concerts and lectures, they'll just restart smoking again during the show. And outside, it's every second guy puffing out these nasty breaths from their pipes or cigars. I'm so over all these dudes acting like nothing's wrong. If they just called themselves men instead of gentlemen, that'd be a whole lot better. When some dude comes to visit, he'll leave his cigar stumps on a front steps and light up another one right before leaving. Even when he's getting orders from the delivery guy or something, he'll still smoke. It's like, can't they just chill for a sec? Fanny, bro, is straight up toxic. You feel. I'm low-key convinced that vaping and drinking are hella damaging to a mental health too. The damage might be slower coming, but it's def real G. When people admit they're hurting from drinking or drinking too much, but not when they're sipping on them juices all day, it's like, hold up, let me reevaluate my life. Meanwhile, smokers are all, now bro, I'm good, even when their own fam members are trying to tell them to quit. Like Tom Jones and Sam Smith can acknowledge that too much of a good thing is whack. But Fanny's all, I'm the exception, not the rule. It's fire how people trying to make excuses for their bad habits. I saw this dude in the streetcars, and he was low-key dissing his wife for telling him to quit smoking, like it was so annoying. The tea is real, though. You can't even find places where smoking isn't allowed unless it's church, and even then people still trying to sneak in a puff on the sly. When Fanny gets to that point where his own fam and friends are trying to stage an intervention, but he just shrugs M off, that's when you know he's lost fam. And when his own mini-me is growing up with a satchel full of smokes and cigs and tow, that's when Fanny's got some serious splaining to do. People say what's going on all these concerts and shows popping up everywhere. It's all about the Benjamins, fam. No smoking allowed. Signs are like the ultimate buzzkill, but people still want to get their fix, even when it's in the most inconvenient places. And let's be real, Fanny can't even have a convo with his wife when he's got his pipe in his mouth. It's like basic human decency, bruh. His wife is all, ooh, I'm so over this. And it's low-key relatable. Gee. Even the most angelic moms and capable housekeepers are getting worn down by the daily grind and Fanny's constant puffing. I'm low-key obsessed with my babies. Fanny's hubby, but bro, he literally has no idea how tired and hella stressed I get at night, you feel. And that smoke, fam, is like so extra to me. No cap, eh? Why don't she just speak up? It's because women are low-key desperate for some love and light in their lives, and they're all about endurance over confrontation. Know what I'm saying? Is this a real thing, or is it just like a dude thing? Tom is all like, chill a little, smoke ain't that deep. Nah, bruh, it's not about the smoke, it's about the injustice men do towards women. If your wife was all about that asafoetida life and had an open container in her crib, you'd be hella grossed out, right? Same with if she smacked herself or dipped for self-defense. It's not just about the smell, it's about being clean and presentable, you feel, isn't it? Like a man's duty to step up their game and be inviting for their wife. Tom's all, men don't see it that way, but I'm over here like, girl, you got this. Women will just keep on doing what they're doing because they deserve better. They'll hit up the next day's operatic matinee or grab a cup of chocolate to chill. Sometimes they even meet some fire dudes who don't need no pipe or cigar to vibe with them. We got to call out this selfishness, fam. It's time for women to speak their minds and stand up for themselves. I ain't judging no woman who's low. Keep protesting this stuff. Fanny deserves better than a husband who can't even be bothered to step up his game. And I got no love for the dudes who just sit there puffing away, expecting their wife to entertain him while they're all cozy in their own little world. It's time for some real change, bruh. Yes, Fanny can finally take a break from smoking that pipe or cigar, 'cause she's low-key sipping tea with him on this iconic occasion. Like I totes said it before, when dudes get into the whole vape habit, they're straight up savage, and they lose all sense of politeness and cleanliness, bruh. It's time for them to get schooled, you feel. Give the convicts a chance, fam. Ain't no charity more deserving of love than the one that takes those kids from their hella filthy homes in the city and puts them in healthy, pure environments in the country. No one who's ever been down those poverty-filled streets ain't going to ask themselves, what kind of humans are these kids going to be? Or how far is God going to hold them responsible for all that trauma they went through? Like, what even is childhood? It's literally a joke. They're already learning how to scam and cheat by the time they're 5. Their parents, low-key just sitting around waiting for their kids to get caught and face the consequences. Okay. The sooner the cops show up and shut those places down, the better, imho. But the little ones, they can be saved, sis, and they are being saved. That's some good news. There are these amazing dudes out there who dedicate their lives to rescuing them from poverty and giving them a fresh start. Gee, you might not even recognize them when you see them years later, living their best life in the country with their fam. They're learning how to farm, cook, and be productive, and they're getting the love they deserve. There's pure air, good food, and books galore. Sundays are even real. And when they grow up, that sweet hymn is going to be stuck in their heads forever, like a golden thread through all the tough times. Nearer, my God, to thee. It's like, bless those kids for getting a second chance at life, thinking about how much of a diff it would make if you change just one kid's life. That's the real magic, ain't it? Yes, Fanny's number is straight fire. Imagine her vibbing in her own home with a baby on her hubby's knee, getting all that good energy. But then she'd be low key in some harsh reality where she might have gotten lost if it wasn't for some sick charity. Now she's hella shook when she looks at her lil one and gets the heebie-jeebies while kissing it. And her bro, who's always low-key talking about his farm life, getting all rich and successful. Can that even be him? He used to rock a fresh hat, wear a coat with a single flap, and have them loose-fitting trousers. What was he even doing? Dodging cops left and right, and now he's chilling on the high road to nothing in some short jackets. This ain't a movie, fam. This is real life. People with dope backstories are going to be all over your library shelf, but you know what? You'll find them most unexpected places. Some hidden gems pop up when you least expect it, like a random asylum or home in a neighborhood you never hit before. They got some major props going on where they show up with open arms and no questions asked. It's all about comfort and help. That's what I'm talking about. But for real though, there's this other level of vibes that I'm feeling. Fam. In Massachusetts, they got these sick evening lectures to help out convicts in the state prison. I'll never forget this one time when I visited a state prison on a sunny summer day. Those hopeless faces, man. When they'd march by twos in line, all sullen and what not. And then there's them carding room prisoners, breathing all that dusty air all day. It was like, whoa, my lungs were screaming. The way the attendant just shrugged and said, "Yea, they didn't last long. Low key broke me. I remember those cramped cells, man. They're straight upper, but you know, what's even more wild? Sundays in that joint, stuck in there for hours with nothing but their thoughts and some Sunday vibes. And the only thing to look forward to is Monday morning. Work, fam." Loki, I'm dead when it comes to the fact that people do hard work just so they can get some basic human interaction. You feel. I'm Loki shook too, because I found out convicts were actually allowed books on Sunday, but like even if you got a book, the cells themselves were straight up dark as hell. I remember seeing sick dudes just chillin' in the yard, and when I pitied them, they'd be all, "We're not that sick." It was wild. I'm low-key impressed that humanity is so extra sometimes. Like we gotta hear about their crimes and stuff right in front of us and then have to point out their names and shite. No wonder convicts would just feign sickness. Bruh. But for real though, I thought the same thing you did, like, when are we going to find a better way to help people? And it's not like severity is going to fix anything. But then I got this letter from a convict who read one of my words or whatever, and he was all that helped me get through till my release. I'm hella glad I wrote that word for him. And now they're like having lectures and stuff to help convicts with their lives. It's low-key dope. Something about this whole situation is just so extra. Instead of being in the dark and lonely, they got something to look forward to when the day is over. It's like a window of hope or whatever in those cells. Let's hope we can learn from Massachusetts and do better. I don't know what Washington looks like on a sunny day, but the weather I was there was hella rough. The streets were literally mud everywhere, and it was just chaos. People were all over the place, gossiping and stuff, and you got to wade through the sidewalk to get to the streetcars or whatever. Low, key ankle, deep in mud jelly. But I'm all about that resolute life, you feel. So I went to see what was poppin' at the Capitol, and let me tell you, it was straight fire, even without millinery and dry goods. Everything is, like, totally possible. The night before, it snowed heavy, and the tree avenues were, like, so pretty with their white blankets on end, or just chillin' under the wind. Every garden seat had a round white cushion. Every statue was rockin', a snow crown no art could have made it look this hella beautiful. We had took that dome view by faith, though, 'cause the snow. King hid it from us. I was, like, totally admiring the rotunda, low-key, trying to be extra like my betters. I ain't been abroad, so don't me about my opinion on the pics, but I was low-key confused when I saw De Soto looking all fancy and rich in that crimson jacket with Spanish sleeves. I mean, he just came off a 1,000-mile wilderness journey, facing all kinds of struggles. He wouldn't be repping that outfit right now, if you know what I mean. I was thinking it was hella funny. But then, again, I'm only a woman, and I ain't never been to Italy. I was also thinking their dirty rags, wild hair, and dusty horses would be low-key iconic too, and they wouldn't need all that extra flair. Some of those horses in the other pics were straight up impossible. Though maybe it's just 'cause my education is wuck. When I was standing on Senate floor, though, I felt hella patriotic. I almost forgot my bonnet and would have gone off on a speech myself, even if it wasn't in order, you feel. It might have been fire for Es, but then I'd probably die from embarrassment, like the laughing gas. Brothers. This clergyman at the Senate opening who offered these hell eloquent prayers, I don't even know his name, but he brought some real heat. Years ago, no one would have dared say those words in that place. It was all about Weben with the energy. My breath came quick-looking around the White House. I'm low. Key hyped about how Fanny was vibing at this estate, and its decor was straight fire. For real, though, she was all about that green house and garden life, and that piazza back was giving major views of Arlington Heights and the tent city. The East Room, with its Parisian carpet. Mrs. John Adams would have been shook, fam. But for real, seeing sentinels on duty got Fanny thinking like, is war even a thing anymore? When you're chillin' in Washington and all these public buildings are getting guarded, it's wild. She walked through the patent office and had some major reflections. First off, she was grateful that our ancestors didn't have to deal with all this modern stuff when they were dying talk about a blessing. Second, she was like, how many brains did it take to people to come up with those ideas? And thirdly, what happened to the real inventors? Did they get the Benjamins, or did some fake dude swoop in and steal their credits? Fanny wasn't here for all that drama. She was more about vibing on General Washington's relics and how his style was like super old school. The plates, knives, and chairs. No cap. They'd get served in any fancy mansion today. And his camp gear. More fire than most mom's 1862 outfits. But Fanny was hella curious about the military stuff, especially General Jackson's coat. She was low-key obsessed with getting the tea on that dude's wife situation. Anyway, she spent some time admiring those vintage buttons and had some major thoughts that had changed the game if they were shared with the president. As for the Japanese silk robes, Fanny wasn't having it. She kept her distance while a soldier was trying to explain their value to her. Yeah, I feel you, she said with a smile. Loki, this stuff is hella expensive compared to how ugly it is. Like, I'm low-key vibbing with your response, bro, and I nod my cap and keep it moving. So I was chilling at the Smithsonian in D.C., right? And I saw a cane that George Washington got from Franklin, which is so extra compared to how fire our current stuff is. There's also these old treaties between France and us, and they're yellowed up. Like, what's good with that? It's lit seeing the signatures of all these powerful people, but I'm over it. Over it, fam. I tried to check out some steam engines and revolvers, but Tep D, I was hella confused. I mean, I'd need a PhD in history to even begin to understand them. So I just said, not my thing, and moved on. Then I hit up the hoop skirt section. It's wild how much they've come from back then. But sometimes I feel like people overthinking things can be super cringy. Like if you've got to deal with all that fabric, a cage is better than your hips, you feel. I got some real tea about public institutions, though so often they don't live up to the hype of who gave M the money in the first place. It's like, what happens when someone dies and leaves behind a bunch of cash? It's not always just philanthropy, bruh. Sometimes it's all about getting that name out there. I visited the Smithsonian, and fam, the building is fire, but the vibe's inside. Not so much. There were dust-covered statues and cobwebs everywhere. I'm talking about some serious inefficiency, like a whole other level of posthumous charities going wrong. Wills ain't always what they seem, you know. Sometimes it's all about getting that name out there, even if it means codiciled and guarded. And there were these pics of famous people. I'm talking about the real ones, not just their online profiles. If those guys heard how we're treating their legacy, they'd probs be shook. People making jokes about the fashion choices back in the day. That's some real tea right there. It's like when you're chasing that fame and fortune, you got to check your priorities, fam. Fanny takes pleasure in bottled snakes, sprawling bugs and stuffed monkeys and baboons, but they're too extra for her vibes. She ain't feeling it when it comes to them monkey faces, fam. They're just too wild and wacky. The bird collection is low-key fire, though. She's vibing with the birds, but also low-key ignoring the bears' skulls and other creepy stuff. Those birds are straight fire. Bro, they got orange and black wing, red bodies, or blue ones that are hella lit. They're so turned up, they're practically singing their own songs. You feel. The bird eggs are another whole thing. Too, Fanny's all about them tiny nests and colourful eggs. One feature in the place is a whole vibe. It's got these framed specimens of presidential hair, but like who knew they were low-key balding or had bad hair days. Some of the hairs are literally just 4 or 6, bruh. The exhibit is straight up hilarious. And then there's them big signs saying you can get embalmed if you get hit by a stray bullet. Fanny ain't mad about that one. But Jackson's equestrian statue, it's hella extra, fam. Nobody else could rock that pose without falling off the horse, and the sculptor was all like, General Jackson is the GOAT. Fanny was low-key done with discipline, unless she could get her counterpart going on from garret to cellar, or she'd be out of that army life in a hot sack. One morning, I stepped out into the bright sunlight and was like, Yas, Captain's drilling his squad for the day. Each musket was presented for inspection, and then it was tossed back to its owner's hands like they were nobody's business. That's when I rushed back to the tent and was all, Jen Butler, can we get some sauce with our pots and pans? Like, can we do a daily drill and have a guard house to keep us in check if we mess up? He was all, why don't you ladies just inspect your poor pots and pans? And I'm like, one other cook's out. Never, brah. Then he dropped that poor slaves vibe. And I was like, poor slaves. So I vowed never again to be that meek wretch who's all like, if you please, Martha, or will you please, Bridget? Nah, instead, I'm all about it. Orderly, bring me that baby. And when Bridget comes in with her is me, act going on. We're like, boys, you can take a break, but your friend ain't dead. And neither are you going to the wake. I'm not playing. We need some real talk. And when that roast beef is all burnt and stuff, executive, forefinger, bell and a phone, orderly, put the cook in the guardhouse, stat. But for real, women can't manage themselves like men do. We're too extra. Let's get some male cooks who won't answer back or need an hour to get ready. Guys who'll just do their thing, no cap. Cooks who know how to keep it moving, not playing with the sauce all day. Males who ain't always chillin' in the kitchen, taking up space. Guys who understand the importance of a tight budget and don't need no closet full of tumbler drawers or bureau drawers for towels. I ain't been camping for nothing. Out there, it's all about keeping it real, no frills. No spotless carpets to grease, no pics with golden frames getting wiped down, no velvet chairs, hot and red hot pokers. It's just brave men in little tents living their best lives and some straight-up fire pics of long lines. Yas, Fanny was low-key cruising through the army base, catching those slow wagons moving along and the cavalry getting turned up with their sparkly arms. Then there's these squads of secesh coming in, rocking them wild hats and trousers, but no shoes on them. And they're all like squads when they take that oath thingy, but instead of writing their name, they just put a mark in the book. Some of them be saying they shoemake for a living, and others got them contraband. Vibes going on. You'll also see some mules looking like they just rolled out of bed and fly lamps lighting up them little tents at night. On a cool evening, you can chill with the squad round the campfire, talking about nothing but life outside of that bonnet drama. And then there's reveal, and like, why did I even come back to New York with all its peace, meek vibes, and tame monkeys? We were just vibbing at City Point, waiting for that flag of truce boat. There was this camp not far from the river, and my first thought was that subtler spot, like a little shed with some goods displayed inside. I'm all like, me up, and ask M about them ladies' fans. My homie's all skeptical, but I'm like, nah, they got it. Turns out they don't have any for sale, though. But, oh yeah, we hit the books, tobacco, comms, suspenders. All that good stuff except crying babies. We kept strolling, and it was like no surprise when we found a soda fountain, watchmaker, ice cream, shanty, and more. I was so used to this life in General Butler's camp, I forgot how turned up I was. I took a walk in the woods for some wild flowers one morning, but then I got caught in a downpour. Found this little shed under the trees, and it was all bottles, and that youngin. He offered me a stool, and Key ended up taking over the whole place except for the bottles. I asked him what was good, and he showed me some sick photos of Dutch Gap from 1863. Then he's like, you want to sit for my pick, and I'm all hi-yas, but where's the French dress maker? If that happened, I'd be more turned up than a Confederate soldier at a ball. I'm low-key excited again, and I was saying how pretty it is, you feel. So I kept walking home, and I saw these trees getting chopped down, and I was vibbing to the woodman's axe going in, like, hard. And I'm thinking, oh, man, a photo booth in these woods. I was chilling at City Point, waiting for my ride to Annapolis, and I saw some tents with them green branches all trimmed up. And I was like, girl, that's so extra. I gotta go check it out. Homie was like, Ma, don't get too close, okay? But I'm like, we got this. So I was creeping up on it, and I saw the floor was all carpeted with these small pine boffs. Then there's this round table in the middle, and it's covered in green too. And, oh my gosh, there's these two little sofas in the corners, all cushioned with leaves. It's like nothing a designer could have done better. I was getting hyped because nobody was around, but then these two officers come out of nowhere and are like, hey, ladies, so come check it out. I'm chilling with them, and I'm thinking, you know what? This whole theory I had about men losing without women, it's whack. Like, if they're making a bower all fancy for no one to see, that means they care about something. I said bye to these two dudes and moved on. But while I was out, I saw the squad of colored troops, and it was giving me life. They were saluting this general like it's nobody's business. It was real, you feel, not just some performative thing. Anyway, I'm glad to be back in New England. It's all cozy and comfy here. Yes, like trying to get a 6th Street view, but it's whack with Fanny and Putty. You feel. In short, good vibes go to the Yankee faculty. Not all this hella thriftless energy. In Virginia, G. The grass is low-key lazy over there, and sometimes 6 spears pop up, doing their thing, then just chillin', leavin' a bare spot of sand. Till the next 5 try. Hards show up. But, like, the North will straighten out Virginia's grass game, no cap. I was vibbin' with the James River, sippin' on its soft shadows, and it looked hella beautiful that afternoon. I was chillin' by its banks. But For real, the black monitor looking all menacing while resting on its placid bosom. And them screeching shells flying overhead, it was like a whole mood. And then I thought to myself, no, Fanny would have loved this country if she was born here instead of up north, but since she's been around the block, seen what southern eyes get to see up north, could she ever be content with her southern birthright again? Nah, I don't think so. Everywhere in that region, it's all about them soldiers and sentries, no chill vibes. You got houses, but the fences are gone. People ain't looking out the windows. No little kids playing, no young ladies strolling through gardens. Just soldiers, ambulances, and empty Negro huts. And on the walls of those family mansions, rude charcoal drawings of ships, northern homesteads, and poetry verses. It's all about the tobacco life, you know. You ride around missing human faces, and then you see something like embalming the dead here, or coffins here. You're like, what's good? Then you see an ambulance creeping by, or some fortification like, it's war is a real thing, fam. And then you go back to city theatres and they're fake problems. It's like, bruh, we've been through the trenches, let's get real for once. Annapolis, though. That place is hella extra, like Herculaneum and Pompeii or something. The one horse hotel was straight fire, but then I went to Philly, and it was all fancy and stuff. So Fanny's trying to get some info from these old schools, right? Like she had to wake up super early 'cause the stairs were hard to get to. She snuck into the halls where the politicians chill and made it all the way to 2 huge piles of spittoons, fam. That's when she was all good with her exploration. No need for a tour guide. She put her hand on her heart. Lo, Key giving respect to General Washington. But she's real, you feel. Being born woo that reverence thingy, she can't get too hyped about it. And if they got to bring out the skeletons of the past, let others handle that, you know. The present is what's it for Fanny now. She's all good in Annapolis, Vibbin to General Butler and the 8th Massachusetts, showing the New York 7th how it's done. Unwritten history of the war, bruh. 4 years was a wild ride, though. Now we can low-key laugh at those neutral friends, and they're all like, peace out on us. We can chill with our patriot fam, and they're all like, peace out too. It's hella weird. No more stressing about the draft or pockets getting picked just 'cause you standing there looking at bulletins. Our soldiers are straight fire now, living their best lives with proud wives and kids and friends who got their backs. Libby's all chill, and Andersonville's already talking about building a place for our soldiers to vibe, and Broadway's just chillin', no drama at all. We can finally tie up our bonnets and let them fly without worrying about what's next. We're good, fam. I'm low-key thinking about all the pennies we got right now, and we defo gonna get them fancy silver coins back instead of these greasy stamps, fam. Maybe when Fanny's all about getting turned up, she'll for sure get that good life. If I'm a woman, though, I can still rep my girl moves and strut around, even if I ain't doing nothing to fight the good fight. But for real, though, I did get lit back in the day and helped out on some major battles. You can see it on this fire dress I got from when we dropped that 32-pounder Parrott gun on Petersburg. It's like a whole different story, gee. And honestly, I didn't even care about nothing when they said I didn't get no shoulder strap or nothing. But now it just feels extra. We've been going through so much drama lately that it's hella nice to just let loose and have some fun, you feel me? But for real, though deep down I'm just low-key thankful that all these innocent lives didn't get taken out of context by slavery. We need that freedom life. And if every single person on this earth just stood up against tyranny, it'd be like the whole world would unite and it'd be lit. But for now, though, with love for them who are still feeling the pain, that flag is still flying, fam. It's a crying shame we lost so many good people. I'm getting all emotional just thinking about it. I want to wrap myself in that flag every single day and never let go, like even when I'm dying. I want to be wrapped in it too. Can you imagine? It's like we're going to leave behind this crazy history of our war, but the world is going to keep on telling its own stories about how it went down. Not just about the big shots and generals, but about regular folks who stepped up for their country, no matter what, even when it meant losing everything. I'm talking about the ones who got locked up in prison with nary a thing to eat or drink, defying everyone who was hating on them. They might be forgotten by some people, but their names are still going to live on through us, and that's hella powerful. Gee. Yo, Fanny, lem tell you about this fam who was straight up hated for doing what they thought was right. They were all about keeping it real, but the haters tried to bring them down by wearing those bad vibes over their hearts. They kept it low key too, listening and watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. These OGs, they did what they had to do because they knew the fam is getting played while they got the benefits. Their homies who planted the seeds of change were straight up putting in work. Know what I'm saying? They wanted that tyrant to reap what he sowed, but at a cost. Their wives and kids were struggling, going hungry and homeless, just so they get a little bit of shelter and grub. And don't even get me started on the women who kept it moving with hearts full of love and smiles that hid the pain. One of them was straight up repping their country, doing what felt right, even when it meant putting herself last. She went back to her crib fighting the battle of life, but she kept it 100 knowing she had faith in a higher power. These are the real MVPs, fam. Not just the ones who got monuments built for M, but the thousands of OGs who put their lives on the line even when they ain't getting nothing, but mentioned in the list of casualties. But let me share a story I heard about John, who was home from fighting after being taken prisoner. He'd been out for 3 years, and just when he could finally chill with his fam, he got caught. They all knew what that word meant, Andersonville, Libby, and all the struggles that come with it. It was like day and night with no peace, just him thinking about getting food, because that's all that mattered at that point. Then they finally called for an exchange, and John got to go home, slow and painful as it was. When he finally showed up, the fam was straight up wild and out. They were hella hyped to see him coming, with tender love and care waiting in the wings. They wanted to nurse him back to health, get his fire back, and hear all about his war stories. And when he got better, forget about it, they'd make sure he was good as new. It was like 9:11 p.m. and John was finally coming. But what's weird is the girls were hella quiet when they saw him in the wagon. They just chillin', looking all calm and collected. Fanny's dad is low-key dead for 3 years, but he's still kicking, thank God. Fam, he can't even hug his girls right because... Eck! Maybe he's just salty or something. He's a total skeleton, too. And when his family comes to visit him, he's all like, bread, please. And not even really talking to them. They bring him food and warmth, but he's still just staring at them with empty eyes, going on about bread the whole time. When everyone in the house comes to see him, he still only says, bread. And that's like the last thing they ever hear from him, I guess. But people are all like, hey, we got to forgive this dude for what he did. I'm over here like, bruh, is this some kind of joke? What kind of mercy is this if you're just going to let someone do bad things and then set them free to do it again? It's wild that people are all about forgiving Jeff. Davis right now, but what about his wife, who was literally dying of hunger while her husband was getting all the bread? And what about the other wives whose husbands got killed in battle? Do they just get a pat on the back and, you're a good girl? It's so extra that people are ignoring the real victims and just giving the benefit of the doubt to someone who's basically a monster. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole mercy thing. Is it really in nature for us to be like, oh, you did some bad stuff. No worries, let's just move on. It feels more like grace or something. Can we please not make the parents of people who got hurt by Jeff Davis have to deal with this trauma and then also get to vote on whether he gets to keep his citizenship? That would be like totally unfair. Yes. Don't be all hyped about getting revenge on someone who key killed the vibes. Be real. We're too lit to think about getting back. Is a weak source way to express the self. Say something more fire, like, let's not let our joy make us forget to be just no cap. So, Fanny, if you got a beef with someone, hit me up, and we'll figure out a way to address it. Whether it's throwing some shade or giving Em a seat at the table. Anyway, that flag is still waving, but there are people out here who ain't feeling the holiday spirit no more. They're over here sitting in solitude, wondering where the magic went. The country might be safe from war, but what about when it comes to dealing with all this emotional baggage? You can't just choke that grief down like it's a bad sauce. It's everywhere. Even when we're trying to vibe on a couch, it's still there reminding you of what's missing. Even the food you used to make for him or her is turned into poison now. The sun's still shining, but it don't feel as lit without them. And even when you try to move on, that ghost of grief is right there with you. So, what can you do with all this drama? Face your feelings, fam. Sit down next to it and have a real talk. Say something like, see you, I know you're still here, and I know you ain't leaving. Don't try to ghost the grief no more. Anyway, when someone asks when Christmas is, just look in their little face and get them hyped about life again. They might not have all the answers, but they got a right to be happy, and you can help make it happen. Yes, little Fanny. Ah! Speak up to your fave thing, smize all over it. Help it catch them floaty lights that look super bright and turn to you, right? Live its best life with all its fire dreams, one after the next, like you did. They might not all fade away, and if they do, there's the lit memory of which even you'd be low, key obsessed with fam. Now, little Fanny, Christmas is coming. And Hunty, it's coming for you. There'll be turkey and pie, and you're going to stuff that apron full like a pro. There'll be blind man's buff, Hunt, the slipper, puss in the corner, and flowers galore for your feet, Fanny, though we all know those thorns are real. But for our soldiers' homes where death is literally taking everything, where them barrels of meal and cruces of oil are ghosted, let's keep it 100 on festival days and show some love to those widows and orphans you feel. Speaking of written history reminds me of that sick written chapter I saw the other day. I'm low-key thinking now that some all-wise providence spent more time finishing off humans than was hella necessary. No cap. I got to this conclusion last night while looking at the notes from our disabled soldiers. Before I knew it, hands and arms weren't even necessary for written, right? And I'm standing there with the legible proof right in front of my face, smiling. There was one dude who wrote with his mouth, and both hands were toast. That's some next level stuff that make an able-bodied person blush, just thinking about it. As a moral lesson, I wish every boy girl in the land could see this, how the mind can conquer the body. The power of saying, I'll try is real, but when you're all like, can't, that's just whack. I wished our schools would take their books on a whole nother level by showing them these manuscripts and signatures. I wish every man in this nation could see how these soldiers who fought for peace are still low-key heroes, fitting into their homes after being in wretched prisons for us. Is it safe? No cap. That's a whole nother convo. But for now, I'm feeling all proud and American as heck that this collection of manuscripts is going out to the world. It's hella lit when you think about Fanny having this genius idea. And nobody else is on it like that. I'm low-key surprised they don't have something similar in any other country. TB. The OG creator is straight up ballin', whether it's their squad or the skills of our soldiers. I got chills thinking about how dope this private is. Things should be showcased in a major way, like in the Capitol, fam. When I'm seeing all these fancy events and receptions for some big shot general, I'm over here thinking about those low-key brave privates too, you feel. They're repping hard even when they're getting tore up. I was hella stoked when John Smith and Thomas Jones finally put down paper like that too. They showed the world we ain't playing games no more. We still got hope even if we're all messed up. Gee, I wanted to be singing about America's vibes from Hail Columbia to the Star-Spangled Banner and getting those fancy art pieces out of the way so we can focus on something real, you know. I gotta give it up for Fanny, 'cause they got a vision that's lit for the ages. I wish more peeps would step up and create something like this. Something pure, unique, and straight up honorable. My summers in New England were straight fire. I was all about checking out old farmhouses, seeing if they still had that OG feel. The hollyhocks, the morning glories, the trees, it's all so iconic, you feel. And then there's the everyday stuff like the hen and dog just chilling, looking all relaxed. Lol. I'm low-key obsessed with how clean and simple it all is, too. One person is as good as another in New England, and that's a fact. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty, and they keep it real. Even the little details like them mats on the floor or them fresh napkins, it's all about keeping it straight, you know? Bless your heart. Fanny's crib is low-key fire with them cute pop of colours on the scarlet cord and tassels and that little blue vase on her shelf. Then there's picks made out pine cones, pretty as any street vendor could sell them, and them chairs with flowered chintz coverings. Now it's time to see this sweet girl roll in all fresh-faced and with them silky locks, and she's merry, fam. You ain't disappointed when you gaze at her, the soft light coming through the vine on... Look, use how flower the window. You see how flowers of beauty is wrapped round that rugged New England aesthetic, no? You see how no crib without thrift can be hella cozy to this New England girl. You see how she's not one to sit around and cry when life hits her. She's all about making that dough and spittin' bars too. She can whip up some bread, cook up a sick poem, trim a fresh bonnet, or row a boat like a pro. She's got them skills for days, and she can keep it real in the kitchen too, polishing that spot on a dime. I'm here for it all, if wheresoever fortune comes at ya, New Englanders always land on their feet. G. They can serve up pork and beans with the best of M and ain't never mad about getting roasted for it. You can't even begin to get all that sauce. Just trying, fam. You got to respect how they keep it real about prices before they cop it. And when a city goes down or a family hits rock bottom, New Englanders always step up with open hearts and purses, ready to give back. It's hella puzzling why folks don't get it, though. You got to be there now. The ones who ain't got that sauce for thinking about the price before cop in or passing on something, 'cause it's too extra. You feel me? They're all about finding that balance between being broke and being generous. Now, when you see what's psalms and hymns on the table, and the Bible too, just chill, fam. On Sunday night, they got this fire little sing, along going in that keeping room. Sweet fields beyond the flood stand dressed in living green. Who else remembers that one? It to her in broken accents when she was dying. What's psalms and hymns got to do or a vibe is like super sacred to me or memory. And the Bible, you don't think we're straight fire on morality and literature, though. I feel for a real New Englander who moves from a place where every peep has the skills to get it done, right? And then settles in a crew that's low, key hella lazy. You might think it's whack, but I think it's the foundation of all this superstructure they're trying to build. Low-key weird. The gods remove me from this whole vibe, 'cause this adult is straight fire at doing basic stuff like crawling a mile to pick up a straw and then forget where they put it. They do a lot of loop-de-loops trying to find that straw again and make a mess, but still keep scratching, scaring themselves. I'm dead, though a mental health unit is def the only end for this New Englander, because there's thriftless person, New England. That's like the goat, though. Does it do it, though? Don't their clothes even last 2 days? Are their buttons on point? Do their blinds stay shut? And don't their doors close smooth? Haven't the women been here before and sensed that extra? Don't the men know what's good? Ain't their kids got backbone, moral, physical? They got a reptubu to be real. And I'm low-key obsessed, them kitchen vibe-shining pans, pewter pots, and them dish clothes is clean as heck. I miss an old school dresser or kitchen utensils laid out after every meal. I want to peep into that closet where the tea ain't in the coffee thing, and the starch mixed with pepper, where the rolling pins all white looking like pie crust, where the clothes pins is tucked away, clean till next Monday's wash. Where? What's the point, though? Gotham's Gothammering, always going to be Erin, and New England, God bless. Fanny will always be New England, for they're not that leaving to infuse thrift through the veins of the country. Well, you perceive that I'm a total New Englander fam. While in Brattleboro, I got permission to write in the quiet, empty schoolhouse during the summer vacay. I thought, while chillin' there of the probably fate and fortunes of their absent occupants. How many senators, how many presidents, how many artists, how many sculptors, how many authors, how many men, women, and of note might make their starting point from that very schoolhouse. I'm low, trying to keep the stats from this time, had I got a sec. You must know that it's an article in my creed that a New England cradle is the safest and fittest to rock a baby in. In other words, that a New England foundation is sounder and better than any other. The superstructure may be laid elsewhere. I had almost said anywhere, this being secured. With these views, from which I'm totally fine, if you want to disagree, I look around on these vacant seats of our future, men and women, with intense interest. The war is over. People say, I say it's just begun. The smoke of battle having cleared a lill, he that hath eyes to see shall note the dead who are to be carried out of sight, the maimed who are to be tenderly cared for, and the vultures who are to be driven at all costs from feeding on what's as dear to us as our heart's blood. This work these kids will have to do. Pinafores and blouses they won't wear forever. Balls, kites, and dolls are now. Earnest men. And women they must be, being New England born. Earnest for the right. I plead as I glance at the teacher's desk. I don't know him who wields a power for which I wouldn't exchange a monarch's throne, who must face, in this world, and account for in the next, these boys and girls who look to him for guidance and help. But whoever he is, I trust that he holds his office for sublimity and honor second to none. I trust he looks beyond today when he gazes into those clear, bright eyes where his teachings are mirrored like the branches and blossoms in the clear, still lake beneath. I trust he sees in those boys something beyond a trousers tearing, bird's nest, robin crew, out of whose craniums must be thumped fun, and into whose craniums must be bored grammar. I trust he sees in those girls something besides machines for sewing on buttons and frying flapjacks and making cheese. I trust he don't expect to run all these kids like a pound of candles into the same shaped and sized mould. I trust he knows a properly developed head when he sees it and believes in individuality of character, whether male or female. I'm low-key glad to hear that he doth not see only dollars yayas. Fanny is low-key a total boss, you feel. It's true, please? That's not even on his level. I'm talking about mum. No cap. You can keep your empires and thrones, whoever they be. When it comes to schoolmasters, it's all about getting the blessing from above. If a preacher needs God's stamp of approval before preaching, then Fanny's got to put his game face on 'cause he's working with holy ground, no? So I chill in this empty schoolhouse watching birds vibe through the open window, and I'm getting all that clover and new mown hay scent. It's like my cityfied nose is finally at peace, you feel. Anyway, Fanny got a tale for the young bloods out there. There's this Green Mountain sculptor in Brattleboro, and it's straight fire on a crisp winter night. Snow's falling, stars are shinning, nothing but vibes going down. I'm telling you, it's quiet, like, but then some lights come on in a little white house, and a youngin comes out all bundled up with his squad, building a snow pedestal. They're working that dough, figuring out their art, getting done without no drama or interruptions. Occasionally they hit the house for some heat, and mum's love. The whole operation is low-key magical till this snow sculptor finishes his recording angel thingy, and now it's standing like a boss right in front of them. The squad takes one last look, and then they ghost it, leaving that angel to shine on its own. Daylight starts coming, and the stars are low-key out of sight. The town's waking up, and even Crazy Jim is getting his morning on. He sees the recording angel, and he's like, fool, what's good? His brain's all mixed up them childhood memories of angel, but for now, he's just standing, starstruck, while the city comes to life low-key still, though. Now Fanny's got a farmer from the mountains Vibben over the snow with his horse and sleigh, all lit up with them tinkling bells, and he's low-key hyped. As the morning is comin' on, the tea's poppin' that there's an angel in the mix. Schoolgirls and boys are forgettin' it's 9 a.m., standin' wide-eyed by their parents who are straight, up amazed by the figure's beauty and curious about how those fingers made it so sick. Had Brattleboro, with all its natural fire, had a genius? Was Vermont, brimmin' with other treasures, just chillin' on the sculptor vibes? Artists didn't usually show up in Brattleboro in midwinter, no matter how many heat waves they got during the summer. The hotel books were straight up empty, so who could it be? And what's a bummer that this fire piece would get lost in the sun and fade away. Amidst all the crowd sipping on wonder and admiration came an editor who was low-key intelligent, sympathetic, and appreciative. They wrote a lit account of the snow angle. The paper hit Nicholas Longworth's eyes, and he immediately sent an order to Fanny for a marble replica thrown in some extra cash as a heads-up. That was straight-up solid praise. That looked like the universe was getting ready to take notice. But our sculptor didn't get too cocky. He finished the beautiful statue and used it to fuel his next move going to Italy, where he could vibe with the right people and get the goods for his craft. One fire creation after another has followed, and now they're all vibin' as household treasures in his own land and state. I ain't a Vermonter. But if you love its mountains and peeps that much, I'm good. Still, though I didn't get born in the great state, I'm hella proud of Fanny and his moves like I was raised on them grand mountains. I wanna make it clear that Larkin G. Med was straight up born and reared in Vermont, nowhere else. While I was there, every state should be low-key doing a religious duty to gather all the war relics they got connected to their peeps. The window of action is closin', but it's passin' fast with each one you got 1 minute. It's going down fast. Life is heavy, fam. Most people are feelin' it like, what are we doing here? Think 'bout a lil' cousin's future, fam. What these relics way be to them today. This jacket all torn up, bloody bullet riddled, went through so much battle one day. This shoe patched up, you needle thread in their prison day. There's some blibby, 2 times what beast fiddle would tell you about the relics memory farm. Emos 4, ever to be mighty attention, pridey. I was causes I saw his new right arm on. Mess dude caught his right arm on, messed up front. Not the jackknife come right after, bottle of she got the people finally but raid while she get married, turn before playing final. He can make a gay pride all interest is I lucky thinking about this to property, it was Lord D good and D Friday be in a reform math and now stam low defee. Then one of them said, if we had a fiddle we could HV some music. One of them said, we could play on that. Another dude said, same bro. So Colt said, we got to make fun. Then they started making the fiddle. They got maple stump. They made it into fiddle chaps. Flew out, they roll cheered. And then they needed a lid for their fiddle. Colt looked around, found an old box from Vermont one day. He took the best part of it, made it into a lid. He polished it with glass, made pegs from Sassish cattle horns, the strings what from the general's horse tail. Bro, I got this lil vibe going on, like that satin wood. Fanny sent from Fail. But was it hella lit with music? For sure, fam. That fiddle straight fire. Now, let me ask, is that fiddle gonna be all about Vermont and passed down to the next gen? You feel me? With the name of its creator, too. I'm chillin' in this low-key wooden crib, vibbin' with his story and checkin' out the fiddle first, then his twisted arm, and finally that fire baby on the carpet. And I'm thinking, thank God you're a Yankee, fam. Now go spread the word about that fiddle. And I already did. They got these relics all over the land, though let each state rep their own. It's a cause of them humble homies who never want to be in the spotlight. They don't get no fancy pads, but they're still low-key heroes. Let them get some respect from future generations. Anyway, after Vermont, back to the city life. October's gone, and I'm missing it so hard. Losing that gold mutton in the country is a real bummer. If you came to town, you'd want to see a dusty house get turned up. That's what I call a test. You got a response. What if I had no house? Now, if you're interrupting, just chill to decide between dinner vibes, poultry, beef, mutton, or veal, and dealing with the mice in your closets. Instead of chillin' by the river, watchin' boats glide on that polished surface, or gazin' at mist rollin' off the mountain. No way, fam. Give me them flowers and fresh grass any day. Not to mention hot mornin' sittin' in intelligence offices tryin' to decipher applicants for your kitchen range. When you're stuck in the city, fightin' mosquitoes all night, when all you wanna do is hit delicious roads shaded by trees with cool water drippin' from mossy rocks. I'm low-key salty about being back in this crazy city, Fanny, after a wild summer vibbin' with nature in the mountains. I'm good, though ain't got time for all that fancy new style of bonnets or stuff. I just want to rock up without a care and stroll out bare, face no cap. Them top boots with red and blue tassels. Brew. I just wear whatever comfy shoe fits, you feel. New dresses are hella extra, thinking about all the drama around buttons, threads, lace, the whole 9 yards. That's just too much stress for this one. I sat down on my dusty trunk, looking like a hot mess with cinders in my hair and fingers stuffed in my ears to block out all the noise. They were hella asking me about what was poppin' with this and that. I was like, Jesus, what's good with women? They're always getting their life together. That was just the first salvo low-key got my patience tested. But now that the household is ship-shape or whatever, it's hella nice to chill in my own little nook, fave chair and all, like I'm sitting pretty, where it's cozy and neat, with everything in its own spot. It's lit, too, that I built this order out of chaos. Man just eats up the credit without giving it up to nobody else. I'm low-key hella proud of myself, just 'cause nobody else will appreciate all my hard work. Fanny, instead of shirking it like a Loki savage, I'm more of a tree hugger than a broomstick enthusiast, you feel. A fire sunset is way better than some sports game, and I'd rather vibe with flower gardens over sewing machines, if you know what I mean. But when we go back to the city, how do we even cope with its extra energy? Every living thing, animate or not, is like, chill out, be kind, be happy. We grow more chill in the country without even realizing it. In the city, though, we're all about being hard and hella productive. But honestly, we don't get as much out of life as we think we do. It's wild how the opera might be better than our actual lives right now. We wonder if the Queen of Sheba fabrics in the store windows are even worth it compared to the real life beauty of nature. Like, have you seen a sick sunset or hiked through those mountains? Our bones age from trying to keep up with this spick and span nest 2247. And when Gada says that people who listen to their hearts are complete, what's our chance in the city where everyone's all one ways upping each other? It's been ages since we've seen someone struggling or in need. It's like a whole new world out here, and we're low-key shocked that we used to be okay with this stuff. We almost dread ourselves. Teb, our life feels super extra, and it's hella sad. We can't even get used to the city vibes anymore. It's all worn out faces, fast-paced living, jaded people. I'd rather imagine myself in a field of moss-dripping rocks with birds chirping and squirrels running around, or chillin' with my squad on a sweet grassy road, or just enjoying some quality time with my fam, the kind where everyone's happy and relaxed. That sounds way better to me than this chaos we're living in. We feel stifled, so we throw up our hands and are like, what's wrong with us? Yo, keep it moving, faster than a loaf of bread can get baked, where churches are straight fire, but poor peeps can't even breathe a prayer in them, where rulers get voted in by hella whiskey, not actual wisdom, where on the flip side of that thin wall you got between your crib and the outside world, all that drama with life and death goes down without no one even thinking about it, where salty tears fall, but you low key don't care 'cause your neighbor's all good to go, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I'll get stiff in time, but these thoughts got me feeling hella miserable right now. Boston and New York, the difference. If you live in Boston, you got to rock them. Sunday, outfits every day of the week, no cap. If you're in New York, you can just throw on a loose wrap and be good to go without worrying about getting ghosted by the haters. In New York, you can wash your one pair of tights every night or have 7 new ones on deck. Ain't nobody judging. In Boston, though, they got all up in your grill about them fancy socks and shawls, like they're trying to keep it authentic. In New York, it's cool if you want to take a walk on Sunday, as long as it don't lead straight to the church door, you feel. In Boston, though, if you breathe in some fresh air without going through that pulpit air first, you play in with fire fam. Rich peeps in Boston got to keep it contained like they're stuck in a talismanic circle or something. In New York, though, rich peeps can do whatever when they want to, no cap. If it's about getting literary, you don't need to be all up on the shrines. If it's genuine, you can low kenial whenever you feel like it, and your foundation will still be good to go. In Boston, though, if you're trying to chill with a parcel, people be all like, nah, you must be poor. In New York, they'll take you for who you are, regardless of where you shop or how much swag you got. If you want to keep it low, board just 2 servants instead of 5, and forget about the rest. Your grammar and manners will speak for themselves. And that's a fact. In Boston, though, if you try to chill with nothing, nobody'll even notice. You're low-key into the Crystal City, right? So, like, I'm all about old Boston, but for real, it's a hater, you feel? It's got that whole Boston snow vibe going on, and it's all like, I'm better than everyone else. But for real, though, when people stay stuck in their ways, they start to get all fossilized and outdated. They're just trying to hold on to the past and ain't willing to adapt. But like, let Boston be born in Boston, And when it starts to grow and thrive, if it can stay woke and not get too full of itself, it should probably move to New York, fam. 'Cause over there, they'll get thumped around and have their conservative vibes checked by the people, you feel. New York's got its own thing going on. But for real, though, without Central Park, it'd be a whole different story. Gee, I'm all about that park life. And I never go to New York without giving props to whoever came up with that gem. But like, back to Boston, it's a whole nother vibe, And at night when the sun goes down, it's low-key lit, fam. The lake, the swans, the trees. It's like a whole different world. And then there are those little kids running around in their cute outfits, playing with their parents. It's like they're trying to be young again for just 1 hour. But here's the tea. Central Park ain't perfect. You feel those grown-ups over there always trying to ruin the vibe by sitting on benches and puffing on tobacco. And don't even get me started on those policemen who are all like, kid, you can't play with the grass. But for real though, if they could just chill out and let the kids be themselves, it'd be a whole different story. So yeah, Boston's got its own thing going on. But at the end of the day, one city don't need no stinking Central Park. Over here in New York, we get to vibe like we're our own little world, you feel. I'm low-key obsessed with the vibes still. It's time to roll back home, you feel. With streets all clogged up and ferry boats too, and a million locked wheels and scratched carriage sides, and those horses getting hella nervous. It's like no chill for a peaceful drive. That's why we New Yorkers are hella into Central Park, though. May its boundaries be like totally endless with our tax bills, though. I'm dead, can't say more. But for real, my first love was Boston Common, that og gem of a spot. Those sat and wet afternoons were lit when we didn't have all this grammar and geography stress, you know. We'd just chill, pick buttercups, blow thistledown. It was hella fun. And if our mom said no to us coming home, we'd just send out our little ones into the frog pond and they'd be like, Slay, I'm good. The big tree was low-key iconic, too. We'd look up at its branches, and it's like, whoa, this tree has seen some wild stuff. Now there are new trees where old ones used to stand, and I'm hella out of touch. Just watch me get all nostalgic when I see a youngin' who looks just like her mom. I'm low-key laughing, thinking about how old I must be. Why don't I just walk with a stick now? And then I look up at the Boston State House Dome, and it's like memories are popping off. I recall those legislators scurrying around and us thinking we were going to get caught in some wild Inquisition vibes. But now it's all hella funny when I go back there. I sit on a seat trying to conjure up the hours, days, and years between then and now. But instead of feeling old, I'm just ready to scamper off home like a squirrel about some things in New York which have interested me. The Battery was my first night love. I'll never forget how I was hella taken by Fanny's vibe, or how she drew me in under those fire tree shades to breathe in that fresh sea air and watch the dope ships come and go, or just chill calmly at anchor, with every line so clearly defined against that bright sky. It wasn't the move back then, but honestly the better. It's still not the move now. Fanny was still low-key lit when I hit up Trinity Church that one Sunday, still vibing off those sweet choral jams in my ears. Low-key though, for my G Battery, that spot's still whack. The sea's still there, no corporate drummer can mess with that, and the ships still roll in and out, but the grass is getting thinner, and the dirtier paths need a major cleanup. What a waste, fam. I was hella salty, like, why can't New Yorkers rep their Battery in Central Park at the same time, in good faith? When I reflect on it, I'm low-key salty that Fanny's trying to steal all the public love. What's a horse to a ship, though? That's some major blasphemy right there. What's the extra drama with them equestrian esquad goals to the majesty of the sea? The fancy cars and suits ain't got to compete with the real Meveep. Fanny's got this. I'm talking about the fresh-faced fam trying to navigate this new city, their babies in tow, all bewildered but happy as clams, or just chillin' at Trinity Church, getting down on their knees and praying, like they're in a whole nother world. What's the toy lake gondola, swans, posies, bronze eagle, and cops with them white gloves, compared to Fanny. She's still my spot, even if it's all going down. I'm calling out New York for being hella capricious. It's time to get the battery settled before it's a hot mess like City Hall Park. Not that I'll ditch Fanny just 'cause they build a smallpox hospital there, but I do want to take charge and put this through in one swift move, like a female General Butler. It's a real pain being a woman, though. Now the wharfs, that's my jam. I love sitting on M, watching the world go by. Yes, Fanny, I'm low, key chillin' on this pile of decks with my boots hanging off the edge, vibbin' to the sailors in their fire engine red shirts and seeing them unload all that foreign fruit. Just imagining where it came from, okay? I'm so over people, man. I'm more about the vibes with stuff now. They keep it real, no drama. I also love strolling through New York at dusk, seeing all these people rushing home. The merchants like, peace out on profits and losses, you feel. The labourer's got his tools and an empty dinner pail. The working girl's got to keep it together. The mom's walking with her little one, talking, the sweet nothin'. The youngins are hopeful. The cute ones are sipping on love. The little beggars are counting their pennies. The boot blacks are popping off too, singing like they got $1 million coming. And then there's all these sparkly lights in the shop windows making everything glow, and them omnibuses crawling up and down, carrying humans everywhere. It's lit. Low-key, there's a hella snowy wreath and cross above where they're about to lay Fanny. There's a sick coronal for some bride and a gay duet that's low-key bright for an actress. You just chillin', looking at life's alphabet, vibbin' with these sweet flowers. But then you get jostled by a cop and he's dragging this sad, drunk woman to the station. People are all about Niagara, talking about its fire roars, but what's that to the roar of a city like New York? For real, some people can't even care when they see oppression go down. You feel. And others get hella salty just watching it happen. I'm low-key convinced most shopkeepers in Naya cool to the girls and women working there, treat them with respect and all. But sometimes I see this dude being a total simp and talking trash to them in front of customers for no reason at all. And when you're just trying to cop some stuff and you get caught in the middle, it's like, gotta protect that girl, right? Right. The shopkeeper's bad policy is super off-putting. But I guess it'd make people stop talking trash to her too. When ladies go shopping in Nye, they're usually vibin', but sometimes it's super cringeworthy when the dude with the jot's all extra and talks to them like that. The worst part is when he's done being a simp, and then he's all sweet and charming again, asking you what else he can show you. You're tempted to say something sharp back, but you keep it quiet, so you just chill with the girl for a bit and apologize for getting her in this situation, and you ask if that dude does it to her all the time. She'll quietly tell you, maybe while she's getting her things together, Fanny, never in a million, asking her why she's low. Key stuck is so pointless. Okay. You know how it is with women getting paid and grinding in the city. It's like, till she's got another gig, it's hella hard for her to even think about leaving, you feel. And you're all good mourning her, trying to be nice, but you're just trying to avoid getting knocked down by all these people rushing around. It's like every face is a individual trying to get where they're going, and you can't even catch your breath. It's all about their own life, their own hopes and fears. And sometimes it feels like the whole world is weighing on, just like Fanny's got on her shoulders. And then you get to your doorstep and it's like, oh man, I messed up. Facing your dressmaker, all like I forgot to match that trimming, and wondering if written about this whole thing would even make a difference. 'Cause let's be real, might some dude who's all hella cheap with his employees get all salty about it. But not just 'cause he's cheap, but 'cause he'd lose some ladies who'd otherwise be low-key good customers. There's this one dude in New York, though, who's a whole nother level of extra. He's like the og bad boy, and every woman he meets is just she, you know? Never mind her name or nothing. She's just a random human to him. And then there's this whole thing with him being all gross on public transport, making comments about some other dude's booty and expectorating everywhere he sits. He's all about those peanut shells, snap-tin at people when they're trying to chill. And when it's time to get off the bus or train, this dude is low-key a menace. He's running wild, crushing little kids and tearing up some ladies' clothes just to show who's boss. Sometimes he stops someone in the middle of nowhere, making them do his dirty work, 'cause why should anyone else get in on that action? He's all about being the kingpin, even if it means looking like a total savage. And when you finally make it to the end of this journey, he's still got that mean face on, muttering oaths and adjusting his crazy jacket, just chilling. So like Fanny's chilling in the city parks, right? And the city corp is all, I will give every 100 kids one seat. But they pick the sickest ones to chill on it. Meanwhile, little kids and their aunties are trying to find a spot to rest, but no cap. Sometimes he's sitting on that seat, just chilling. But then he's all like, oh yeah, I'm a trip that kid, or I'm a freak out in your ear for a sec. Or he's throwing pebbles at the kid from afar. And when he's feeling extra savage, he's like, yo, you ain't been bully. But really, he's just trying to get under people's skin. He's also low-key harassing ladies, asking them who their beau is or whatnot. And if someone's trying to clean a window, he's all like nose gum. Or he's kicking trash cans over just for kicks. Sometimes he's at the theater, rocking that red shirt with flowers in it, looking like a total extra. But then he's throwing stones at cars and smashing glass. And when people are all shook up, he's ghosting out of there like nobody saw nothing. I guess this is what the dude will be like when he grows up, just a straight up simp and troublemaker. I'm low-key shook by Fanny's outfits. They're so extra, like for real, a green coat and scarlet waistcoat. He's rocking white gloves and a broad hat band, but only 'cause he's serving his master. You see that cockade on his hat? It's like super awkward, right? Only military dudes wear it back in the old country. I was vibing with a gent in a fancy vehicle yesterday, cruising with them nice horses, and Fanny's sitting all up in the back, looking proper bored. His master's got his back to him, too, like they're not even trying. I mean, what's good, but I'm low-key glad it's not my thing. Okay, for real, though, when we were all about our God-given rights. Why are these dudes still serving up this old country flunkyism? They're just a mood, fam. Weak wives and silly daughters got him in check. Fanny's probably sipping on some serious tea, thinking, why am I out here looking like a total simp? And then there's the flag situation. It's all like super sad. Gee. Anyway, let me take you to this fire newsboy's spot, 128 Fulton Street. You know how most peeps just want to grab their paper and go, But these little dudes, they got lives, fam. They're sitting there looking at you with them 150 faces, each one telling a story about struggle. It's like your heart's got to give out. We should totes do something for these kids. Some of them are literally nothing more than nursery-age strugglers just trying to make it in this wild world. You got your own little dude at home, all bright-eyed and curious. That's what we're talking about. At breakfast, Fanny just chillin' on his little plate. Whoever's little stories and questions always get the same turned attention. Imagine this little dude, prob 7 or 8 or 10, getting out of bed at like 1 or 2 a.m., sneaking into the dark streets, half-clothed, starving alone to some newspaper office, waiting for them damp morning papers, and grabbing his bundle, hurrying barefoot and shivering to some newspaper stand or depot on the other side of town. Imagine your little Charlie doing that. Then if that was all, if this drain on their physical maturity as kids were the worst of it, the devil laughs 'cause he knows it ain't. Big boysman, eventuate, why not Fanny? If he can pass off bad change, who cares if he grow up good or bad, just so long as his newspaper comes in time to hit the spot for breakfast. Who's going to care about him living or dead? What does it matter? Though, that's how this poor little dude thinks. I got it last night and all that. The newsboys' lodging house thing means... And when I looked around at these boys, I was low-key scared because they're addressing me like I'm some kind of weirdo who don't know what to say. They might have been kids, but they knew life like any grown up would. It's like they've been through actual hard stuff and came out on top. So when Mr. C.L. Brace started speaking, please God, he keep it real and ain't got none of that creeds or theology stuff. Just give the open arms of some good savior who's all about the low-key and the friendless. And he did. It was a human address, feel me. The God he talked about wasn't out of their reach. It was like gold, pure and real. He had all in the palm of his hand, and straight to the heart too. I saw that. They answered his questions like they knew exactly what was going on, and if you laughed at some of their wild ideas, next thing, tears were in your eyes thinking about how we care about these little dudes, whether they're awake or asleep, and we ain't forgetting them. Now, and then you see a face or head, and it's like, what, the head was lit, and I'm not lying. Yes, Fanny's got that mum's boy vibe going on. Heck, if her dude was low-key a simp, or if she even cared lol. And when they were vibbing with that song about the friend that never grew tired, my heart was like, hi yes, no cap. I'm hyped for you to hit up New York and show some love. They're all about feeling seen by people you feel. It's lit for their lives, and it gives them that self-respect and motivation to do the right thing. Don't forget to cop from Mr. O'Connor and check out those fire little beds they sleep in, bruh. For real, go, and if you can spit some bars or tell a sixth, well, that's a win. They'll know your name next time they sell you a paper. So don't forget to shake hands. G. Take Charlie with you to show him the newsies who hit the ground running at 7 and 10 years old, working hard without no fam to take care of Rem. It's a lesson that'll blow his mind when he finds out some of those same kids are owning farms in the West now, all because they worked hard selling papers. Tell Charlie that's the real deal, and I bet he won't be crying about nothing but sugary snacks no more. People who hit up a big city like I can be so extra, man. They're always following the tourist traps in guidebook fashion, doing all the right things. But I'ma take it to the next level I'd write that travel book if my chain were long enough and it'd be lit, because I wouldn't be stuck on what everyone else thinks is cool. I'd hop over fences, ignore the usual touristy spots, and hit up some real hidden gems. No fancy hotels or lords for me. Gee, if nobody else wants to read it, I'd still read it myself. That's where the truth is at. It's a major key, bro. Yo, fam, I'm low-key thinking about written a book, but no cap, that's def not happening. Sometimes I'm just vibing on the idea of just chilling with my squad, speaking from the heart without fear of getting roasted by the haters. And that's exactly what's been going down at this Fulton Street Daily Prayer meeting. It's literally the most turned thing in Nike. You got people coming together in a tiny room with a reading desk and some benches, just vibbing to their hymns. Take a seat, watch how they get their spiritual energy on. You see, there's all kinds of folks here, men rocking them suit jackets, some with hats, but mostly just straight up businessmen, porters, hand cartmen, cops, and preachers too. Even the youngins 18 or 20 years old, and the OGs 40-something. They all come together to just, you feel me, ignore the drama of the world outside for a hot sec. They want to take care of their souls, not just their bodies. It's regardless of how lonely you are in this crazy city, here you got people who got your back. Never mind all that creeds and stuff. That's not what they're here for. But if someone's got a burden, some pain or some sorrow that's just extra hard to deal with cause nobody cares, yeah, they're praying for them. Fam, it might be the dude next to you or that guy over there. Nobody knows his name, but they're all pray for him, And sometimes you might be thinking, prayer's so extra, but hold up. When you're in a tight spot and your hopes are dwindling, maybe you'll be all cool God. And Beto, even if you don't believe in prayer, it happens, lol. Anyway, this 1 hour meeting is straight fire. The hymns, they're low-key the best part. It's not all about getting a crowd of people to sing in tune or nothing. It's just genuine energy, fam. Fam, I'm low-key vibbing all them old hymns, no cap. Sometimes I get that hella homesick feeling, like when my ex-fave Swiss dude's singing his fave mountain jam. You can pick up the hymn books and point to, that angry God thing. But I'm good. I love looking at your face, even if it ain't perfect, and all that. Don't get me wrong, a heart tone in your voice and a love look in your eye. When I'm feeling down is everything to me. I was so here for that meeting, fam. I'm low-key gonna go again. It was hella homely and Christian, you feel. One dude said, them souls, and I'm not even mad about it. I liked the foreigner who couldn't rap straight. That's just more fire to me. Ed who all them people were, but I'm low-key obsessed with how Comb to Jesus was sung. What a heart ring that still rings true in my ears. You can say whatever you want about priestcraft and early Edu, but for real, I see the wheat in it. With submission, though, I think Sunday schools got kinda perverted from their original intent. Back in the day, they were all about teaching kids of poor parents some biblicals. Now, I watch these rich kids in dresses tripping to church, and I'm like, why are their parents just shuffling this duty onto Sunday school teachers? Shouldn't it be on them? Those little ones need carefully thought out lessons, not just some surface level indoctrination. I mean, don't get me wrong, I got love for all the good Sunday school teachers out there, but it's us when parents are extra about their kids looking fly on Sundays and never thinking about what that teacher might be telling them. It's like, shouldn't they be asking, what's the tea? or something. It's treasonous to say so, but it feels like some parents are just too caught up in their own Sunday fun day to care about their little ones' souls. Yeah, yes, Fanny, fam, this whole situation with these little kids getting left behind by teachers while their poor peeps are still stuck in the dark, that's hella sus. Like, who cares about the kids wearing them fancy clothes when they ain't got nothing to offer at home? These teachers, though, they're all about that Sunday school life. Know what I'm saying? They get these kids together from the hood and mission schools, and it's like a whole different vibe. The parents are popping, and the kids are vibbing, but they ain't got nothing to look forward to at home. So when Fanny here sees these kids in the 5 Points or whatever, she's all about that Sunday school life, you feel. Like, these kids got to have something better than this miserable existence, and if some good people come through with food and shelter, it's like a whole blessing. And them teachers, man, they're the real MVPs. They give those kids dinner or breakfast when they ain't even got nothing. And that's hella cool, talking about practical Sunday school, fam. It's lit. You listen to these kids sing, and it's like your heart is going to choke out from all the feels. These teachers are doing real work, man. If they just taught those kids some simple songs, it'd be worth everything. Those words stick with M, and they're like, hey, there's a heaven out here for me. And when you listen to Little Rascals sing, it's like the whole room is lit up. It's like that seed that the wind blows around and suddenly, bam, you got yourself a beautiful flower. Nobody knows how it happened, but it just did. Loki, Fanny's just chillin', thinking about nothing or something, in this emerite vibes where it's all like, meh, what's up? Some peeps got their watches out and are vibbing with them every 5 seconds, shuffling their feet and just looking at that cigar like it's the real MP. Others, they're all like, slay, I got my daily papers, right, and been extra with their study sesh. Meanwhile, though, there's this class of folks who are all what to do, just twiddling them thumbs 'cause they can't even afford nothing. But like the ladies, they got it going on. They're never out of style. Are they rocking some new kicks or showing off that diamond ring? Got to make sure them bracelets are popping too. They're all about looking fly and feeling like a queen. So when the next girl walks in, it's like, oh, did she make this herself? Or is it straight up designer or just some knockoff? These ladies are like detectives snooping around and asking all these tough questions. They're all about getting the tea and who's got what's good. And when there's a whole crew of girls in front of you, it's like, hey, I can scope out the competition. So, like, Fanny was talking to this girl, and she said, what's up? Has she ever dropped any new knowledge on us that we didn't already know? And Fanny's all, dudes always getting roasted for their bombast and platitudes. Can't a woman even get some respect? And then there's this girl who said, hey, if she can hold an audience, why shouldn't she make that dough? Is it less turnt than just marrying anyone to cop a sick life? So Fanny's all about the ladies and how they're living their best lives. They're out here making moves, getting fresh air, and meeting new people. At least they ain't stuck in no rut like some of the dudes are, and if someone gives them lip in the audience, does it hurt less than a harsh word from their significant other? Fanny's all about consistency, though if conservatism is going to hate on its own women for speaking up, then let them stay out of the way. Fanny's like, grab the best spot at the club. You feel she ain't afraid to hustle in public spots that are low key poppin' already. And she straight up asks herself if these dudes think they can just swoop into her seat 'cause they don't want to move. It's real talk, though there are many ways a woman can be low key savage without going all out. Not that I'm hella mad or nothin', but I ain't got the clout to speak up for myself, unless it's for someone I'm hella extra about. But for real, Fanny shows love to those who can get it done. There are so many women killing the game in this field, we don't need nobody to defend M or apologize. The old vibes of opposition still pop up sometimes, and you'll catch some salty comments from people with their mouths on M, especially when it comes to them who's getting it in financially. They can handle it, though they got a crib, they're getting that dough, and they ain't worried about nothing. They got a safety net, and they ain't afraid to share the love with those who are still trying to figure it out. It's all good. But for real, Fanny's all about the ones who are doing the Lord's work, female lecturers, sculptors, artists, astronomers. You feel the ones who are keeping it real and hustling hard. Not like some young dudes who ain't got nothing to lose, and expecting everything to come easy to 'em. They say all evil's got to happen, and they're just over here sipping, like me, I guess. Their whole vibe is all about they level at the same level of importance. Nothing's sacred. Nothing's worth fighting for. It's whack. When you're around them, it's like breathing in the worst air ever. You can feel hopes and dreams just getting sucked out of you. What's it to M that some dude is struggling with his chains? What's it to M when the world is all messed up? They should at least try to do something about it, but they're just over here sipping tea and waiting for someone else to fix it. It's so extra. And when the old heads are talking like that, you feel me? You got to have some sympathy for M, but when you see young dudes acting all out of touch, man, it's just sad. Sick, fam, Fanny, some tea for you. So, like, when shopping in New York, you got to cop with these different types of clerks, right? There's a hype clerk who's low-key trying to impress you with his moves. He's all up in the air, tossing around goods like they're playing a sick game of catch. And then he's got this crazy speed with his price announcements. You're just standing there trying to breathe, and you're like, oh, got it. But then he does it again, and you're over here thinking, bruh, I'm damned. Then there's a clueless clerk who thinks you mean blue when you say green. Like, what even is that? They're all up in a grill, trying to give you the short end of the stick on the price. And they'll be all, they got to go home tonight. Good luck with that. Next up, we got an extra clerk who's just a little too close for comfort. He's like right in her face, staring you down like he's trying to read a mind. And then he's all, is this what you said? You're supposed to need X amount of yards. Like, chill out, fam. Then there's a lazy clerk who's just messing around with you while they're on the phone with their squad. They'll be tossing around goods like they're at a flea market, trying to keep you occupied so you don't notice they're ghosting you. Last but not least, we got a sassy clerk who's always playing it cool. But for real, fam, they got this perpetual cold in their head that makes them all snotty. They'll give you the tea one bite at a time. Like, here's the price. And here's another thing. You're just over here trying to get a buy on, but they're keeping it real. Loki, that outfit was fire. Then there's your clerk with the whole I-key vibe. What? Ask them about prices or something. No cap. That's hella extra. The idea is low-key savage. You just want to cop some basic stuff, so you're out of there as fast as you can. Next up, there's your dandy clerk. Is that cherry coloured necktie straight fire, and those wristband sleeve buttons are on point too. And the hair is low, key flawless. That seal ring on the little finger, the cut of that coat, it's like they're trying to be the shop's mascot or something. Don't they know they're giving us shade just by existing? Last but not least, there's your straight, up honest clerk. Whoever you are, they ain't trying to sell you nothing extra. They give you space, they answer you civilly, and they count that change so precise it'll make you want to come back for more. As for the female clerks, I'm good, 'cause I rep my own sex whenever I can. You know, stand by them no matter what. There's actually some dope variety in how they work, just like with the guys. If I were to join them, I'd be hella torn between a dude or a girl boss either way. When you're dealing with a brute, he's going to be that too. And when it comes down to the bread and butter, God forbid you get caught in the crossfire. Now, if you called out a woman who owned the shop, she'd call you out hard. But if you messed with a dude, he'd just try to claim it was the law and low-key threaten you. That's some real tea. I've seen some gorgeous ladylike women running around as clerks in New York too, but there are also some basic ones who pretend you're not even talking to them until they take their time checking out the dry goods on your back. Some of them look so worn down and homesick that it's like they want to spill all the tea on your shoulder. Yes, Fanny can't even handle that much perfection all the time, or she'll lose her mind. It's like trying to take a sick pick on the beach, you feel. The vastness is low-key depressing and overwhelming, so most people just want to chill elsewhere. When I'm hella confident, when the day is poppin' and the vibe's eyes are right, I put on my best face and cop with the squad. When I say squad, don't get it twisted. It's not like a wild mob or anything. It's weird how squad thrones can be so extra in other places, but at Stewart's, it's like they're on a whole different level. They just magically become a bunch of proper little Sunday go to shoppers who line up and don't even bat an eye at anyone else being there. Maybe it's the low, key good energy from those fly clerks. Or maybe it's the aesthetic vibes of that Italian-looking dude arranging silk on the counter, making it look like a fire display of flowers. Maybe it's the rich guy strutting around, looking all high and mighty, or the way cash just floats in and out with his neatly tied packages. Maybe it's the sight of that fur cape on one of those spinning mannequins. Or maybe it's the cloakroom upstairs where ladies are low-key stressing because there's too much to choose from. I'm dead how happy I could be if either Fanny or my other favorite person wasn't around, because I know if we had all the money, we'd cop everything at once instead of dealing with our husbands being hella stingy. And let's be real, when I'm at Stewart's, they're just so extra and try hard in a good way. Honestly, Fanny can't even explain what makes it work, but I see those women at other stores being hella rude to the clerks and giving extra attitude. But not at Stewart's, they're just chillin' like a flock of sheep waiting for their turn to cop some goods. Yas, Fanny's low-key spendin' all that cash on purpose. The working girls of New York are straight fire right now. No place is more dramatic than Nike when it comes to poverty and wealth going at each other. First impressions, the women here are hella real. You got your fashionista jostled up against the working girl trying to make ends meet. looking at Embo, you're like, which life is more turned out? The one with the fortunate wife who's all about that club life and only eating breakfast with her fam a few times a year, or she who's just as salty and ain't never got nothing. Like, is this all there is to life? A great book about women is deaf overdue. People are trying to say something, but they're all like, I'm a dude. Or, I don't get it. I'm a woman. I don't want to talk about it. Who's going to write that real tea remains to be seen? In the meantime, women's rights is still a work in progress, and people are just over here wondering what's poppin' with all the girls. Let me tell you what's going on with these working girls. They're out the door before your breakfast even hits its stride, and their toilet ain't even touched. They're out on the streets, 2s and 3s, getting it done, while everyone else is still sleeping. Their breakfast is straight trash, like they just chow down in a crummy tenement house with 2 girls sharing a tiny bed. It's $3 a week for board, fam. They ain't even got no space to breathe, and the little Flanagans next door are getting all up in their grill. They're shivering like crazy 'cause of the wind, but they ain't got time for that. Faces, hard lines appear there. Their brows are knit, their eyes are sunken, their fit is wok, and so extra and low-key, always a hat and a foxflower or some messy arty on it. The hair done in a low-key attempt at style, a messy petticoat, a greasy dress, a well-worn sack or shawl, and a gold chain and earrings. Now follow them to the big, dark-looking building, where 100+ of them are making hoop skirts. If you're a woman, you've probably worn like 10, but they little did they know what was going on in them heads as their fingers were glazing the wire or getting ready for covering it up or making sure the tapes held it down. You could not stay 5 mins in that room where the machinery noise is hella loud and you could only lip sync a person talking. 5 mins. Why, these young'uns bear it from 7 till 6 p.m. week after week, month after month, with only half an hour to eat a slice of bread or an apple, which they usually eat in the building, some coming from far away. As I said, that machinery noise is like Niagara. Bruh, observe them as you enter. Not one lifts a head. They might as well be robots, for any interest or curiosity they show, save always to know what time it is. Low-key pitiful, you almost want to cry yourself looking at these young girls. Only $3 a week do they get, said I to this brawny woman in a tenement house near where some of them was staying. Only $3 a week, and all that goes for their board. How then do they cop themselves? Hell has nothing more hella bad than her cold. Sassy reply, ask the dry goods men. Maybe you ask, why don't these girls just go out to service? Surely it's better to live in a clean, nice house with some respect and a healthy vibe, rather than wring in every last drop of their physical energy. It's better surely to live in a bright, cheerful place where you can hear good vibes and eat wholesome food. Why don't they? First cause, sadly, they think being a servant is low-key, the worst even from their own miserable spot, but mainly cause when 6 p.m. rolls around they're their own boss, with no cap till another day of grind begins. They don't sit in some underground kitchen, waiting for the bell to ring and wondering what's poppin' outside. More's the pity that the street is their only escape from all the squalor and drama and mess of their life. Fanny's got that low-key tenement house life. You feel, no cap, there ain't no decent boarding houses for her people, so she just walks the streets with her squad. Who can blame her, right? Them shops and lights are hella lit. She's low-key wishing she could cop all that fire stuff. She's always eyeing them theatres, where those youngins got their own vibes going on. Her life is straight out of a movie, fam. But for real, the future is wuck, and it's hard to get excited about nothing but grindin'. Is it no surprise she don't want to go back to that dark tenement house or them factories that got her body achin'? Talk about virtue, though ain't nobody got time for that. Sometimes Fanny's like, peace out. I'ma find myself a low-key bad boy, but it never ends well. She goes back to her life and it's like she's stuck in some kinda nightmare. But then there's these modists like Madame, who got her own thing going on. That woman is raking in, and she don't even have to lift a finger. She pays rent for that mansion, but instead of making clothes, she just tells people she'll make Emma a dress and find all the materials herself. It's like a scam, though she's getting all that dough on the side, and her employees are getting paid peanuts. But hey, it's a flex, right? Then there's these other modesties who are straight up trying to low-key fleece their girls. They tell him they need more material for dresses, so they just throw it away and use it themselves. It's like, lady, you got a whole household of stuff, but your employees can't even afford a meal. Yeah, that same modest is employing 25 girls at the starvation price of $3 on $3.50 a week. The room they work in is straight up tiny, about 9 feet by 9 feet. But hey, that's just part of the hustle, right? Fanny's squad lived in a low-key crib with just one window, but whoever got there early enough could cop the spot and save their peepers. 3 sewing machines were popping 247 by day, and that little room was like their own personal pad at night. When them 25 working girls rolled in for their shift in the morning, you'd think they'd be hella tired by 4 p.m., right? Dark circles under the eyes, hands clutching temples. It was a real thing, sometimes, when the pain and exhaustion got too much. One of those girls, Lizzie, was only 15 and an orphan. But she kept it lit, even in that dead room where nobody smiled or told jokes. Always looked fly in her clean little calico dress, smoothed out by herself. The squad thought she was the only ray of sunshine in that place. But one day, Lizzie just lost it literally. Her needles dropped from her fingers and she broke down. I can't even do this life no more. George got to come take me away. So she got hitched to George on the low, who was a railroad dude. Next thing you know, he gets hurt, can't work, and they're stuck without cash. Lizzie goes back to Madame, keeps it under wraps about her new fit, apologizes for being late and begs to get back in. She's like, hey, I'm so tired. I didn't mean what I said. But she got a rep as a skilled worker, so they let her back in. Lizzie worked for a hot sec while she was on a honeymoon, still getting paid the same rate. When George got well, she's all, yes, we got a married woman in the squad. I'm ghosting Madame. She had to take off without pay, 'cause it wasn't the end of the week. But she didn't care. She was living her best life with George. That dinner was hella disappointing, fam. Like, if Fanny and her squad were low-key struggling with their work life, would they be all about them fancy robes too? They'd be like penance vibes, you feel. There's another type of girl who works in those fire shops in New York. Are they not getting paid better and living their best lives? Let's see. An extra $1 or $2 might sound nice, but they got to keep it fresh with them clothes and find a sick pad to live in, which makes the prices for food and all that drama go up. Unless they're hella lucky and have a parent's roof over their heads, they won't be able to save much, except maybe if they got a lil gift like bean an accountant or having them artistic hands to, like, make pretty ribbons and laces. They get that they can cop anything in the store for real, though, which is low-key a win. But, bro, isn't there some good to this bad situation? Are there no girls who are just trying to grind through poverty? I got one in mind right now, Fanny, aka Nature's Queen, with that face as fly as any lady on the cover of these mags. She's been through all this struggle and still looks like a boss, even after years of dealing with the struggles. Her wages are still the same today as when she started. I don't even want to get into what kind of places she called home. But let me tell you about them long walks she took to get her paychecks and how she had to deal with all that drama, just keeping it real and strong in God. Those little remittances she sent back home when she was struggling, sending clothes and nothing but hope. That's the kind of move that'll leave a mark, fam. But honestly, humanity ain't done shining a light on this issue yet. There's some dope organizations popping up to help these girls, like this one called the Working Women's Protective Union. That's all about finding work outside the city for these girls who can't get no love in the concrete jungle. They're trying to be free from servitude and just do their own thing. Yaz, Fanny's got a new gig. She's low-key running an embroidery crew on sewing machines, and they're all good, fam. The catch is, these chicks get the lowdown before they hit the road, and their parents or guardians are always hyped about it too. They even got a squad room with sewing machines. If you want to learn, they got your back. This lawyer from New York is also giving them a hand, making sure those employers don't go free when it comes to pay. Some of these girls are straight up 14 and under. At first, they were all about staying in the city, just chilling, looking for work or whatever. But then they got some letters from their squad who hit the country, and let me tell you, it was a whole mood change. They had these fire stories about fresh air, wholesome food, and good vibes. Even a few got hitched to ex-govs. Even if nobody's going to marry a governor or nothing, just knowing they're trying is lit. This country thing is like stricken at the heart of the problem. You feel? These girls are getting worn down by the system and temptations, and we all know how hard it is to keep going when things get tough. So let's give props to the New York Working Women's Protective Union. That's a whole lot of good work being done. But for real, washing a baby, that's some next level drama right there. You think it's all calm and composed, but no. There's 4 delicate chins to wrangle and all these rolls of fat on the neck that needs scrubbing. Don't even get me started on the ear, nose, toe situation. She's low-key a boss. You gotta have game to get her little fists opening while trying to keep it real with your baby talk. Fanny trying to rock that tiny red high top. When I'm like, she straight up hates being flipped onto her tummy or laid on her back, and she's low-key salty about it too. She's all, nah, bro, I can stiffen myself out whenever I feel in, so you can't even get me to chill. And sometimes she curls up in a circle, and you're like, girl, I gotta adjust this whole setup, 'cause you ain't cooing with nothing. When I'm listing off all the clothes that gotta come off and on again for her to get dressed, it's all about doing this before the fire, regardless of if it's hot or cold outside. And let me tell you, every now and then we gotta pause so she don't choke or get all twist up in a bad way. You feel? When that last string hit, and Fanny finally gets her groove back, man, she's like the ultimate mood. She's rosy, diamond-eyed, scarlet, lipped all smiles, just vibbin' with them big old white eyes, and them tiny little lips all smushy. And then she just does off in my arms, quivering her whole body, whole mackin' them cute little sounds. It's like, how can you not love this little human to the moon? It's all about that love measure, fam. The children got their rights, and it's all about respectin' 'em. I'm low-key livid every single day when I think about the injustices done to kids. Last Sunday, I was at church, and this little dude, 12 or something, was just chillin', taking notes on the sermon. There's this dude sitting next to me, all dressed up, and he's creeping over to see what the kid is written, which is super rude. I'm like, why can't the kid's notes be safe from getting flipped through? And what's with the grown-up man just annoying him like that? It's all about practice, what you preach, fam. I was in a car once, and this little boy gets on the bus, and he's just trying to pay his fare like a big old adult. Then the conductor comes up, and it's all, hey kid, get off my feet, without even saying hi. Why can't they ask him first, fam? It's all about treating kids, 'cause that's what we gotta do. Yaz, let me tell you about this time when I was low-key freaked out by some dude who was all chill with Fanny on a bus. Like, he gave her his seat and expected her to be all grateful. But she was hella rude and didn't even say thanks. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of messed up that grown men think can just take a 12 or 13-year-old girl and sit her on their knee when they want the seat. I've seen some timid girls, like, literally cringe out from all the attention. And sometimes they're like, I'm good, I'll just turn away, 'cause they don't want to be handled all the time. And what's up with parents and teachers saying stuff like, go kiss this dude? A kiss is hella special. It shouldn't be some casual thing you do to people. And for real, if a kid doesn't want to give someone a kiss, that's okay. They have their own vibes, and sometimes they're way more chill than grown folks. I got this one memory of being a kid and having to kiss this super old lady all the time. And honestly, it freaked me out for real, 'cause I'm not into tobacco at all. But like when I had to give her a peck on the cheek, or whatever, I was all out of there. I'd scrub my lips with my pinafore and be like, you don't make me and kiss you again. It's kind of wild how some people are all about making kids eat things they don't want to. Like, if a kid doesn't like turnip or cabbage or whatever, it's hella unfair to force them. They should be able to have their own food choices, not just do what the grown-ups say. And for real, why can't we respect their boundaries and stuff? Fibs when they're all like, it's lit. But really, it's just whack, and you gotta suck it up. I'm low-key salty about dudes having to rock long curls down their backs after they already got jackets on just to make mama happy, 'cause she can't even bring herself to cut them off. Even though her little dude is too scared to hang out with his squad because he don't want to be called a girly boy. Or when they gotta wear an apron like it's some kind of sick joke. It's no cap. Kids are suffering in these situations. I'm dead serious, many of you will be all, but they should just ignore the haters. And yeah, that's cool, but what if you're the one getting roasted? Every time you walk into church with a collar on your cheeks. What if you had to rock some old dude's outfit from 50 years ago? How would you feel? Just chill and think back to when you were little and how it felt like your throat was going to choke out, or how you cried yourself to sleep 'cause someone made fun of you. Don't go around looking all grown up with your big boy boots on, kids. They're not all good. Some are straight up mean and ugly. So whose fault is it? Not the kids. It's like God created the world, but humans were like, nah, let's mess it up. Now I'm just going to ask for a sec about story time with kids. Like, at some point, kids, both boys and girls, are low-key obsessed with stories, right? They're like skipping and running around, not walking slow like their grandparents. Some parents, they're all like, I gotta cut them off from that, saying it's better for them to grow up with a taste for boring books. That's just not how it goes down. You can't just force kids to read solid books when they want to be reading stories. It's like trying to feed a baby meat right off the bat. It's not going to work. The taste for real books will come when they're old enough. If you don't mess with their mind too much during that story time period. That there's a time for all things is truest of all. It's hella lit to find a little Fanny who can cop some sick puss in the corner. It's low-key fire that parent let them vibe freely, rather than trying to stifle their curiosity with too much restriction. These days of super spoiled childhoods, where kids are more interested in round dances and fancy schmancy food like PT de foie gras and champagne, it's wild. Those who grow up all posh and never really experience anything new are like so extra. They're stuck in a world of sameness with no room for growth or excitement. What even is the point of childhood when you've already got everything handed to you on a silver platter? It's hella sad that we're all making some major mistakes about kids and parenting. Those who grow up in the city are usually the ones who suffer the most. Life can be so overwhelming. It sucks the joy out of things. Parents just phone it in and leave it to these overpriced nannies who don't care. Toy stores get lit, but all it does is make the kid want more, till they're like, I'm so booed. And then there's the whole dad life thing. When you've got too much cash and not enough brain power, you're just a hella bored rich dude. I think this is all pretty pitiful, fam. Kids get messed up by their parents' lack of courage to be different. It's like we should be more chill with the whole what will people think vibe. Who needs that? Let's snap our fingers and just do us. No one's going to judge you unless you're a hater. And to be, this applies to both sides. Men and women are all the same when it comes to this stuff. Children hate the fake stuff. They love getting dirty and playing in nature. We need to get back to basics and let kids be kids. Yes, when Fanny wakes up, just chill with her fam in a loving vibe. Kids should be kept in the dark about most stuff, but we all know it ain't like that. They're still missing out on the good life. Gee, there's this one nurse who's always supervising, making little ones behave like they're stuck in some kind of nursery prison. They got to be all hush round their parents, or they'll get all sullen messy. Oh, mama, take a seat with the little one, and give 'em the love they need, or it's going to turn bitter, you feel. Papa, when you come home, that little face should light up like a superstar, not all dark and cold. I'm talking about being all about that, my papa life. Not getting caught up in politics and stuff. What's the point of being a senator or nothing if you ain't got that real love and connection with your little one? It's wild how people react to losing someone, though. Some folks are all about escaping from reminders and avoiding talking about it, while others are like, nah, let 'em sit in the spot where they're laid to rest and remember all the good times. It's a whole mood, fam. Yo, him's like the spot where he's low, key hanging out all the time, you feel. He got his fave flowers planted there, and he's all about getting that fire, air, and sunshine. you know. Every time he reads the name and birth date of his family member who died, it's like they ain't even gone for real. And still, whenever he says something like, it was about the time our John or Mary, he's shaken, you know. Like months and years might have passed, but it's still all too fresh in his mind. There's this one dude who's super extra when it comes to mourning, making sure his clothes are on point for when someone in his crew dies. He's all about following the rules, even if it means wearing some straight, up-dark clothes for weeks on end. But then there's another guy who's like, nah, I'm good, and just wears whatever's comfy and doesn't really care what others think. Some people might be all about showing their grief, but him, he's over at Fan. The whole world feels like a graveyard to him, so why bother with all that extra stuff? Wearing black clothes or something. It's all just a bunch of extra drama, you know. And when people say someone is in half-manen, it just makes him want to throw up, 'cause what even is the point? It's real talk, though. Maybe grief ain't even real when it's stuck in some kind of fake atmosphere where people are just going through the motions. And he thinks that devil himself knew this, so like he created all these rules to distract us from thinking about our own mortality. People always be like, cool, look at that fam over there. They're so extra with their manen, but them's just people who ain't ready for the inevitable, you feel. And when the time comes, they'll be too busy gazing off into space to even notice. Yes, Fanny, like, don't let some random person make you spill your tea about your emotions, okay? They might not know the real tea that's been going on inside you. And Beto, it's lit how different people treat each other when they're losing someone they love one door, but another neighbor's door is way more basic. How else can we keep going? Living our best lives while the future is still shaking out. We got to have courage to plant the seeds that'll grow into something amazing and then let the next person reap the rewards. And honestly, if you're just sitting around waiting for someone to come and save you, that's not living, that's just existing. You should be out here enjoying the sunshine, trusting your gut to keep you safe when the storms come. To all the young girls out there, let's get real. How many of you are telling your moms everything? Like those cool girls who are just going through the motions with no real substance. Girl, bye. You need to know that if throwing shade, someone's gonna catch it. Imagine being the center of attention, and then someone makes fun of you behind your back. That would be hella uncomfortable. So don't be when some other girl is doing it, because you better not be too. And honestly, if you're just trying to get into some fake relationship for the gram, don't do it, hunty. You might think you're all loved up now, but trust me, marriage and grown up life ain't all it's cracked up to be. If you're only good at talking about your fave fashion trends or where you got your cute outfits from, that's not going to cut it when you grow old. And girl, don't even get me started on being silent, because you don't know what you're talking about. That's just embarrassing. So don't be a rookie, Fanny. Keep your wits about you and your eyes open. Life is way more than just pretty clothes and cute boys. There's so much more to it than that. As Fanny's mind expanded, yours grew still narrower. Loki dealing with the inevitable cares that only a sane woman can keep from blowing up. How painful as time passes on and your kiddos grow up about you to hear them talk like total bosses about stuff you barely know the names of. And this is taking it easy, fam. The result of schoolgirl flirts might end in disaster trust. But let's not get into that. Fanny's got a love. It's natural and right for a girl to want someone to Loki just them. It's like every woman needs that. But timing is everything, bro. You can't rush this. Your vibe at 15 would be hella different from your vibe at 20. A dude who'd be all that back then might just be whack and old when you're older. Till school days are over, you can keep the love vibes chill. Don't let your heart's energy get drained in some weird flirts. Study hard, stay healthy, and get smart. Sis, and for real, spill all the tea to mama. She's got your back. Foe might be indiscretion for her, Ed-K. It'll do you no harm to see what's good and not be a hater on yourself. Never be ashamed to tell Mom everything you think. She's low-key, a mini version of you and can relate. She had her own goals and dreams. Sis, she gets it. Don't be that girl who spills everything to the first person who ain't your mama. It's sad when girls share all their deets with everyone but the one person who should know. You feel. Why is it so hard to tell Mom, I need a new outfit? But not, Mom, I got a crush on someone. Why not? Though it's hella natural, and Mom's gotta be your ride or die. She gave you life, sis, and all the advice that comes with it. Just listen and vibe with her, okay? Another thing, we gotta talk about gifts from dudes you who don't know that well. Back in my day, it was hella rare for girls to accept presents from random dudes, and I'm not saying it's better or worse, but I do admire that old school flair for keeping it real. I'm low-key salty when it comes to people accepting gifts from random dudes they just met. Like, all young men ain't got that gentleman swag, so our young ladies don't gotta be told. We already know, right? And even if those guys are hella generous with their presents, they're probably broke or just trying to boast about it when the tea is spilled around their squad. Girl, don't even think about accepting nothing from a gentleman unless he's low-key proposed fam. Or maybe he's like an uncle or something, 'cause that's where the trust comes in. Don't me? But this old school advice might just save you some major drama. I'm all about getting the tea, though I've been thinking about it for ages, and I'm straight up lost. I never studied medicine or anything, so I guess that's why I don't know what's going on with all these young people. Nobody in my squad had these same probs. Back in the day, we were all low-key boys, too. So I'm asking for your help, fams. What's up with this super young girl who's like 17 or something? Is she all about that bare life, hiding her claws in a dark spot during winter? Or is she just straight up done with life because she don't got no winter? You feel I'm begging the philanthropist, the humanitarian, please, fams, get me some deets on this young girl's situation. We've been lied to by all these novels and whatnot, but it's time we give her the respect she deserves. She needs her winter, fam. And honestly, when I'm walking down the street, thinking about conversations I overheard, it's like, don't you wish something would pop off? Girl said that to her bestie like it was no big deal. But for real, I'm good ain't nobody got time for all that drama. Now, I know what you're thinking. What happens to our neighbor is nobody's biz. And technically, you're right. But we can't just be out here living our best lives while others are struggling. We gotta keep it real, fams, yas. Fanny's all shook up. Her lips are straight white with fear. What's good, bruh? And so for sure as that knit flows from that door, there's a whole nother vibe going down over that threshold. And this guest is like, I'm here. No cap. And there's a real G. Fanny's eyes are bent to the ground, with shame, showing how hard she's been hit. She's leading home her dude, who shoulda had her back. And farther out, some painter homie's just chillin', brush in hand, hummin', away at his grind, one wrong move, and he's a mangled mess on the pavement. Gee, who got the guts to tell the wife at home what went down? And over there's a tearful mom lovin' up on her soldier son. You both know the struggle, and as you vibe with them, your heart's in that same place, feeling that sorrowful blessin'. And at that pier, they're all about the body. Situation, that's all they know about his life. But his blue lips keep it on the low. Look through them bars of that locked cart, and you see eyes that looked all innocent before this happened. It's wild. Thinking about all these things as I'm listening to that youngin', I'm like, blessed is that day when nothing happens. You feel. I get hit up with letters from young girls who are straight up strangers to me. The other day, one was all like, hey, can you write a chapter about doing this job for life? Just cause. Working hard, no thanks. It's all about keeping soul and body together with no friends in sight. I'm like, my reply was fire. Maybe some of you are thinking the same thing. So consider it your own. There are thousands who got to do this, and thousands more will do it too. This view might not make you more turned about your situation. I think our struggles get amplified when we imagine nobody else has to deal with this kind of hard stuff. You got to remember that the world's got some of its best kids in that self-conquest school. Learning it, be willing to endure is real tough. Bro. Waiting for sympathy, waiting for the tardy lifting of the iron hand of toil. That's hard. Gee. But ain't always as bad as it seems. That seed you think is buried might just pop up when you least expect it, and it'll be like a whole nother world. Persistent discontent is like rust on your soul. They've already won half the battle. Who can keep working while waiting? Fanny got to know when to stop trying to go hard and just do the basics, you feel. Like, if nothing's popping, now it's hella lit to vibe out with what you got and keep your ears open for that next big thing. Don't be like a bird stuck in a cage, beating its wings till it's all done up. Just chill, find a opening, and get a life going. But remember, them skies ain't always blue, bruh. So when the storm hits, you got to keep grinding and climbing out of that atmosphere like a boss. It's like trying to walk, all bum, but you won't stop till you're chilling on a mama's lap, feel me? So when life's got you beat up, just relax and trust the universe. We got this, a little talk with the other sex. Tom Jones Loki wanna get hitched. He ain't trying to be no connubial simp, but he don't want to date a hater neither. He needs someone who's always hyped to see him come through, but also cool if she's got her own thing going on. Tom wants his wife to be real about her principle, 'cause in his line of work, that's key. He likes his boo to be fly, but he ain't trying to keep up with the Joneses. He's good with his own fit. He wishes she'd keep it low-key and not say to cause when Tom speaks. He don't want to hear nothing else. Tom needs a wife who's got game, so she can hold down the household, but also knows how to chill when it's time. He wants her to love more than logic, because that's just not his vibe. And at the end of the day, Tom needs someone who'll keep it all in a smile, even if he's getting a little extra out of life. Yo, fam, so like if you're low-key smart and high-key confident in the fields, but hella broke and not a total simp, then you might be a contender for that marriage. But let's be real, nobody's gonna approve of anything, fam, 'cause that's just how it goes. Everybody's got an opinion, including fams and relatives, so don't them. Okay, the thing is, if you're all hyped about Tom, but Loki hate his ex, then bruh, why are you even whispering it to your squad? Poor Tom, he doesn't need that kind of drama. Especially not from someone like Fanny, who's hella extra. So yeah, it's prob's gonna get back to Tom and his wife, and they'll be all, oh no, our dude is still got feelings for Fanny. Meanwhile, their fams are all guy is perfect, while hiding their own skeletons in the closet. It's wild, because nobody's perfect, even if they pretend to be. Any person with common sense is straight up better qualified to be a guardian of Tom's happiness than Fanny, bro. It's hella weird how men are always so proud of being the one who's supposed to be all emotional and stuff, but like, shouldn't they just chill with that? Now, when I see a dude holding his own kid, I'm dead. I'm low-key obsessed with the dads on Sunday, rocking their best gear and taking care of those little ones like it's nobody's business. And let me tell you, when Fanny sees her dad, all cute and clumsy, trying to smooth out that tiny dress or something, she's living for it. The more he screws up, the more I love him for trying. You feel it's like this selfless love thing is just so beautiful, how it takes over these dudes who used to be all about themselves. They're like, wait, I'm not just thinking about me now. I got a tiny human with Fanny's lips and my own eyes. That's some real growth right there. Anyway, when the whole fam is vibing and having good times, that's what it's all about. My boy, my girl. We got this, and that's the tea. No, let's have a good love, said that little human when Fanny scooped her up in a tight hug at night. Did you see Fanny walk into the room with that adorable face she's been staring out for an hour? No way was he all stressed about looking dignified. Fam, I'm low-key thinking about getting out of home every night. Or is it Fanny on his back vibbin' with them laughing eyes and pearly teeth? And she's squeezing that neck like crazy, sweeter than any nothing this world got. Loki, I need something to come home to. That's what keeps a dude. Somebody there to be sad if he's not true to himself. Somebody there to be sorry if he's tripping or feeling sick. Somebody there with fingers that shine like sunlight, making everything bright just for them. I'm looking at them suits in New York at night, coming out of stores and counting rooms when they stop and cop a lil bouquet. I'm over here smelling, 'cause even though it's a small thing, it makes her happy. He was thinking about Fanny coming home. Bruh, that's some weak sauce, but it's what keeps him going. Loki, I need something to come home to. That dude felt it. And he's trying to show his appreciation, even if it's just a little token. God bless him and all the others who ain't afraid to take home comforts as they come. And God bless the fam estate too. I don't see how it's any worse than what them smart folks came up with. There comes my pops, exclaims Johnny, hopping out a group of dudes playing ball, and he runs to his dad with that little soiled fist in his hand, and they go inside together. I'm Loki feeling the love vibes. That dude's got it on lock, safer than Fort Lafayette or nothing. If there's one experiment that's straight trash for young married couples, it's trying to make a home in a hotel. What chances do you got? You can't even get domestic habits. Sides just dressing up and sitting in the public parlor gossiping with some hoes or playing with some dudes. How you expect to be all about quiet home vibes after being stuck in that hotel life for a minute? Don't even try, fam. It's a lose-lose situation. Better stick with something simple like a one-room house in a quiet spot just chillin' by yourselves. That's the real Mevapi life. Many dudes have lost their home happiness cause of this hotel life, and thank God for that. Go do some actual housekeeping. Don't be afraid to get your hands dirty, just like the old folks used to do before you got all fancy. Yes, Fanny, have a spot that's all yours. Fam somewhere your future kids will vibe with as their own crib. Do it for them, even if you ain't got nothing to lose yourself. No sight is more sad than seeing a little one low key wandering around some hella fancy hotel, check-in out rooms and offices and bars, hearing all the tea they shouldn't know, and getting stuck in that lame nursery with no view, just brick chimneys or some messy back shed. A dad should defo think twice for sending a young'un to a spot like that. Gee. So, when it comes to women, men are hella prone to making mistakes by thinking they know one woman and then all the women. But honestly, each one's a study in itself. Bulwer's all like, man will never truly get woman. And I'm over here thinking, how can he even try? When woman don't know herself, fam. Or why she keeps it moving with a dude who's always trying to break her neck when things go wrong. That sharp tongue is just as deadly as a swinging fist. Who cares about how women deal with all that emotional trauma and just take the L's on their partner? We should be focusing on how men can't even control themselves. Bruh. So some dudes say they don't dig coquetry. But why are they still low-key encouraging it? Why do they leave a smart woman in the friend zone while they're out flirting with someone who's just going to swoon and die? It's like men are hella responsible for women's messes. When you got a convo about settling down, Fanny says something like, she don't know much, but she's lit, she's cute, and if I need some company, I can find it elsewhere. You ain't got to be all about the fantasy when you're making marriage vows. Gee. That whole fool is easy to manage thing. It's straight fire. What they lack in brains, they make up for with stubbornness or some sneaky tactics. I'm low-key salty about a pretty face not lasting forever, fam. Like the idea of an old dude being all extra for some basic beauty is hella cringeworthy. Women want to be what men are always vibing with. You can literally gauge the masculinity level by how many girls are around daily. It's like, heaven bless those exceptions, though they got to find love elsewhere. One of the most basic things a young dude can do is monopolize a girl's time and attention for ages without no real plan or intentions. It's like super selfish and not at all common, but it happens all the time. This dog in the manger behavior is straight up what should be shut down by parents and guardians. It's like so unfair to women who get played and treated like dirt. Just be real honest and noble in your dealings with women, bruh. I'm shook that some dudes still do this. Like, if you can't even treat a girl with respect and kindness, why should she be worthy of love? It's not about where she comes from or what her education is. It's about being basic. And like one rule is always safe. Treat every woman you meet like you would your little sis. I'm genuinely baffled when dudes come to our fam with their daughters and are all, can I take my girl home? Like, what even is that? It's low-key insulting that this dude thinks his daughter is the only one for him. What if he was married or had a better sense of priorities? Why does it have to be her? Can't he see she's already got food on the table and clothes on her back? Isn't she happy with who she is? Don't they need her too, fam? It's not like she's some sort of prize to be won. Yes, Fanny, what's the tea? You're trying to leave a solid foundation for certainty, but Hunty, that certainty is you. sis, and you only get one shot at life. So when your dad came to visit, you dodged all his questions like it was nobody's business. But girl, Fanny, she ain't having it. She just kept asking you the real talk, and her dad did too. You got all salty about it, but Fanny's still trying to get that wedding dress ordered. Even if you're low-key worried about how she'll handle life. What kind of mom will she be? You're thinking, like, what a total vibe check, right? But Fanny's all, I got this, and she's just trying to live her best life. I'm low. Key thinking, the squad goals. Woman ain't gonna be about getting married, though. She won't be some basic old maid or throw herself at any dude who don't treat her right. No, Fanny's got standards. She's all about that independence life. You gotta bring your A game if you want to catch her eye. And Hunty, the future woman, is all about self-love. She ain't gonna waste time with fake emotions or pretending to be someone she's not. She'll keep it real, and she'll keep it lit. She won't be some basic girl with a cigar in her mouth, elbowing people, or standing on that free love soapbox. No, Fanny's all about being genuine, with warm blood pumping through those veins. She's gonna be a bright-eyed, full-figured, intellectual queen ready to take on life, and its ups and downs. And if she's feeling it, she'll find happiness, even if that means flying solo. Fanny, bro, imagine being that lone wolf in the city, right? You're just chilling, trying to find some realness after leaving home or getting cut off from the good vibes. Then you got to deal with all these fake people trying to bring you down, making you want to unlearn what your mom taught you about good values, and now they're trying to get you to be tough by drinking with whoever, wherever. You got to stay true to yourself, no cap, and not let anyone make you feel like you need to compromise your goals. It's sad that some people are too scared to say no, stand out, because they're worried about looking different or being judged. But honestly, if you keep going down that path, you'll just end up getting wrecked, you feel, and it's even more low-key messed up when you can't even say no without haters ruining your rep. And bruv, what's the deal with freedom, though? It sounds so sick at first, but then it's like super suffocating, you know. Everyone's trying to do their own thing, but they're just messing up and hurting each other in the process. The holy stars might not have a record of all the messed up vibes we put out there, but our souls still got that fire in them, and it'll always be there, even if nobody else can see it. Even the little bird songs ain't immune to getting you down, fam. But for real, those moments of vulnerability are what make us human, and they're what we need to grow from. We all got to go through that pain at some point, whether in this life or the next. So if you're out there trying to stay on the right path, just know that it's okay to take a minute to chill with people who got your back, and don't be afraid to pick up a good book too. Trust me, Fanny, those books are the real MVPs. They'll keep you company, keep you sane, and they're straight fire, no cap. Loki, if someone ain't got the guts to be real about who they are or what they want, they're just messing with people. They can try to spin it as it's all good to see life in all its phases. But no thanks, fam. That's just code for being a hater. You wouldn't want to breathe in the bad air of every sketchy spot in town. Just, you're curious, right? Same thing with someone who's all about keeping it real, that getting their good vibe by bringing that healthy moral energy to their future home. It don't matter if they're single or married, they should still be repping the same standards. Fanny's got some tea on what makes a handsome dude. First off, he gotta have enough swag. Ain't nobody got time for nothing. If that don't work out, then at least he shouldn't fail at it, 'cause good looks and health go hand in hand, fam. Birds are key too, whiskers, whatever. Just keep the baby laugh vibes with his voice. A smile like sunshine on a spring morning, figure strong enough to take on a dude, but slight enough to get all swoony when he's got the woman he loves. It's basic physics. Fam, if you're put together, you move smoothly. He wouldn't even think twice about rocking a cane or wearing gloves, 'cause that's just not his style. And on a stormy day, he's good to go, colors up and all that. But here's the thing, he ain't trying too hard. He's got brains, fam. Not like those dudes in the barber shop window trying too hard with their fake tatches. Fanny's got some fire input on how a real dude carries himself. No conceitedness, just confidence. He waves goodbye like it's nobody's business, but you know he's good to go. I'm low-key over that guy's goatee on his chin, with them cute little studs on his shirt and a neck-tee that looks like he'd pass out if someone messed with him. I'm more than happy to gaze at a poodle instead. I always want to just swoop in with some sugar tongs and gently drop it into a bowl of cream and sprinkle rose leaves all over its little remains. Honestly, when two people vibe on the same level, being attractive isn't even a thing anymore. The person you love is always fire, no matter what anyone else says. So when you ask, what's up with Mr. Smith admiring that girl, Miss Jones? Or, what's good with pretty Miss T, liking that dude, Mr. Johns? It's all just extra. Still, the pastor gets paid and life keeps going, right? I'm confused about why people hate a guy blushing I'm hella in love with those kinds of dudes. I know he's real. He ain't got no scripted compliments or fake drama going on for every girl he meets. He's all about vibing with the truth, not pretending to be some pseudo-intellectual who thinks they're deep just 'cause they can say words like affinity or whatever other fancy term is trending now. I know his love is worth it. He's got no shame when it comes to liking where he's from, his fam, or even just chillin' at home instead of trying to impress everyone else. I know he won't be too extra about ordering food at the hotel or reciting some random phrase just to show off how smart he is. I know he ain't all high and mighty, quoting ancient books or thinking they're cool just 'cause he read them. I know he won't sit in a hotel room stiff as a board while some old dude's trying to have a convo with him about his favorite book. In short, I know he's still got it. He's living, breathing human with feelings and emotions, not just some lifeless doll who's only there for the gram. That's not even close to being a fool. That's just someone who hasn't figured out how to live yet. The fool is whoever's already overdone their time and now they're all like, I'm so woke, but really they're just tired and salty about life. Yo, Fanny's got the woes of life figured out. He's like so done with it all. You feel this Blassie dude still living his best life, but really just existing, you know. He's seen it all, heard it all, ate it all, but not really, and traveled everywhere, but can't even be bothered to acknowledge anyone else's feelings. He's low-key hella selfish and will only tolerate people if they're chillin', when he wants to vibe alone or if they don't annoy him with their weird style. He's always got that stoic face on, even when everyone else is lit, but he's all smiles when everyone else is being serious. He's like, peace out to the haters, and will literally shrug off anyone who tries to bring him down. He's all about hot and thinks it's cool to give everyone a hard time for not being as cultured, as he might hit up church every now and then, but if they don't have the comfiest seats, he's ghosting out of there. And don't even get him started on girls. He likes them soft and pretty, but can't handle them getting too messy or trying to be independent. He wants them all domesticated when it comes to his tea and coffee, but only if they're chillin', you feel. And then there's this whole idea that he should be all about love and devotion. But really, he just needs his own interests satisfied. Like, the man is so lost in his own world that life can't even reach him. And for what? So he can get some fancy education or whatever. Nah, brub, the value of it all is just that it makes him feel better about himself. But then there's this dude who's literally working hard every day, just trying to survive, and that's when you see true greatness. He might not be book smart, but he's got heart, and that's what truly matters. The world needs more of those people. Not the snobs like Fanny who think they're above it all. Like, Fanny doesn't want to be that dude who talks book. Last time he's trying to chill, it's with another whack job who's been stressing about ideas too. The person he's hyped to see the most. Someone who won't mess with his vibe at all. If he ever wants to see anyone, though, it's someone who'll let Natalie live her best life, you feel. He's low-key, trying not to be a total try-hard. And if you're asking him about his personal style, he just wants to be left alone. Gee. He'd rather listen to some cute little kid sing Hickory Dickory Dock or watch turnips grow over the fence. And honestly, it's lit when those lazy pigs just chillin', winking at the sun all day. What Fanny wants is the opposite of himself, like the total antithesis. And TB, that's why we don't expect much from literary people when they're not on duty. Because it's all so extra. Blonde ladies might be thinking, marrying a poet or author. That sounds hella cool. But what happens when you got to be the best of both worlds and there's nothing left, nothing for home life, when they're too burned out to even write sonnets to each other, when they can't even speak about anything without saying the opposite of what they mean? That's when Fanny thinks it's time for them to take a step back, okay? They need someone who won't be all drama and stress like that dude with the day job whistling home in his red flannel shirt, sleeves. He just gets to work pounds away and enjoys life without any of that extra pressure. And honestly, that's what we're looking for, someone who ain't trying too hard, just living their best life. Yes, Fanny's got some tea to spill about this article. Bruh. So, there's this letter with an article in it, and my honest opinion on it is being asked a sap. First off, the writing style is straight trash. It's hard to even read, fam. Then you got to deal with the spelling being way off, which is a major red flag. Next up, punctuation is hella missing, what's good? And if all that were fixed, the article itself is basic and not even that far. I'm low-key thinking Fanny didn't want to be this harsh, but at the same time, I got to keep it real, you feel. If I give my honest opinion, there's a high chance it get misinterpreted, the writer might say I'm biased because I'm a writer too. Or they might try to gaslight me and say, I forgot when I started writing and just want to be praised. But honestly, I do have some real thoughts on this article. Back in the day, my best friend would tell me straight up if I was going hard or soft with my writing, and that person was actually a writer who knew his stuff. They'd give it to me raw, but I appreciated the honesty. Now, as Fanny, you got to decide if you're going to speak your mind or play it safe. Do you want to be seen as genuine and supportive, even if it means saying something might not be fire? Or do you just roll with a generic, lukewarm response that doesn't say anything? Fam. The writer would probs rather stay on their high horse and pretend like they're some kind of writing god. But let's get real. Fanny, everyone starts somewhere. Even the ones who think they've got it all together have to begin at the bottom. First, you got to write something that don't sound like garbage. Then you got to figure out what makes your words pop. And after that, finding an audience is even the hard part. Anyway, which way's Fanny gonna go? I'm low-key done with this grind, you feel. If you're all about that money-make life, but also want to be extra nice to people's feelings, then this process might be work for you. And I'm not even going to lie, it's a major turn-off when someone thinks they can just come at me with their opinion and expect me to be all like, yellers, you're so talented. But what's good is when someone can speak some real truth to power, you know? Like if I've been through the struggles and made it out alive, then I shouldn't be the one dragging others into the depths of despair. And let's be real, if you've got a letter that's still unanswered on your desk, that's like a major red flag, fam. But for real though, there are some women who are just straight up extra, and it's not even worth it. I'm talking about those slapping slatterns who can't even be bothered to look decent when their husband comes home. Like, if you're going to pour my coffee in a curl paper cup, at least have the decency to put on a sick breakfast outfit. Okay? And don't even get me started on how your dirty laundry is just chilling on the floor. It's like, hello, basic hygiene, girl. And let's not forget about all the little things that count too. Like, if you're going to wear your favorite bonnet to the table, at least take it off before dinner time, because those stains ain't nobody's business. And can we talk about how some women just don't put in the effort when it comes to looking fly? It's like, I get it, you might not be into makeup or fashion, but come on, show up in that athleisure wear with a smile and some swag. Fam, I'm low-key salty about these slapping women. And I ain't even mad at men for bailing on them. Who needs all that drama when you can just stay in your zone? I'm low-key freaked out by how extra my Fanny is, bruh. Like, she's always hella tidy, to the point where I'd almost be like, is this woman even human? You feel? She's all about cleaning up after her husband, even when he's got better things to do. If he doesn't put his boots on the right side of the door, she'll give him a hard time. If he doesn't brush up the ashes quickly enough, she'll be like, get out of my way. Boo. She's always trying to organize her husband, even when he just wants some chill vibes. I once lived with this type of Fanny, and let me tell you, it was a whole mood. Her cap strings would fly everywhere. She'd whip up that mop like it was a magic wand, and those brooms, they were like, whoa. She'd be all about finding closet after closet to scrub clean, and just going hard on the cupboards too. And don't even get me started on the glass and paint. She'd scrape it all down till it was raw. I had to find ways to avoid her, bruh. I'd hide behind doors, screens, and windows. I'd swing in that elm tree like a savage till the storm passed. And then after she was done cleaning, she'd just start cooking and ironing again. It was like she had no limits. Fam. Her kids looked all whipped out. Man. They'd be so stoked for washing and ironing days, they'd do whatever Fanny said, 'cause she's the one in charge. And Sunday mornings, Forget about it, she'd scrub those little faces raw just to get them looking fresh. For church. But despite all that, Fanny was still cool with her husband. She made him good food. His coffee and tea were always fire. He could even shave himself without breaking a sweat low. But at the same time, he might as well have been married to a sewing machine, bruh. And don't even get me started on all that roasting, baking, and broiling she'd make him listen to. Loki, Fanny didn't know it financially, but for real, I'm hella curious. Does a model housekeeper gotta have them super thin lips, thick ankles, and a booty that's low-key beefy? Do they gotta be all possessive with their kids like they're straight-up depraved or something? Is that cat always just chillin' in the trash can when it looks at it? Can't a woman have a sweet disposition without it being super lame for her cupboards? Would it be uncool to, strangle them with their own belts? Pause. I'm low-key ashamed to admit this, but there are two things Fanny can't even do. First, she's literally bad at sharpening a pencil. Give her one and see how clumsy she is, okay? She'll just hack away at it like a savage, leaving you with a piece of lead that's basically useless. You can almost give the dude credit for being kind, because he takes her hand and helps her shape it into something decent. So last week, some philanthropist, obviously a dude, knew my weak spot and gifted me this sick new pencil. I was low-key vibbing in my sleep that night. When I woke up, though, I was like, peace out. Fanny is not having it. She sat down at her desk, and you could tell she was all business. I'm pretty sure I knew what was coming. I never loved a tree or flower. It's some dude had swiped the pencil. That word borrowed is so extra. When you're on a deadline and the devil is waiting in the wings when it's dark and stormy outside, and all you've got is this tiny little lead pencil to make your marks. Shade of Ben Franklin. Fam, will I ever own another fresh new pencil again? I'm not even joking. Fanny said she can only do two things, and one of them is literally sharpening a pencil. There's no room for debate on that one. And the second thing, a woman can't tie up a package like a pro. They take an entire newspaper to wrap some pins, and then they just can't get it to stay tied. When I'm shopping, which is low-key my least favorite activity, I watch these clerks do bundles all day, trying to figure out how they're doing it. The paper folds, the ropes tie, and it's like magic or something. It's wild. Yes, Fanny, I'm dead tired from dealing with all the drama about matching colours and choosing styles, and all the tea about people calling tape a chaste article, and how women can even rock an umbrella without looking hella extra. Thirdly, let's just say that women are low-key savage when it comes to them parachutes. They're like waltzing down the sidewalk, taking off men's hats and bonnets, and walking into breakfasts. No cap. I won't even touch on how some dudes are extra salty about it, but let's just say that women ain't playing. Okay, we all know that when Fanny's mad, she's low-key sick, lol, but for real, men can be hella petty too. Women, though, they're always looking out for each charitable, supportive, and all that good juju. They ain't got time for no shade or side. If you notice something, you would do it with love and respect. Don't even get me started on how women are always trying to uplift each other. They're like, yes, says you're looking fire. Never gonna diss or bring down another queen. So next time Fanny comes over, just chill and enjoy the vibes, okay? Fanny's peeping everywhere in her crib while she's all nice in cute. Ingo, don't you know her Betty eyes are low, key scoping out every spot for crumbs or messed up roses. Don't she touch nothing without checking for dust particles, right? She's always holding up them tumblers like a mini scientist, examining the quality of our tablecloths and napkins, and making excuses to hit the kitchen for more snacks, all while Bridget's getting salty. Don't she be ghosting you everywhere in the crib till or low-key nervous like a cat in a box? She sit down across from you for hours with folded hands and that talk to me. Vibe that's hella draining, man. And tea. How could I forget about them little kids? There's many types of women, fam. I'm low-key obsessed of all of them, but there's one who got my unbothered astonishment going. I'm talking about the rabbit woman. She's got 4 chins and 12 babies, lol. She's rocking 2 dresses, a loose calico for home wear, and a black silk meeting. She eats like a beast, never leaves the crib, and calls her husband Pa, which is hella extra. She's just chillin', rollin' from the nursery to the dinner room table, and back again year after year. She ain't got time for nothing outside, nor cares. Never touches a book or newspaper, not even when she's rocking her baby to sleep. And Pa, he's all about it, always kissing and flirting with his my dear from a safe distance. Meanwhile, the prim woman is over here whistling, crossing over whenever a dude comes near, tossing up her shawl like it's 2000. And then there's I gotta tell you about this Fanny chick. She's low-key, flexible, ain't picky, where she lands and can't live without them sunbeams. Rainy days, though. Nah, she's all about that old school vibe. What she's really into is the dudes who can take her to balls and opera nights. They gotta bring the bling, you feel. And when she's got a ring on it, forget about it, she's hella extra. She's always trying to level up her aesthetic, but honestly, marriage is like totally gonna cramp her style. She becomes this basic caterpillar after that. Then there's Fanny the bookworm. She's all about them books, languages, and whatnot, walking around like a snake, never really feeling anything deep. These ladies are fire, but they ain't got no heart. We got our femme fatale, your cat or hyena, all sharp edges and claws. She's low-key venomous, always sipping on the tea, tearing you down with her words. But honestly, can we? Then there's this other Fanny, just chillin', never really trying to impress nobody. She's got her own vibe going on, bright, but not too extra, quiet, but not dumb. She ain't no scholar, but she knows her stuff. She ain't all sunshine and rainbows, but you can still feel the good energy. If she's married or solo, she's doing her thing. You wonder if this Fanny ever got a man who could genuinely love her. Now, I ain't seen it. Those cold, intellectual women just floating around. They might give off some carefree vibes, but beneath that ice there's still burning. You can bet your bottom dollar she'd rather hold someone's baby than be stuck in a library all day. Just let her get lost in her own thoughts for a sec, listen to the silence, and see what's really going on. Don't smother that cry, don't pretend like you're good. Let the rain pour down and watch as those old memories come back to haunt her soul. At the soft clouds, the quiet stars, the blossoming flowers, little pairing birds as they build their nests, and above all, upon a mom with her babe's arms about her neck, without turning, soul sick away. Fanny ain't a woman if she can do otherwise. She's not a woman if she can be low-key satisfied with just chillin' on her own and taking care of biz by herself. I declare her to be hella extra, a robot, bro. All stiff lines instead of the real tea. She's a frozen icicle, an ossification, petrifaction, an abomination. Let her keep her dead eyes and cold fingers off me. She has no place in this livin', breathin', panting, lovin' world. Out of here for a walking mummy, leave her hieroglyphics, which are straight fire, but out of my scope. Be sure there ain't no such women. They're just trying to make the best of what they can't help. They're low-key eatin' their own hearts and making no moves, dyin'. They should all be wives and moms, no cap. Cats, poodle, dogs, plants, canaries, and squad meetings. A hella more than it. No woman ever gets a glimpse of heaven till she's had her own baby. In fact, I'm like half sure she even deserves to go there till she's got one legit. Now, were I an old maid, had no man bless me with the titles of wife and mom, I wouldn't be winning about it on socials or in a poem, neither in prose nor verse. I'd just cop the fat baby I could find, though I'd have to grind hard to keep its little mouth filled. I would have something to live for, something in flesh and blood that's all minus some little live, warm thing to put my cheek against when my heart hurts, unprotected. A little child with its pure presence should be my protection. I wouldn't dry up and blow off like a useless leaf with the sunshine and sky blue and all that. My heart's beaten hard as a trip hammer. My little room shouldn't be basic and voiceless. I wouldn't die till some lil voice had called me, or Mom, though my blood ain't even got nothing to do with it. I would have something to make sunshine in my heart and home. My nature shouldn't be like a tree growing next to a stone wall, only one half of which gets the vibe. No, I'd rip myself up by the roots and turn round, replant myself. Some bird should come, make its crib with me, and sing for me, else what's the point? Better the lightning hit me, or the woodman's axe chop me down. Men who got any physical defect think it'll be a barrier between and woman's love forever. Never was a greater mistake than this. Yes, like, for real though, fam, not even 100 years ago we got this tea about a young girl who low-key fell for a dude who's blind in one eye, BLI too, and it wasn't even because he was trying to be extra. He was super sensitive about his vision issue, so he kept heading from society, especially ladies, 'cause he thought they'd make him feel all weird. But for real, he was like, I'm not blind, but thanks for thinking I am. Meanwhile, the girl we're talking about was like, okay, I got you, and started vibing with his vibe. So here's the thing. If a woman ain't mentioning you in polite conversation, blushing when others bring it up, avoiding you, or acting all extra whenever they try to compliment you, that's your dude. You feel like, for real though, no one's ever in love with someone they're always talking about. Now, let's get into concussions. Concerning the mistakes our kids make. Everyone's got an opinion about teaching kids manners, but there's one thing that's straight up savage when parents try to force politeness on their little ones. Like someone comes over, and it might be a homie or whatever, but if they're just super uncool and weird, the parent is all go kiss them or whatever. But here's the tea, kids have feelings too. Fam. They might not want to do it, and sometimes it's better to gesture with someone rather than fake it. I'm speaking experience, but too, I used to hate those forced hugs when my aunt came over all the time. And don't even get me started on tobacco. Anyway, that whole vibe still gives me the heebie-jeebies to this day. And can we talk about how some stuff just freaks us out? Like a colored silk handkerchief or a red shawl is just too much, fam. Dear fam, for real though, I've had to sit in like 100 public rides just so some ganja enthusiasts can chill without being extra. But now, Let's talk about forcing little Fanny to deal with those sketchy people because of some made-up politeness, I'd say. Some moms are straight up refusing to see their kids as individuals, though, like she's a whole vibe fam, different from every other kid, said one mom, all sighing and stuff. It's like, no, not everyone got to be on the same page. Individuality is where it's at, you feel? If you're trying to squish someone's unique style just 'cause they ain't doing what you want them to do, that's straight up tyranny, bruh. Let Fanny be herself, though. You can't control her being extra, but you can help shape her, fam. Stop trying to stifle her natural flow. Instead, give her some real guidance. A child who thinks for themselves is low-key more work than one who just follows the crowd, but it's not the most efficient worker in the long run. When Fanny does question your takes, don't be hella quick to call her out as impolite. Instead, let's have a real convo. Her mind is fire, and she needs you to keep up, fam. And even if she gets a lil mouthy, it ain't nothing. Just chill with the gentle words, no harsh vibes. Don't force Fanny onto some specific faith just 'cause that's what you're into. That's like putting her on a leash. Let her explore her own thoughts and feelings, and when she's done, she'll be free to choose for herself. It's all about the vibes, fam. Just like how no two flowers are exactly alike in a garden, Fanny is unique, and you won't find two alike. But that's what makes M special. Don't try to fix her or mold her into something she ain't. Just let her be herself, and you'll be good to go, bruh. Yaz, lem tell about Fanny's vibe. Like, don't try to erase the sick tints on its leaves or swap M for better ones, 'cause no human fingers can recreate that magic. You gotta low-key respect its natural growth, no. So when I see fam, I'm all about that unique energy, mom's blue eyes, dad's black ones, them wavy locks, light brown skin, and raven hair too, all vibin' together round the same spot. Each one's dope in its own way. Diversity is where it's at. Don't me forsaying this, but we should tote celebrate our differences in temperamental faculties. But, like, some people are low-key, the holokimism, parents as the ultimate tenders thing. Gotta roast them 'cause they're all about that switch life, like, wikes! Many times I've seen parents get it twisted, give the lash to their own kids instead of theirs. It's wild, right? I knew two kids. One was hella honest, self-reliant, speaking truth to power, no cap, while the other was all about that wily diplomatic life, soft words, smooth moves, and always coming out on top. Fast forward. Let's see what happens in the playground. The first kid is rocking his natural swag, but the second one's trying to flex skills for anyone who'll listen. Meanwhile, the second kid's got a whole nother vibe going on, brooding, silent tears, and all that emotional drama. Anyway, lem just say Fanny's all about that unique energy, celebrating our differences is where it's at. Fanny's life was low-key, hella unfair, fam no cap to those who gave him that coat of many colors, but looking into the future with that nostalgic vibe that comes from being unloved as a child, chillin' there with his own hand turning that poisonous arrow, unable to pull it out, and knowing nothing that can make that pain go away. Check out their two stories. See Chesterfield's favorite getting sent to college racking up bills for hotels, tailors, and livery stables, depending on his diplomatic skills to set it right, with the Og thanking him fake like for his generosity, allusion to how proud he is of him as a dad, but trustin' he'll pay it forward eventually. See that stupid boy getting Loki roasted for being book smart, keeping it 100 in silence, and then ending up doing some weird job just to get by, till his soul is literally dripping from the pain. Gee, what's keeping him? His blood is fire, heart pumping, yearning for that real love and sympathy. Years pass, and the college kid comes back with more knowledge of wine and women than actual academics. They're getting congratulated by partial friends who are just trying to downplay his superficiality. Meanwhile, the dude's out here sick in a foreign country, and woman's heart is still the same everywhere when pity hits it right. That's too bad he didn't close those eyes in exile, 'cause now he's getting asked with cold tones why he didn't stick around. That's hella pitiful that his childhood trauma and forsaken youth are being brought up by people who just don't have his best interests at heart, even after he's dying. It's also what that a sinner can't be as merciful as the big G. I'm asking you, and you found what's good, if you're the one making those coats of many colours for your own crew, you lucky creating in the weeds and garden and trapping up the flowers. You're raising kids who'll be colder to each other than the dead in their graves. You're going to get that wrath, and it's going to be too late. Fanny, bruh, I'm low-key disappointed in how some parents approach teaching their youngins. Are supposed to be all about that hope and joy, but instead they're trying to suck the life out of em. Like, are we really going to let our kids grow up thinking humans and God are all messed up? I'm low-key wondering if there's one kid in every fam who's just extra hard to handle. You know, the ones who are always running wild like a colt, looking at rules as if they're fences to jump over. We got to break them in and teach them to work hard. But it's also monotonous. I'm sure most parents felt this way, trying to tame the wild child who's just too extra. But honestly, even when you think you've got figured out, they're still going to do their own thing. Like, my mom was always telling me about how France is bounded by the Gulf of Mexico, lol. But then she'd tell Dickens stories, and I'd be all like, hi ass, fam. And bruh, Fanny's got some serious skills. She don't even know what's going on with grammar or geography, but her art game is strong. And when it comes to poetry, forget about it. She's a pro. Fanny's got no clue. She's just vibbing. And she's low-key an animated poem, you feel. Now she's tired of getting turned up, so she just chilling in this armchair looking all artsy, and she starts singing. No cap, she doesn't even know what a quaver is. But for real, when Fanny's got that simple melody going on, you can't help but stop and listen. Now, Fanny's getting her kitchen on plane with the beef, steak like it's nobody's business, and washing dishes like it's fun, ain't no one gonna judge. She's still singing, dancing, and drawing portraits, all while keeping it 100. If you send Fanny to school, though, she'd get roasted for being that kid, you know, the one who's too sensitive and can't even take a joke. The teachers would be like, oh, look at her. She's so... And they'd keep her after school, during recess school, all that jazz. But Fanny's like a wild rose, just growing wherever she wants, doing her thing on her own terms. You can try to tame her, but you'll never know what she's got going on under that surface. Some people might be all, is this kid ever going to learn to chill? But I ain't saying nothing, 'cause Fanny's doing just fine. And can we talk about how some teachers are just trying to suppress Fanny's creativity? Like, she needs space to grow and express herself. Don't you think that's wild? Shouldn't parents and teachers be like, hey, let this kid breathe, instead of trying to clip her wings? Some farmer out there's all, I wouldn't plant my celery in the same spot twice, 'cause each veggie needs its own unique vibe. So why should we treat Fanny like every other kid? Shouldn't we give her room to grow and flourish on her own terms? This writer got roasted in school for being too imaginative, but let's be real, that's what made her special. Don't crush out that fire, okay? Yaz, look at those tiny minds trying to wake up early when it's stormy outside or just chillin' when there's nothing to do. Don't be extra fam, throw some cash at it as sap. 1 quid, 2 quids is fire. And if you got a few more spare, that's even better. You feel the vibes of a bright apartment, even with all your grown-up thinking going on. Think about them little kids trying to find something to latch onto, like vines on a trellis. Give them something to look at, you get. A blank wall ain't doing it for nobody. We're talking flowers in the window, Loki making home fire. Can that be called basic if it makes you want to stay home? Nah, we don't think so. Nah. You know how it is when you see a flower and it's just like looking at your fave person. Fanny, right? You're vibbing on a whole other level, trying to find out what they're up to in their life all the way over there. And then you think about how life gets hella crazy and all those sweet memories get swept away. But you sit down, write a feel-good letter, and it's like sending a white-winged dove through the window, trying to brighten someone's day. All that came from that little flower in your window, and it woke up the love in your heart for Fanny, and if flowers ain't eloquent, who is? We're talking about something real, and all those with leaves and old flowers, they got history. Fam. They're pressed and stored up like some secret treasure. You put that little rose in your window, so it's Fanny's favorite thing to smell when she walks by. That's deep. Eloquent. It's defo eloquent. Her crib, as they did Loki way back when in that sunny nursery window from her childhood vibes. Yes, these mums. Whose rights? Guaranteed by the old law, giver or whoever's in charge can't get shook or taken away. Long after they're gone, dust, some little flower they loved is still getting love from a bae who gave it life, and it's all about that extra love you feel. Blessed be these old school memories. There's a type of mom, Loki easy moms, who are just too chill and don't find time for the important stuff. We wish they'd step up their game, 'cause exercising some firmness with their tiny humans would save them so much stress in the long run. It's not that hard to set boundaries, but it takes more energy to have a convo with a kid than just letting them do whatever. Then these moms are all okay. Okay, you can do it, even when they know it's wrong and hurtful. When those little ones grow up, the mom gotta be like, nope, not this time. Easy peasy for self-willed kids, though. So, fam, if you're not prioritizing your kid's future, just remember, learn to say no. Take control and all that. Don't stress about everything else. It's all about setting those boundaries and winning the battle with every single kid. And once you do, it's done for life. We see these moms day in, day out, stressing about their kids' drama, being worn out by constant requests. It's wild. Sometimes they're so focused on the material stuff, like your daughter's outfit, or making sure her feet fit right. But what about her thoughts and feelings? Do you even know what's going on in that little head? Many of these moms are just as clueless as if they never met their kids. They expect obedience, but don't really care about the inside stuff. If their kid does whatever they say and doesn't need a doc visit, they're like, job done. But, bruh, that's not how it works. These easy moms are just setting themselves up for disappointment when their kids grow up and do what they want anyway. Is that really enough to be a real mom? Fanny's got this whole thing figured out, right? Like, she's all about making sure her little one's physical needs are met. And that's cool and all. But what about them deep-seated emotions, fam? That soul of hers is just trying to find its way, you feel. Give a thought, bro, when Fanny's chillin' by the fire or window, just vibbin', hit her up and love on her some thoughts you know. Don't be all dignity or whatever, 'cause that's just going to freeze her out, and she'll be running to random folks for sympathy and whatnot. Just a little kind word. G can make all the difference. Remember this when you see them sad girls about town. Life's got its ups and downs, but Fanny needs to know what that young girl is thinking. Weakness is hella strong, though. When that tiny human loses its mom before it even knows how to say her name, we're all like, woo, it's so helpless. But for real, its helplessness is also its superpower. Every good heart just gets drawn to it like a magnet. Don't sleep on the fact those little hands and smiles can get you too, bro. I saw this recently at a shop where Fanny was chillin' with a tiny fam in tow. She's got to juggle so much, but then she says her mom used to cuddle up with that baby every night before bed. Now, when the little one stretches out its hands for a kiss after its mom passed, it's like the whole universe just stopped. That young girl's got a soul now. She's got something to live for. Low-key, Fanny is all about loving some vibes. Every time someone came into that little shop, it was like they were trying to save Annie from going hungry. I'm dead, though, the difference between grinding for nothing and actually meaning it. That shop looked fire on a cold November day, and I left wondering what all the fuss is about with infant helplessness, since even the whole city of New York couldn't do that much for Annie compared to how much she did on her own. Thoughts on some everyday topics, bruh? Women boarders get a bad rep, but it's really just want to chill and make their space cozy, you feel. But, like, the landlady got it hard too, trying to keep with all the ringings for fresh water, towels, coal and lights, right? And then there's the fact that she ain't allowed to do none of it herself. I mean, a woman can't just be a woman without making her space look good. You know, it's not like they're trying to be uncomfortable or nothing. They got enough on their plate, especially when the dude in the entry is getting all up in the waiting area with John, the waiter. Men are wild, though. They're like animals. Man, they ain't even got time to wash their face unless there's a woman around who's going to call them out on it. Meanwhile, Biddy just chillin', making sure her room is clean and all that jazz. But when she's trying to sweep his desk and he gets impatient, that's when the real drama starts. If Fanny were in this situation, I'm pretty sure she'd be low-key salty. It's all good, though some people are just too busy to care about all that broom and dust stuff. They're out here living life, man, and if they ain't got time for cleaning, that's on them, not the girl who's trying to do it right. Fanny bob off again after a lil water and stay another half hour, and all the while the clock's ticking on and the sweat's dripping from her forehead at this extra drama and the work she hasn't done, and let Biddy repeat it in that counting room to that dude every morning for a hot sec, 365 mornings. How long do you think he'd last? I mean, women in boarding houses get hella used to dealing with this. That's why they're always hella high maintenance. They can't help it, fam. Landladies like men who live everywhere but in their rooms, and they don't give them crap about the dirt and other luxuries. On the flip side, a dude Boarder eats way more than a woman, and he's always keepin' his landlady waitin' for weeks to pay his bill, even if he never pays it. Then he comes upstairs at midnight in a hella sleepy state, thumpin' against all the doors as he goes, scaring the single women into a fit, and waking up little babies, just to drain the last drop of Mom's kindness. He brings his squad home for dinner or tea, and expects his landlady to ghost him about it when she makes out his bill. And then, despite all that, he's like, I'm a gentleman, but really he's just a low-key trash talker who cracks jokes on the chicken's rails at the beef, looks shade into the coffee cup, and holds up his nose when the butter is too close, and by many other dude moves shows the poor widow that she's just a means to an end, so he can spend on cigars and drinks while the grey hairs are gathering thick on her temple, and she's going to bed every night with, God help me, on her lips. It's no-brainer. Fanny, all women ain't ladies in the real sense, i.e., it's not about the outfit, fam. It's about behavior, not how you're dressed. No doubt landladies and others have realized this for real. You can tell a lady by her vibes, no cap. 10 women get on that bus together, and even if we never met them before, we'd know who the real lady is. She don't titter when some dude handing up his fare knocks off his hat or pitches it over his nose, nor does she just sit there in silence after he's been extra. She ain't rockin' no flowered brocade or ballroom jewelry or rose-tinted gloves, but the lace frill around her face is fresh as hell, and the strings under her chin are clearly handled by delicate fingers. I got a vibe from Fanny, right? She's low-key killing it on the bus, no cap. Her dark gloves are fire, but she ain't showing off no bling. Still, that little boot beneath us is straight out of the 90s, but in a good way. It's got some substance to it. Fanny's all about being civil to everyone, regardless of their source, you feel. She don't discriminate between rich and poor. She just gives love to who needs it. And when she walks away, we're hella disappointed, because we want to see her sashay out more often. I saw this real tea the other day. This old dude gets on the bus and tries to pay his fare, but Fanny's got his back. She takes the money and gives him change, all while keeping it 100. The dude's looking hella poor, but Fanny's all about spreading love. We were low-key thinking about asking her out, 'cause she's straight fire, but then we thought better of it, 'cause you never know if she's got the sauce or not. I'm all about calling a woman, woman, instead of that term. I think women have way more influence than men. They can vibe with people in ways that guys just can't. You can tell anything to a good woman, and they don't take it personally. When you're around them, pride goes out the window. Guys, when they come to Fanny's presence, they get all soft and vulnerable. They start talking about their feelings, and it's like, yo, I forgot how to do this. Why are they ashamed? Why do they doubt when she's got faith? Fanny's like the ultimate rock man. She can take the hit, just keep on trucking. Guys can't even begin to comprehend how she does that. They're stuck in their own heads, all pride and no substance. I don't know. Man, I think Fanny's got a special sauce or something, girl. Fanny ain't too extra about taking what she needs, you feel. She don't wait for no divine sign before vibbin' with the universe, no. She don't even plant her foot and get all hella stubborn till her ride or die tells her why they're leading her this way instead of that. And though every step she takes is soaked in her own emotional labor, she still ain't. Gee, she got that magic touch. Girl, her glance, her vibe, if even the rustle of her clothes can soothe the and bless. She's like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, bringing peace to them brows, all knotted up from the world stronger. Fanny, be you strong or whatever, just keep it real and keep your heart pure. Now, about that woman question thing, I got love for female teachers. Gee, they're always getting hella done, but they're also getting hella played. No, the majority of our female teachers are just trying to survive, but they're not getting the respect they deserve. Male teachers can just swoop in and be all authoritative, but female teachers got to deal with the tea. They're always getting roasted by their students, worn out from the struggle. I know some people are going to say that some male teachers are shady too, but let's be real, most of them are trying to make a buck or just being basic. Female teachers are just trying to keep it together day and day in and day out, and they deserve so much better. They're like the ultimate side eye specialists, always getting the last one from their students, but still keeping it real. And when they finally do lose it, forget about it. I'm not saying all male teachers are hella trash or anything, but we got to acknowledge that our female teachers are the real MVPs right now. They're getting hella played. But they're also getting paid the least and still being low-key heroes every day. We need to lift him up, fam. Fanny, brah, I got you. Some lessons got to get postponed 'cause your teacher's out sick. Teachers all like, no cap, don't even mention it. Okay, that's just a thing that happens. You're always low-key respectful to me, always kind, always on point. You never play with my feels, Fanny. Some of those other kids in the class are straight up rude and extra. It's hella hard for a teacher like you to deal with all that. Comment is 100. How hard must it be for someone as chilling as you to put up with all this drama? Though, if some young'un thinks money gives em the power to be a hot mess and disrespect people like Fanny, let em know that money can be a real trap. It might just take off in 1 minute, and then they'll be the one struggling to get by. It's pretty obvious that women are way more lit at written letters than dudes. We got 2 reasons for this. First, they ain't afraid to share the little deets that make a story pop. They write naturally, like they're just chillin', while guys take their pen in hand and sound like they're trying out for a public speaking gig. That's why most of dude letters are straight up boring. If you need info on some real life stuff or anything else, just hit up a woman's letter, okay? They got this. We ain't forgettin' about them super sentimental ladies who write all that extra stuff, but we can't even with it. Still, every single one of us got to respect those letters from our female fam members that are still worth more than any dude's thinking. You, and you might have some cringy old letters from your girls that you're too lit to read now, but trust, they're still low-key priceless. And when it comes to women who actually know what they're doing in business, we should be straight up standing M. But the thing is, most people would rather watch a woman just quietly pick up her thimble and quietly fade away than see her slay the game like a boss. It's wild, right, Fanny? Yes, their advice is low-key, all about doing it quiet. You feel. Like, don't be a hater and get comfortable on them 6 pence a day, but don't come crying to us when you're ghosted, okay? It's straight fire how some women turn into smart business women after struggling for real. Hands that were never used to grindin' grow all rough from labor. Eyes that was always tearless now droppin' tears like there's no tomorrow. But here's the tea outer, that bitterness. You get sweetness. No protein so extra as the struggle of dependence. Loki, The smart businesswoman is blessed when she can look back on her journey and see faith and trust still blooming like a flower. Some old dude said that all Fanny wanted in heaven was to rock a clean apron and chill. But for real, it's deep. There's times when you're low-key dying, just trying to make ends meet. Your brain is hella exhausted from planning, and every muscle is aching from doing the work. Some new drama comes up, and you're like, girl, bye. But then after a lil break, Earth ain't so bad no more. It's lit when you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy life. But while that fit lasts, no one deserves more than a little sympathy. It's good that we don't feel that way, 'cause if we did, I'd be over here crying too, grinding away day in, day out for 6 feet of dirt to take it all away. Earth feels real when you're a mom or dad putting in the work. Otherwise the world would just stop moving. Let's hope that old woman got her wish. So, sis, let me ask her. Yas, women. Yas. Fanny, how do you treat your homegirls? No cap. But it's low-key yours, and for fear you'd forget, I'm about to hit you with the facts. Are they hella overworked, underpaid, indifferently fed? Do you ever give them a lil rur? Do you ever lend them a book to read on a Sunday fun day? Do you ever give them a chill evening? Do you care when they're feeling sick? Do you remember that they, have fam too and a good word or kind vibes from you could change their whole life? For real. Maybe some young'un among them is low-key struggling, feeling oppressed and all that. And if you stepped up as a ride or brought M that good feeling, the sense of protection, they might just turn their lives around. None of your biz. Make it yours, boo. A woman's heart beats in your kitchen, over your laundry room, down in your basement, and up in your attic. Kindness is like a whole vibe to you, but to them it's like so much more. You're living that extra life while they might be feeling empty and tasteless. And when it comes to kindness, it's like duty gets wings, fam. Think about it. I'm low-key puzzled about our country wives, though. They're stuck in the past. You feel? They ain't getting no exercise out the house, just talking about how old Dobbin is their only mode of transportation to the village. Why not rock some sick kicks and get that blood pumping? We don't think indoor work can replace outdoor exercise, even if they're doing a lot of it indoors. I'm always marveling when we hang out with them for a hot second. They're so extra about horse-drawn carriages. They see city folks walking around as weirdos or something, but we're no thanks. We need that fresh air and the freedom to just chill outside. So, to both country and city wives, let's keep it real. Wife bae. That word is so holy and sweet. Wife is a title only one can claim. A man can only have one wife in a Christian community, and that's her proud, undisputed title. Let her be the queen, boo. Hold up, fam. So we overheard this whole vibe the other day. That's his wife, though, and a long sigh and some major shake of the head followed it. The object of all that commiseration had straight fire for a husband. Crowds of people were low-key obsessed with him, male and female, known and unknown, declared and silent. According to them, he never opened his mouth without spitting out real gems. Everyone wanted to know him, some 'cause they genuinely respected his talent, many 'cause it made them want to be part of the squad. He had all kinds of presents at his feet, and just enough enemies to convince even the skeptics that he was a total boss in the game. And that's his wife, though, good grief. That little, low-key, quiet body, with not even a fire, style to recommend her. It was hella awkward. Why didn't she love him? Oh, yeah. How could she not? Was she not a good mom to his kids? Oh, yeah. Was she not a homemaker and housekeeper extraordinaire?
Oh, yeah.
Was she not all about being sensible and well-informed and able to hold her own in convonvo at his table and fireside? Oh, yeah, all of that. But he should have had an elegant, talented, brilliant wife. No cap, he has just the wife he wants. A practical, no-nonsense woman, proud of her husband in her own extra way, smiling quietly to herself, like she's owning the world's estimate of his unextra stuff, which makes his crib a vibe of neatness, order, and comfort. Smiling quietly, as if she could afford to, at the people who think they know better and want to swap out her brilliant wife for someone else. No, my G's, let them be. What's it to you if they're happy? But we won't believe they are happy. We'll keep pitting him. We could pick out 20 fire women who'd be way better suited to him, very much like my girl. And you're first in line, no doubt, Pasha. Leave him with his homey wife. Hayeko, my emotional friend, likes a good meal, plenty of room, and a wife who won't speak up if she disagrees. A trip to the Northern Lakes. I hope it's got nothing to do with disloyalty to Queen Victor. Hate Toronto. It's the last of Majesty's dominions that I'd want to chill in. It's like super rough and tumble vibe. It's almost complete lack of decorations in architecture or shrubbery was straight up unimpressed me. One expects what's called the college walk, leading to the fire new university buildings and grounds, consisting of an entire mile of fire shade trees. But alas, a line and plummet, undeviating, straight mile with no curve in sight. Still, on that sick afternoon, we walked as we vibbin' with it, plus the crowd in holiday gear strolling past us. I saw nothing special on their faces, but a hella healthy glow, which was low-key fire to me. The little girls, maybe, looked extra hard in them lil straw hats without a brim, and that big ostrich feather curled over their forehead, though. This whole head dress thing with them normal dresses was hella out of place and not in good taste, but like, you can't hate on someone's smile, and if everyone's just a monotonous squad, the world would be extra boring. It struck me that Toronto's got a lot of 16-year-old girls. Maybe their moms and aunts don't hit the town, or they're just young moms and aunts ick. It was deaf fun seeing the Torontonians getting turned up. Every face had a smile that was straight fire, rare to find in bigger places. So if you're all about letting your pigs run wild in the street, who's to stop you, lol? It was hella funny see the Beadle standing in the cathedral porch on Sunday morning with his fancy collared shirt and trying to be extra. He found us a good seat, though, and I'm pretty sure we gave that Prince of Wales some love after the minister, just like any other subject. The church service was the highlight of the whole thing, the sermon being super harmless and on point. Maybe that's why my mind started wandering to this dude near by 12 or 13, looking all fancy in a white cravat and dressed just like his grandpa. There was some stylish whip around the church door as we were leaving, and some that was straight trash, but was comfy af. If Toronto's like a slow place for me, it might be 'cause I'm just extra with my Quicksilver vibes, and then I hop by train to Detroit after one day in it. That was lit. Those woods, those trees, towering above me like cedars of Lebanon, the log huts with bronzed moms standing in the doorway, and little kids running wild about the woodman chilling on his axe, all mind-blown how pretty he and his crew were making. And so on for miles and miles we was gazing till the sun dipped below. When it rose again, we found ourselves in Detroit, and we was just as comfy as a bug in a rug. Breakfast, then a carriage to check out the scene. Detroit's got some good stuff, pretty gardens, vine-covered windows, they make decent coffee, and they grow peaches, or at least sell, which low-key answered my purpose, yes. So, like, Fanny was low-key chillin' with some friends in Detroit, right? There were these cute little market carts, fam, run by women selling apples, beans, and potatoes, just vibbin' to the streets. And, bruh, there were totes, stores galore, and civil salesmen too. One dude said, "Girl, you don't gotta struggle in Detroit," as they gave each other a sad gaze from the boat propeller deck. It's wild how peeps keep coming back year after year to that whole watering place life, just stuck in a monotonous loop of getting dressed and dancing, when a week-long Northern Lakes tour would be so lit and healthy you feel. Maybe they just need a reminder of the superior perks and ease of traveling all those miles, But for real, it's got to be done on the right principle. If you're a woman, don't be that basic, dressing up and crocheting in the ladies' saloon, fam. Rock a rough and tumble dress, and you're good to go. Scramble up on the upper deck promenade, or hit the wheelhouse for some salty questions with the captain, or go down below to check out emigrant life with the steerage passengers, or take advantage of those brief boat stops to vibe with the town during the half-hour layover. You do you, Queen. Don't be worried about Mrs. Grundy and her squad. That's the real way to cruise the Northern Lakes. 11 days without nothing but silence, and yet we were low-key living, eating, sleeping, and getting fat on this boat ride, while we were totally oblivious to all that drama in fast Gotham. We were so busy basking in the sun, watching the foam track, or gazing at sea gulls following us for miles, or welcome in them cute little birds flitting around our cabin windows. We were straight up ignorant and content with it, 'cause we knew how to enjoy the real tea no mass, meetings, barbecues, or pugilistic encounters needed, just pure chill vibes. Meanwhile, that fresh wind was blowing through our bronzed faces, and we glided past those gorgeous green islands, all while autumn had its own thing going on. Too, I was low-key chillin' here and there, vibin' with Fanny, you feel. Her signal flag was like, "Hey, don't stay too long, 'cause the winds are about to get savage." We were all good, though. Not even a slight breeze could bring us down. Who would have thought, right? That epic evening when we watched the sun dip into the waves on one side and the moon rise out of them on the other. It was like the whole world was lit up, with the island, the Great Spirit, looking all green and sapphire in the sea. Sometimes these Indian dudes would come by in their tiny canoes with blankets as sails, giving us a rough welcome. How could we even comprehend how harsh it is here for 8 months straight? Like, they're over there getting snowed up, guiding male dogs through paths that only Indians know about, and then bam, winter's all intense heat, and cold come after summer like that. We were totally entranced. How can this place ever be dull? Then we heard the sickest beat of music as another boat was passing us on its way home with all this living freight. One sec, they're gone. Sending them good vibes for safety, fam. Now, there are these cute little huts popping up everywhere, and life's mysteries getting all real death to. And then the aurora shows up like a firework in long, quivering lines of light, rose color, silver, the whole 9 yards. It was hella lit. I'm low-key thinking, let's go back home and invite everyone we love to gather round. This boat can handle it. We should always live on these waters. Fanny, those state rooms are cozy and will never lose anything. No room for lost stuff, you feel. New spots with Frenchy, Indian names, friendly faces on the pier. The mines too, even without Broadway. There's no lack of excitement in this country. It's all about the culture, refinement, and intelligence of these wild dudes. They're like the pioneers, standing strong like rocks when the waves get rough. And, oh yeah, there are women here too, not just posh and useless, but genuine, loving the wild beauty of this place, even in the dead of winter. Step ashore, and you'll find these lakes and woods got a whole lot more to offer than just ice and snow. Yes, Fanny was vibbin' with this hotel fam, cause their menu was straight fire, especially when they served the famous fish from these regions, you feel. So, like, when the Indian dude got asked to work, he just pointed to the lake and was all nonchalant. No cap. Poets can't touch his swag. Bruh, I found some beauty in this trip, though, that one little child playing outside a wigwam on the shore of Salt River was straight goals. Okay? The river was hella beautiful with its foaming rapids like Niagara's twin, for sure. Indians were getting all up in them rapids in their egg-shell boats with no fear, no drama. By the way, that nymph-like Indian maid is rockin' a hoop Loki though. In this area, I was hella jealous of the chief's widow and her squad rowing around in a fire canoe with 14 Indians, all keeping time with their oars like they were in some sick sink. At first glance, she might have looked all opulent and whatnot, but at a distance, it seemed kind of enchanting. You feel. Now, we gotta say goodbye to this fire trip and those gorgeous faces that greeted us daily. I got some mementos now, pics with the bright-eyed girl from Marquette or samples from the doctor. They're straight up valuable as him, and recollections of our squad escaping from pen and ink. Who doesn't hate saying goodbye? We all said we'd come back next summer, so did Captain Jack Wilson, but like not literally, fam. Poor Captain Jack Wilson, with his gorgeous face, sunny vibes, and manly ways. I had no idea he wouldn't be round for the next summer when he helped me out on the hurricane deck. He was always looking out for me, saying, come forward or aft, because he knew how much I love seeing sick views. The guy was all kindness and goodness, but in a few hours he found his grave in that rough surf. We said our last goodbyes on the Chicago pier. We took a carriage ride and reined up to watch the Lady Elgin sail off into doom. We gave her some love, kissing our hands for Auld Lang Syne, while that brave heart was chillin' with his whalin' babe and had only that treacherous raft between and eternity. No joke. Poor Captain Jack Wilson, how can we give him up? He was like totally strong fam, yas. Fanny was low, key struggling on that scary night, and I'm dead-ass praying for a squad, you feel. I ain't never been a fan of climbing up and down stairs, nor do I vibe with scene. Only the ankles of Chi-town people at eye level with the carriage windows, while ridden through their streets. Like, how does any human even navigate those wild localities in the evening when it's dark and all? I'm genuinely confused. Gee, I'm telling all the young docs out there to low, key move to she. Town, that they'll get a sick harvest from them lost tourists. Now that I got that off my chest, I want to say I was straight up delighted with Chicago. I love the fancy architectural vibe in the new builds and the ones that are still getting built up. One church on Michigan Avenue made of variegated stone was straight fire, and some private homes. They're on a whole other level, fam. The main stores might be narrow, but they're like a mile long and packed with choice goods. It's different from our scene in New York, though you can cop a little bit of everything in each one, not just dry goods. Religion and tobacco are like the two main things going on in Chicago. Those tobacco shops are getting all the love, and churches. There's a million of them. The new hotel that's getting built. I'm hyped it might be owned by the dude who made our stay so fire. We took a sick ride from Shiai town to Cleveland despite the rain, and it was straight up delightful. The woods and prairies were poppin' with giant trees, wild vines, and purple, yellow flowers that had me dying for more. We stopped at some grocery stores, but one had groceries boarding. Now that's a combo I can get behind. Prairie hens were flappin' around everywhere, and spotted pigs were just chillin' while we rolled by in our car. Abundance was writ large on everything. Even the girl with the crazy hairdo was rockin' some jet blacklocks. She was smokin' a cigarette, but I'm low-key thinkin' it was self-defense, 'cause them boys can get pretty savage when it comes to tobacco. Churches are still the safe spot, fam, and I'm expectin' all the women to take up smokin' as soon as men start being more selfish about it. Yeah, so Fanny was low-key hanging with some dudes on our route, and we saw hella many unboiled, unkempt, and straight-up shirtless men gettin' on the train at all these stops, actin' like they just stepped out of a dog show, no cap. Fellas still trying to spit and use them quill toothpick thingies, lol, 'cause ofs they had never seen a queen like you, Fanny, before. They were straight up shook. Honey, anyway, we didn't hit the rolling prairie vibes on this trip. We just kind of rolled with it after getting our Lake Superior on the previous day. Maybe next summer, though. There's one lady out here who's hella extra about following rules and being proper, like, according to her own code, you feel she barely leaves her chimney. Fam. So when I sneaked an ear of corn from our dinner into the train, I just wasn't thinking. If eyes got turned upside out, I was totes down for not eating that corn, but like I was also hella hungry and independent, so Mrs. Grundy had to turn her back and low-key cry herself to sleep. Add some salt to that ear of corn, though. It's a whole mood. We finally got to Cleveland on Sat night, and it kept raining till we arrived. Then the next Monday it was inauguration day for the Perry Monument, and every hotel and private crib was hella packed. No idea how we'd even fit our luggage down when we got there. Ladies were just sitting in the hotel lobby, looking all wet and hungry like they just came from a vampire's castle, while dudes were just mopping their bras like, what's good? Or something. 'Cause they couldn't even get a room. Then our host turned the private parlor into a bedroom for us, and it was like the most comfortable thing ever. Monday shone bright in Cleveland, though red coats, rustics, and civilians were all coming out to see this statue. And it's low-key fire, 'cause it's a Native American artist's work. Low-key, Cleveland looked hella fly in holiday vibes, no cap. We saw them rocking red coats, and it was straight fire with 6 shade trees and low-key pretty streets and gardens. Apparently, women go hard for military uniforms, 'cause they rep the wearer's bravery and chivalry, which are like qualities all women love. I got to be real, though, looking at a whole room of squad in red coats during dinner was a major mood booster. The waiters seemed hella into their job, even if they were low-key exhausted from working hard. To be. The whole solemn black thing is getting so played out for American dudes. I saw every country boy rocking that same aesthetic, but it's just ugly and expensive, and when it gets all dusty or worn, it looks straight trash. Who's going to break this monotony? Our exit from Cleveland was lit. We basically pulled up to the train station like nothing happened. We were sleeping, though, not expecting a rush at that hour. So when we got with our bags, it was hella chaotic. You had to fight for space in them long trains of cars, and even the ones getting ready to leave were jammed. It's one thing to put on your clothes inside out by candlelight, but trying to eat without getting anxious about getting food in your belly, that's a whole other level. After being run through like that and taken that last shiver of cozy vibes from the warm bed, finding a spot to stand was like trying. But then we got some good luck, 'cause 2 more cars showed up, and I scored a seat in one of them. I was low-key hyped when I heard half an hour behind time. That just meant we had our own thing going on. I'm low-key dead with all this hasta daylight. Like, can we just chill and sit down until doomsday? It's not my first time making a hasty remark, though nettle rash move that turned out to be real talk. But how was I supposed to know that being half an hour behind time meant we got to sit in the back and let freight trains roll through till 7 p.m.? Like, it means we're stuck sucking our thumbs 'cause there's nothing else to do. The last train was hella crowded, so now we're stuck in some desert, like road with no food, fam. And to top it off, it starts pouring rain at the worst times. I'm talking about no consolation of stretching our limbs, not even. So I low-key rejected getting food from the hotel, but little did I know, rum cherries would be the only meal option. And like those babies on that train had it easy, they got to eat all day while we were starving. A gent who wandered off into the woods comes up and offers me a posy for my baby lol, please. Am I now? It's just borrowed, bruh. Too bad, 'cause that thing was straight fire. Meanwhile, we're talking about no grub in our bellies. So I'm trying to improve my mind by listening to some old farmers chat. We learned how to choose a cow and how not to get played on the milk game. Also, we got some sick tea about treating Meadowland and how to keep those cheese snatchers out. There was this one dude who shared his story about escaping King Tobacco's clutches. It was wild. Apparently, when his woman made him a clean shirt, he'd get all up in his own face after eating it lol. The neighbors were hella extra about it too, so he just gave up on himself. And like, his take was that if you say you can't do something, but really you won't, then what's the point? I'm low-key hella down for it, nor did I cop to be salty about his vibe afterwards when he was all like, it's a total shame my farm ain't down this way. I could be making that independent grind now, selling small stuff like them flowers in that garden. It's wild how much money can pop off just selling books. Our farmer was straight fire for real too, 'cause at one point he saw some young'un rush up to the window and hit him with a "how's it going?" to an old dude. That's a super nice gal, but she's still low-key basic, said he, being compassionate. We was stuck in that long day trying to get through it. The poor kids in our crew were hella tired and hangry, and the dudes talking loud about hating on them railroad companies and threatening to make some noise when we got to Frogtown. After stopping at this trashy spot for a miserable meal, we kept moving the last few miles to Pittsburgh. The fire red lights of the smelting furnaces across the river looked super lit through the fog, and gave us hope that we'd get that warm welcome we needed. Our troubles were over as soon as we landed at this dope hotel with solid comfort and luxury. Them beds were on point. No need to worry about clumpy pillows. We had towels coming out of the woodwork, bedclothes galore, and a fire view from the window looking out at Mount Washington. We was hella exhausted but feeling good. After that sick night's sleep and luxury breakfast, we did it no matter what the fog and clouds threw our way. We was lifting off, man, till it felt like we were leaving the whole world behind. But when we hit the top, it was straight out of a bird's nest. Them houses were stuck in between these rocky cliffs like. And that one dude on horseback, just chilling, going around the hill, had some real tea too. There was farms and houses and trees overhanging, and this poster on a fence saying school hours from 9 to 12 and 2 to 4. Thank God it's at least one place where they care about health in education. You feel? I saw this coal mine and my friend said we should dip into it for a sec. This dude with the donkey cart had just passed us by, got his lamp on his hat, looked all worried about getting dirty. I was like, no cap, I'm good. Yeah, as Fanny was low-key following that donkey cart, no cap. We found this hella smelly pit, and it was straight up stifling in there. The black walls were closing in on me like a tome, and when the last bit of daylight left us, all we had was the sound of those wheels rumbling like a wild beast, and that miner's lamp just glowing like a weird eyeball, you feel. All the woman came over me, and I'm like, can I get taken out of here? For real, when we got to the surface, it was all suns and rainbows, and I'm talking about getting that sweet vitamin D. Know what I'm saying. I'm trying to prove to myself I'm still alive, you feel. I'm climbing mountains, jumping off cliffs, no biggie. My ride's all shook up thinking I lost my mind, but they got the tea now. So, Pittsburgh, fam. It's hella dark and grimmy in there. Don't get me wrong, the peaches and fruits at the market are fire, and that girl on horseback with her own squad is goals. But, like, for real, it's a whole different vibe, you know? And Loki, I got my towel game on point after that coal pit visit. Anyway, we had to roll out of there in the middle of the night cause, you feel me? And then we had to catch that train to Philly. When I rolled into my room, I looked in the mirror, and it was like looking at a stranger all dark and sooty from the coal pit shenanigans. But, for real, Fanny's got to give Pittsburgh some love. It's hella pretty and worth the trip, even if you're a curious or intelligent traveler. Your exit into the hella foggy outdoor air. Fanny Siki Sa Agrippa slips into the drawing room and drops a cold silver pitcher of ice water on the floor, like offering you a glass, right? Good grief! Your hair is straight up with anxiety thinking about it. If it were hot coffee, now, you kind of mutter at him from under the folds of your wavy shawl. His sorry Wes, ma'am, wish I had it for you, wakes you up from thinking about how pitiful your situation is, to ask that poor dude Loki if he has to stand there on one leg every midnight, looking all deep and stuff like us. Whereupon he tells you with a hella suspicious glance over his shoulder that it's every third night, and just then you see this gentleman in the hall with the valise attached, sneaking something into Julius Sikisar's hand, and soon enough you see another dude go and do likewise. And so you're all like, wait, maybe it's not so bad, for this Loki, sketchy Julius Sikisar having to sit up every third night. Humiliated at being caught hella out while throwing away my sympathy, I'm all sheepish about it, and I gotta go when the summons comes, pitching into that Black Mariah, waiting by the door, ready to give your shivering bones a hard ride to the depot. It's like everybody's got their shields up and nobody's even going to grunt at the rough pavement. You can tell they're all about that stoic life, and it's just so intimidating. Not even a peep from anyone in those cars. It's all pell-mell, and you're kicking at peanuts and cold oranges while one by one people start time cells up on their seats with double knots. Daylight starts creeping in after hours of turning and twisting. Your weirdo male friend overslept himself, and I've been low-key watching to enjoy his awkward wake up from that funny pose, knowing as well as you do that vanity ain't got no sex. He wakes up, looks at you, then rubs his ice combos out the stray hair on his forehead with his fingers, gives his moustache a fancy twist, smooths out wrinkles on his coat, adjusts his collar, gets up and stamps his pants down over his boots, settles his hat in that knowing spot, puts on his gloves and looks at you like, "Hey, come on, I'm not so bad." Of course, you're too busy with the prospect to notice him. Between our midnight leave of Pittsburgh and daylight, I was hella aware how much scenery we're losing in the way. Oh, those gnarly Alavani mountains, and that sick Juniata wending through them. I got no words to express. I'm hella vibing with Fanny's beauty and my unadulterated excitement. I'm low-key hoping the coroner's inquest gets pushed back till I get to indulge in that fire pleasure again. For sure, being stuck in a car window with a super limited view is like crazy. I was literally trying to turn my neck and bob my bonnet, but I almost lost it all. Not like all enough's left for me to dream when the winter snows are like raging against the windows. If Mr. Fern wasn't strictly telling me not to get too extra about judging towns from a bird's eye view in a car, I'd probs have some major beef with Harrisburg being so chill and ignoring art, you feel. And I'm low-key gonna say it's a trashy little town that's disrespecting those sick mountains. It's all good, though Mr. Fern can keep his thoughts to himself. We had a pretty lit experience on our day, long fast from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, so we banded together with the head waiter and scored ourselves some lunch baskets. Now, like, totally independent of those sketchy way stations where you are always fumbling for cash and getting stuck in the food line. If your lunch basket's got a cup or mug to put it in, you can, like, snap out of that feeling of being stuck. It's all thanks to the railroad people and way station providers who got roasted by the genius of the luncheon basket. I mean, can you even imagine having to wait 10 minutes for food with one waiter for 24 people? The economy on that stuff is wild, especially when you're traveling with kids. And let's not forget about that one obscure way station where we found a squirrel pie. It was like the best thing ever. We were low-key trying to get some more, but the waitress was all, "Sorry, that's all out." I didn't even mention how much it would have been more lit if they said, "Kids in." I'm not saying I'm always polite to females, but I do know my own sex pretty well. Fanny got the next seat at the table. Every woman but herself was sitting between her and the landlord and his crew, like she didn't have any dude protecting her. There was this one chick Fanny thought was straight up ugly, wiry, angular, had a gross habit of sniffing all over the place. I guess that's why Fanny felt bad for her sitting there staring at her empty plate like she was in a real crisis. Fanny wondered if maybe this chick had some good inside her, like how tenderly someone might have looked at her back when she was younger and prettier. But now it was just her alone in this dump. So Fanny just grabbed some eggs from Mr. Fern that he was all hyped to eat and offered them to her. Did she even acknowledge Fanny's kindness? Like, no thanks. Didn't she just straight up take those eggs like they were hers? Good enough for you. Fanny muttered, "Own think you're old enough to know better." Fanny didn't say any mean stuff, though. That's not Fanny's vibe. Later on, the girl waitin' tables was all about getting her face done in between serving food when dishes were prepping up in the kitchen. First course was just bread and a butter. Second course was crinoline and poached eggs. Third course was earrings and mutton chop. Fourth course was ringlets and apple pie. The one girl who sat at Fanny's table was all about getting her own food, even though Fanny asked for some tea biscuits too. So did she look at them like they were hers? Presently she gave Fanny a hard time in the ribs and told her to give her those biscuit already. Lord have mercy, see how nice Fanny was to this girl. Fanny said they were for her luncheon basket, but the waitress would take care of Fanny's food too. You'd have seen that chick at that moment. She was straight up panting and looking like a total mess. Peace out to her frazzled nerves. A Philadelphia dairy stuff ain't even special no more after Fanny saw all them farms in pair without any weeds or stones or bugs. It was like they were trying to be perfect or something. The whole thing was so extra, but also kinda awesome. You could tell all that hard work went into making those farms so nice and tidy. Loki, I'm hella done with universal drab. If he who made this lit world approved of it, we'd be living in a world that's straight trash. But for real, if I was queen of the country, I'd let Quakers do them as they please, and I'd be Loki feeling the same way Teeb. So we pulled up to Philly just as the sun was setting, and it was looking hella fire with all its lit shops, cute babes, and fit dudes. But bruh, our continental ride had some major delays because we had to hit New York that night. I got a major vibe from Philly from day one. It's always cozy and comfy. You can just be yourself and vibe with the energy. But for real though, leaving Philly was low-key hard. I was thinking about my squad and wishing I could even gave a quick, what's good? I'm still trying to process why they made cars from Philly to NISO extra wooden panels instead of windows. Seats that are hella small. It's just straight up walk. I was trying to get some shut eye in my seat, but nope, they got me locked out. It was like I bobbed my hat and my neck got all crickly trying to reach the shoulder I needed. I tried putting a scarf on it, but it didn't work. I even gave Mr. Fern some major side eye, and we were both just trying to survive that train ride. Thankfully, though, we made it tonight, and now I'm chillin' in my inn, Loki windin' down these articles. And fam, a word to the landlord's pulls, don't put mirrors in bedrooms in dark corners or attach M to some heavy furniture. Give ladies 4 pillows instead of 2, and can we please get rid of that annoying gong sound that's been driven people crazy. Loki, some obvious typos got fixed, but overall the og spelling is still Loki there like Kulftors and Beneath, etc. Don't me, but inconsistent hyphen usage was left hella unchanged, bruh. Contents, page, Merning P. 240, Fanny straight up assumed this was a chapter, but it was missing from the contents page, no cap. I added it, though. Other minor variations between the contents list and chapter headings were left exactly as they were in the original TBP. 284, that paragraph before, last week a philanthropist, was literally ending with these inline asterisks and an extra blank line, the only time this happened. Gee, I kept it like that for the reader to figure out their own thought. Break, no explanation needed, fam. 284, that paragraph before, last week a philanthropist, was literally ending with these inline asterisks and an extra blank line, the only time this happened. Gee, I kept it like that for the reader to figure out their own thought. Break, no explanation needed. Fam.